Tell me where to go. I get excited, keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. but mentally I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason, like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fire through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let's get ready to play. Casters, it's time to brawl.
Real as it's been in this game, they lose this one with no Tara gadget all through their hand. It's just takedown off Fuku. He can get another stun. There's the kill. Yoshi can't get anything in.
Hello, what's good, and welcome, Gamescom! How y'all doing today? So good to see so many faces. It's Championship Sunday, and we are amped. Yesterday, we started with 4 teams. We spent the entire summer finding the best of the best Brawl Stars team here in Europe, and now it's time to find the best of the best of the best. 4 teams turned into 3 teams, and 3 teams will turn into 1. We will crown a European victor of the Snapdragon Pro Series, and they will go forward into the international competition. We got a bunch of details before we get into the games. I have 3 fantastic commentators that are gonna break it all down. Ark, Reddy, and Teddy. They're on that side, boys. Do the work.
Thank you very much, Aftos, and good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to you all, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals. We started off with thousands, we whittled it down to 8, and we are now here today with just 3 teams remaining. I am Mark, joined of course by Teddy, by Reddy, and boy oh boy, have we got a show for you today. We have got Reply Totem, Tribe Gaming EU, and SK Gaming as our final teams, battling it out now to see who is going to take home the glory. Teddy, yesterday was absolute insanity. Was there anything that really stood out for you? Any fantastic moments that really stood in your mind?
I mean, we had just great matches overall, but that final match, the Tribe versus SK, was absolutely phenomenal. Taking it all the way to the final game of the final set. I mean, that's exactly what we want. Double match points. I'm hoping for more of that today, and I'm sure the players are going to deliver.
Oh, yeah, I thoroughly expect nothing less. Ready? Again, you know, to get to this stage, it's flown by, but, you know, who has been the team that has really stood out for you?
I mean, without a doubt, it's got to be Totem. They swept 3-0 every single opponent that they had yesterday, and now they're going to have to face off against, well, everyone in the competition. It is going to be super, super exciting to see what some of the teams have cooked up in the back rooms to, you know, maybe take them down. Who knows what sort of weaknesses they've spotted out overnight?
Well, we're going to find out what they're all fighting for. Let's take a look now at the prize pool and see what these players are trying to take home. For first place, $2,000, and that is a big chunk of cash, I can tell you that. Second place, $10,000, and for third place, $7,500. That is life-changing money, and a lot of these, players are also content creators. They're also heavily involved in their organizations. Teddy, that will go a long way.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, that's money, especially with the age of many of those young players, that some of them are still in high school. Having that sort of money can, go a long way into university, all sort of stuff, projects, and making this a proper career.
Well, we better take a look soon as well at the bracket to find out who is going to be facing off against who in the upper brackets. We have Reply Totem, who had a clean sheet yesterday, and Tribe Gaming with that fantastic win over SK Gaming in that fifth and final set. Pushing SK Gaming down to that lower bracket, so we've got our first matchup in the upper finals. It'll be Reply Totem versus Tribe Gaming EU, and then the loser of that match will go down to the lower finals to face off against SK Gaming, who are already there. They, of course, are on their last tournament live. They cannot afford to mess up more. The show match as well, I mean, we've got that to come, and I've got to say, really said, I didn't like the way that you barged into me at the hotel and spilt my coffee. The look you gave me was I didn't appreciate it.
Well, I wasn't such a fan of how I dinner last night. You left me with the bill and I had to pay it myself. Well, what about that?
I guess we'll have to resolve this in some way, shape or form, maybe later on today, but of course, we're looking to get to the final two teams to face off in that grand final, but we have to line up our first matchup, and shortly FDOT will be ready to take over on the stage to introduce you all to those teams. I'm going to just start off a little bit as well with a little prediction. Teddy, you know the match. Who do you think is going to take it?
It's a very, very tough one, let's be honest. But Totem, they only lost one set yesterday. That is just a statement. Winning every single match of this challenge season. They are on a 10-win streak. That's just incredible. No other team has done anything likewise. They are the team to beat, and no matter how good Tribe is, this is going to be an incredibly challenging match for them.
Well, the teams are ready, their thumbs are ready, FDOT is ready over on the main stage. Let's introduce the teams.
Thank you so much, Ark, Ready, and I guess you too, Teddy. But folks, the pageantry is done. It's time to get to business. We've got 3 teams, and your first team taking the stage, 7-0 in the regular season. Make some noise for Reply Totem! Here they are, folks. Reply Totem taking their spots. Coach Inso right behind and getting ready. And their opponents coming here on the left stage in the black and red trunks, the fan favorite trying to reclaim #1. Say hello to Tribe Gaming.
We don't need to introduce those teams anymore. If you guys have been following the European region of Brawl Stars, you know those names. We see them in the monthly finals. We've seen them time and time over again here at the Snapdragon Pro Series as well. But I mean, if you guys have watched those teams before, you know that Reply Totem, they are the team to beat at the moment. Tribe, this is going to be a challenging match for them, not an unwinnable one for sure. Reddy, what do you think that Tribe need to bring to the table to make this work?
It's kind of weird because Totem, it's so hard to locate a weakness for them. I feel like there should be a prize for locating a weakness for Totem because to date, it doesn't seem like anyone has been able to beat them in this competition. I think we can kind of expect them to continue some dominance unless Tribe has just brought something completely unexpected that we've never ever seen before. I think the great place to start is probably going to be the draft because so far, Tribe has actually not been as susceptible to Totem's draft tactics as some of the other competitors.
Yeah, it's a challenge to take them down, and so far no one in the challenge season has been able to do so. And I think you make a very valid point. There's just no one weakness. They have Joker, which is probably the rookie of the year, one of the most talented players to join the scene. He's only 16, by the way, and he's already achieved so much this year, only qualifying for the World Finals as well with that roster. But Tribe, they also qualified for the World Finals. Do you think Tribe is the team to finally take them down?
All I know for sure is that it's the perfect place to do it. I mean, Tribe Gaming have had a fantastic run this year. There is no doubt about it. But, you know, they've had some roster changes along the way. And, you know, Reply Totem, of course, also brought in Joker, but you just saw how it excelled them forwards in that respect. On the side of Tribe Gaming, we saw a little bit of faltering along the way. So they are still kind of finding their footing. I think this is the best we've seen them since they've gone through the sort of roster changes in that respect. So I think that they've got what it takes. But yesterday's scoreline was a 3-0 in favor of Reply Totem. That'll still be on their minds a little bit. They're going to have to shake off those cobwebs and leave that in the past.
Definitely so. I mean, you know, we talk so much about Joker. It is a team effort, and really that's why they're so good, because every single player on that team is just incredibly good, and they are so versatile, so complete as a roster. But guys, enough heard from us. Let's go check out what the players have to say.
Thanks so much, casters. One more time, we're here, and we're going to talk to the players before we jump into it. I've got Coach Inso here from Reply Totem and Drake, one of the players on the field for Tribe Gaming. And one of the things that is very cool about this Brawl Stars scene is there's so much respect across the way. You guys look at your opponents, etc. So from you today, I want to hear what's the scariest part of Tribe Gaming for you?
They're really skilled, and I mean their drafts sometimes are aggressive, sometimes they're passive, so it's hard to read them. But I don't know, they're always a strong team to face.
And for you, Drake, same question. What keeps you up at night thinking about playing against Reply Totem?
The drafting ability and the ability for one of the players to pop off at any moment and carry the game.
A little bit of scary stuff as far as the predictions are concerned and just the raw talent, but that's what it is. It's the raw talent, guys. So no need to keep you on stage any longer. It's time to brawl. Shake hands, and let's get ready to go. Guys, let's start game number 1 of Championship Sunday.
Just before we get to our predictions, I want to ask you a question, Ark. There's a big difference between those two rosters. One has 3 players, one has 4. How does that work, and what's the influence of that on, you know, the outcome in general?
Yeah, you know, Tribe Gaming have been mixing things up. I mean, we saw yesterday, you know, Tom kind of stepped back for the first time that we've really seen this year, and we sort of saw the mechanics of Drage combined with Linan and your shield together, and that was a unique thing. But it also is something we've not seen on the main stage so far, and we've got to consider that in mind. But Tribe looked really, really good. They didn't seem like it was really affecting them too much, but again, you know, they have yet to beat Reply Totem. No one has beaten Reply Totem. So the question is, you know, how are they feeling about this today? What did they learn as well from yesterday, and what are they going to do to rectify those mistakes?
Yeah, they definitely need to have learned something, because it was close games, but not exactly a close match in the end. A 3-0 for Reply Totem. We know Reply Totem are the favorites. That is no secret at this point. Reddy, still, what would your prediction be for this matchup?
I think that Reply Totem has this one, but it's not by that large of a margin. I think that Tribe has done an immense amount of preparation. If you take a look at the stat comparison, you can see just how close it is. Almost a negligible amount between these two as well. And it's hard to chalk it up to even just one thing. It's curious. I wonder how this new dynamic of Tribe Gaming EU's roster, as they've benched one player and brought in another player as a mainstay, is going to shake things up, because you have a working formula as well in esports. Have 2 players that played with each other for a very long time, and then you have the Mechanics guy. But that's different for Totem because they're all the Mechanics guy, and for Tribe Gaming EU, it's absolutely the same.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, the best players in the region also need the best devices, and there's nothing better than the chipsets from our partner Snapdragon Elite Gaming. They make all of this event possible, power the devices of all of the players on the stage as well. So massive shout out to them for making all of this happening and having us all assembled here for some awesome Brawl Stars. I already asked for the predictions already. Ark, give us your odds. 50, 50, 60, 40. What are you looking at?
And are we predicting what we want to see? Because what I want to see is an upset. And I'm rooting for underdogs always. And, you know, it would be the time for it, you know, to put Reply Totem in that lower bracket, put them to the test and see how they're going to survive. Because I know for a fact that SK Gaming after yesterday, they've been putting in the time into their prep. But I know you're going to ask me for a more direct number, so I'm going to have to go with a 55 to 60 in favor of Reply Totem. I think it's fair. And 40 to 45 with Tribe.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I would be pretty much in the same area as you. I think Totem, I mean, they're the favorites, and we all know that coming into this match, Tribe, they must be incredibly prepared to even just stand a chance, and that's a challenge as well. We talk about how much Tribe must have worked, but it's not like, you know, Totem are the type of team that is just gonna, you know, slack once they start winning. That's probably why they have been so consistent, is they're winning, and they keep working and pushing themselves even further, and that's the big challenge right now with 10-win streak. Is Tribe going to be the team to beat it? Well, we got our first draft here for Canal Grande already starting off. Ready?
Yeah, and Canal Grande is an interesting map too because it's like east versus west. You have a large canal that goes down the middle, and that can greatly influence what sort of strategies you go for, especially playing around the bushes, breaking open the bushes, making that happen. Some important brawlers have already been banned out so far, especially Carl, who has been pretty much controlling the meta lately, winning 1v1s easily and driving some of the more popular picks as well. Some other important brawlers banned here, and a first pick of Janet for Reply Totem is going to be a very, very safe pick. Not as much of a trap as we would usually see, but you got to vary up your strategy day by day to avoid getting predicted.
Yeah, Penny has been a threat in the meta for a while now, ever since her rework, but it is going to be double banned here as well, which, I mean, can happen with blind bans, right? They don't know what bans the other team is going to have, and sometimes you just don't want to risk leaving something open. Bunny and Jean already immediately to follow up. Ark, what do you think of that?
I quite like it from Tribe. I think Jean has got so much utility at the moment, especially on a map like Canal Grande. I mean, you know, Reply Totem going with the Janet, I think it's fair to say that's a bit of a safe bet, like you say, Reddy. But at the same time, Reply Totem on this particular map, they love the Gale, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a double down here with a Daryl or something taking something aggressive, maybe even an Ashe, because by able to, you know, lock in Gale at this position of the draft, they're able to basically eradicate their potential counter that Tribe would love to have had if they get that third and final pick. I think this has got to be a tank, Reddy.
It's got to be. It absolutely has to be, because you can also use that jump pad to get in and out. And I think Daryl would actually be a good pick here. There it is. Yeah, that's the combo that we see most often from Reply Totem. Problem is that there's only one possible pick for Tribe Gaming remaining in order to deal with this. And Bonnie, Jean, they're not spectacular in close range and getting that high DPS fired off, unfortunately. In terms also of Bonnie getting good value, all of these brawlers have escape mechanisms too. There's going to be the hard counter, though, of Surge. The only challenge is going to be getting those supers off to begin, because he starts at level 1, short range, not much speed. It's going to be a fight for those mid bushes that pretty much determines the pace of this match.
Yeah, that knockback potential is going to be very important, because ultimately that is going to be the thing that's going to be able to help eradicate that Daryl. But, you know, Reply Totem have run this very similar idea before, and oh my word, if it's Maru on that Daryl, I fear for Tribe. I mean, I know it's, you know, fear of the Tribe, but I think Tribe needs to be fearful. And this perspective of Reply Totem, they've got a very good draft and one which they know how to utilize best. And they've also got the counters that they have for their own brawlers. And it is Maru on that Daryl. Watch out for him, because he is dangerous.
I'm curious to see how fast he'll get that first super as well. Looks like a very defensive approach from Reply Totem, which isn't super typical. They like to dictate the pace of the match, and the way they like to dictate it is fast as possible. They got to be careful playing into Lena, though, because if they play directly into him, they'll end up feeding him his first super. He is going to go for it, though, with some Magic Puff's assistance from Drake. Here comes the first jump in from Yoshi. Maru gets surrounded, and Lena with the up-down. Here comes the stun and a kill, and Reply Totem is back in the lead.
A lovely pickup there with the blowback, and there is another takedown of Yoshi, bringing it to 6 stars total, but the pull is good from Drage, and Maru out of position. That will bring things back ever so slightly, but a lovely pickup from Maori will ensure that the star lead remains firmly with Reply Totem 8 stars and that blue star, which will come in the event of a tiebreaker in their favor. That's a pretty healthy lead at this stage of the game.
And I find it quite curious how Maru decides to roll in and leaves his team behind him, but the whole idea is to encircle your enemy, make sure they don't have any options for anywhere to go. It's the 3-man pinch. You are totally surrounded. At the moment, the Reply Totem has control of these bushes. On the right side, there's just no way to get in. Sure, Drage has a Gene Super, but he has to predict the pull perfectly. Even with Vision Gear, it's going to be a challenge to tap Joker even once, especially when he has a Super flying overhead, almost getting that kill versus Lana. Here comes the stun from Maori, just a defense, and Maori picks up almost a free kill with a jump from Yoshi over to the right side. Still no kills. Amazing defense from Tribe, but they're all the way backed up against their wall. They're going to have to get some offense here if they want to bring it back.
Yeah, Drage's got a real problem because what can he realistically pull? If he goes for the Janet and she has Super, she can fly away. Gale's got the knockback. Daryl going to roll away as well. There's really so little that they can do in this circumstance with the drafts, and they are clearing up everything. All the scraps is just Linan left, and that's not going to be nearly enough to be able to go again on the aggressive on the side of Tribe. Reply Totem starting off strong.
This is just something else. Usually when you have a surge at level 4 by the end of the game, that's a win condition, but just doesn't seem to be the situation versus Reply Totem, especially when you have control over those bushes. They're not being broken open. Once you have control, you own the entire map.
I don't know whether you can hear at home, but the arena is electric. It is so great to start things off with the support that we have here. Let's go back in. Tribe are behind in terms of the games. They've got to get one back on the board, or this one will be a set in the favor of Reply Totem. They've got to learn from those mistakes, or this set of bounty could be over very, very quickly.
Joker is being pretty liberal with these gadgets too, as he's just trying to get damage. Instant kill here from Maru too onto Yoshi. Another roll in, but a good counter from Lana as he gets that second level 2. A good block by Joker, but he's ending up feeding one shot to Lana as well. Maru on the left side looking for any possibility to push in as he does auto charge that super. He can roll in. Here comes a pull from Drage though. Everyone piles on top of him. No escape mechanism either, but Reply Totem is still in the lead by the tie-breaking blue star.
Much better, but the aggressiveness of fighting back is there. 8 stars to 5. Yoshi, though, jumps in and gets a pickup, and there's Joker out of position here. He's going to get taken down. That is going to extend the lead over to Tribe now, but we've seen this before already, and they haven't been great at holding it, so they've got to start to slow the pace down a little bit, start to take control, and play Reply Totem at their own game.
With Lana on level 3, though, this is going to be very challenging to push in because he does have the range. Here comes the pinch, too, from Yoshi. Maru all alone on the right side. Gale on the back lines, too. There's really not a whole lot of opportunity to retreat, actually. And even with a defense attempt there, we will see a kill, actually, from Lana onto Maru. Maru does pick up a kill onto Drage, though. Reply Totem are still behind by 2 stars and a blue star. Lana is the guy to take down. Just on level 2, doesn't have the range to offer either, so a good pinch could send them packing. The countdown is going to start. There's not enough time. Missed pull, too. This is drive time. 10 seconds remaining. Joker has to get some offense. Maru has the angle, too. Some more damage. A kill from Yoshi onto Maori. Kills being traded left, right instead of Reply Totem. It's going to fly away with this one. Maru just on a little bit of health left, made it just to roll away, and that's set 1.
What an amazing steal. What an incredible steal. Oh, my word. Every little detail there from Reply Totem was absolutely on point. You saw Joker there, had to get super in hand to be able to apply that pressure. The Gale just peek around the wall, that tiny bit of air, able to earn super, the knockback, everything there really came down to those final moments. And this is what Reply Totem do best. It's crazy.
It is crazy, and I think also the draft, they left it so versatile too, because every single brawler had an escape mechanism. They picked Janet before Jean was even picked at all. Jean was picked into Janet, knowing full well that Janet can throw down a totem and block out the Jean super, and then Joker just decided, yeah, I don't even need to play it like that. Who even cares? They kept Jean at range the entire time. I think it was very well played, and the draft just seems so multifaceted that you simply cannot tell on the surface off of a single brawler pick.
I think that it's quite interesting, actually, that Tribe let them get away with this comp, because it's something we've seen in the past from Reply Totem. It's a comp, especially that Daryl and Gale, that we see very often in Heist, but in Bind a little bit less. Canal Grande is one of the maps where Reply Totem have brought it up in the past, and I feel like Tribe just maybe left it open, didn't really think of it, or just assume that they wouldn't go for it, or they would be able to properly counter it. Unfortunately for them, that wasn't quite the case.
I mean, it's a risky one as well, going with that Gene pick so early on. There was just so little that, unless they didn't have super on the side of Reply Totem that they were able to bring in terms of value. I mean, again, what are you going to pull and when are you going to pull it? In the second game, we saw a bit more awareness to that. We saw some much earlier aggression from Tribe and capitalizing down on those moments where there were no supers on the side of Reply Totem. It worked really, really well, but it's keeping that composure that is so key, and maybe some start of the day early nerves for Tribe, but definitely going to have to turn things around, or it could be deja vu of yesterday.
Yeah, it was a very complete set too from Reply Totem, because sometimes you have those sets where a team starts off with a blue star and then they kind of steamroll from there. They didn't really have the advantage in that second game. They were behind for most of it, but it's the ability to still pull back, clutch things up, and get those final stars when it matters the most that is ever so important. And Reply Totem did an incredible job at that. Draft is already on its way. We'll see the Penny, the Lola, the Crow banned out by Reply Totem. Tribe taking out Stu, Bonnie, and Penny. A first pick of Janet again by Reply Totem, and we've seen what that did in the past.
Absolutely. But from the side of Tribe, actually, we saw some huge development yesterday, taking a huge win on that first game of Hot Zone, 100-1% versus SK, which is especially memorable because throughout the challenge season, this was their worst mode in by far, and they seem to have bounced back in a crazy, crazy way. Here comes the Amber, too, which is going to be useful for burning open some of the bushes on open zone, I believe. Also, here comes the B, to eliminate some of those possibilities of things like tanks. Problem is that with the max speed on the table, it is going to be quite tough to contact those targets.
Carl is still available here. I mean, Reply Totem clearly favoring the Janet pick at the moment, and it's working out well, I think it's safe to say. B here obviously can pack a big sting, and great for control, great for slow as well, which is why it's so great against Max going with the Griff. Now that does leave Carl open. Maybe not arguably his best map, but the brawler itself in terms of the meta, I mean, there's very little that is really able to go up against it, and as a third and final pick with no knockback, realistically, or very little on the side of Reply Totem, for me, that's the final pick there.
Yes, exactly. Griff is an interesting one just because he's not necessarily the best at any one thing. He's just your backup option. Here comes a Squeak as a final pick from Tribe, and Squeak isn't going to be that final counter pick that we sometimes see. This is just an indication of a good draft and also a safe play from Tribe. Squeak is always going to be a good option for area control, throwing down that sticky residue to prevent players from pushing, and you can lock down pretty much an entire lane for a good amount of time too, but it requires you to be in position. If you're still trying to push into that zone, you are going to stay there, right? You can control that lane and keep your enemy from pushing into your spawn, but that's not really their objective, is it?
Well, this is, what Tribe like to play here, to be fair. We saw them playing Squeak on this exact map in Day 7. It was against SK Gaming, but this time around they had the third and final pick. Back then, SK brought Immortus and they got absolutely destroyed. So I think they've learned a little bit in regards to that coin toss and that particular brawler pick. Early control as well. Anan taking the mid and already closing on 20%, and that's a very, very good start. Maru clearing up the left-hand side, though, and Joker on the right. It's 2 versus 2 now, and Anan can't seem to find Maru lurking within those bushes.
And it's a pretty new approach that is not so popular, but we'll see if Totem are able to run away with it, breaking open that wall on the right side to minimize the value of the bush on the right. And we see Drage isn't even really playing around those anymore. He doesn't need the speed gear, or at least it wouldn't provide enough value to negate the fact that he's pushed up against that wall and could be moving quite predictably. Here comes the super, though. Maori is going to get slowed down, which is going to prevent him from pushing in too much, but he does have a lot of range that he can flex here. Also, the super from the Na to speed up Drage, to push up a little and also control this area just that much more. Some long-range taps also to keep Joker low, but he is going to be periodically healing up too. A final shot from Drage, a direct hit too, and Tribe Gaming EU continue to capture this point.
Really solid, already 80% in closing, and realistically here, Reply Totem haven't had a look in, only 15%, and everyone on the side of Tribe still standing here, standing strong, very similar to what we saw yesterday versus SK, and that is a good way to start the second set when you are behind.
Absolutely, and especially for Tribe, once again, it seems that that development has carried over into today as well. They seem to just know Hot Zone now. They've identified their weakness, and you cannot have any evident weaknesses heading into that. Otherwise, your opponent is going to strong-arm that and really focus down. You can't surrender a free set to an enemy and just dedicate all your focus to the other ones, especially when it is set to. And Tribe Gaming EU already leads by 1 game so far, looking to turn that into a second one and a full set as well, as they have gotten a double kill to start things off and are pushed up so confidently as well.
Well, again, slow and I want to say steady start for Reply Totem, but realistically, they are still in that back spawn area. Tribe closing on 40% now at such an early stage in the game, and Reply Totem have just got to start to secure some kills and work together more as a team, get that communication flow and start to just, eradicate, and that's a good way to do so with Maori there. But in the meantime, that speed with Lenan and Drage able to juke around the situation so effortlessly, and Tribe have just been a prime example of a team that have turned their weaknesses into strengths.
Mary on 144 health, getting dabs left, right, and center, and then unluckily getting hit by that super from Drage. Now it's up to Maru to fend off the entire enemy team and try and get some capture as well. Tribe Gaming EU is so close to finishing this off, but Totem have seriously stepped up to the plate. They figured something out by the looks of things as well. Maru was having so much trouble hitting Max at first, and now it just seems like he is tapped in. Still, only 15% left for Tribe Gaming EU to capture, but we've seen how this map can go. 15% is really all the Reply Totem got in the entirety of the last game, and now they are inching up bit by bit, but Tribe Gaming EU just have to hang on a little bit longer to finish this one out, and it looks like Totem know this one's chalked. It's a Tribe Gaming EU set, bringing us to 1-1.
What an amazing moment, honestly, because Reply Totem only dropped one set yesterday throughout the entirety of the day. I mean, considering the circumstances the Tribe were under, that is a phenomenal comeback.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, it's crazy, the performance that Tribe are able to pull off here. There's no better way to reply to a 2-0 lead in that first set from their opponents than with a 2-0 win of your own. Very convincing stuff, and the games weren't even close, really. An outdraft, an outplay here from Tribe Gaming, just looking much more prepared, and it really feels like they've put in some work on this map, because yesterday, as you mentioned earlier already, they had a very convincing performance on this map against SK as well.
And for like the first time ever for Tribe Gaming, because throughout history, right, we've seen them have trouble with this mode in general, and I can't help but speculate. Was Totem focusing on other modes when they were preparing rather than Hot Zone? And that is purely up to speculation, but by the looks of things, Tribe have absolutely run away with it too, and that one's in history now. It's all about Heist now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a challenge. Maybe the return of the Daryl again that we saw and that Totem just adores so much. Let's just hope that this time around it's taken out of the equation by Tribe in the band stage.
Totem like those really aggressive in-your-face comps, don't they? It's kind of like where they seem to thrive, and I think on like that's such an open map, and again with that addition of Max, I think that really was the key brawler for me, which allowed Tribe to maneuver themselves to be able to juke, Reply Totem more effectively. That's the thing where they're so accurate. They are such an accurate team, and when you combine that element to the equation, it's a struggle for even the best teams in the world. Max just has such a way to maneuver in those circumstances and just escape peril.
Well, it seems like the Daryl is actually going to be banned out by Reply Totem this time around. Colette and Penny as well. Tribe Gaming taking out the Surge, the Griff, and the Ruffs. A first pick call, something that we've seen very, very often since he's been buffed up quite extensively a couple updates ago. And yeah, Carl is in a really good place. We don't see him as often as a first pick because he does have some counters, like Gil, already brought into the equation here by Reply Totem.
And there's also Lola, who can get some good damage at long range and can offer some good DPS at short range as well. But if Carl is going to be running Protective Pirouette, he can survive a close range interaction with Lola, even when she's at max health. She just can't pump out the damage fast enough before Carl takes her down. That said, though, Reply Totem still does have one more pick up their sleeve to counter out maybe not even just Carl, but the next couple of picks that Tribe Gaming have for themselves. And they might even just start eliminating anything that could give Carl trouble to try and run it home with his singular brawler.
I like the Ems pick. I like the Carl pick on the side of Tribe Gaming EU in their third and final, soon to show its face. And I don't think they can realistically go for Barley here. They actually, I think someone banned it yesterday, which is quite a surprise on Hot Potato. It is still such a viable option. Gonna go and play it safe with Spike. I kind of like that. They kind of have to, because without knowing what Reply Totem have got up their sleeve as their third and final pick, I think it's the best way to cover all bases. If they do decide to go with something tanky other than Daryl, obviously Daryl is kind of like the go-to idea for many teams at the moment in the current meta. It does make a lot of sense, and Buzz is gonna be that brawler. We haven't seen this for a while, but the last time I saw it from Reply Totem, they absolutely dominated with it.
And for me, look, I gotta say, it's an NA favorite too. This brawler just does not show up very often, but when it does, it's when there's just backs against the wall and there's nothing else to choose to try and stun out Carl. I love this pick. I'm just curious to see how well will it work. You have to get on top of that safe with Buzz in order to make really any value happen, because sure, you can get some stuns farmed up on Carl, but even besides that, he's still gonna play long range if he possibly can versus you, and with no wall break on this map, he can get really diffed just by some wall peek, and we'll see exactly that. Joker goes for an early gadget in, but does not connect. Lina advances up that left lane as well. Joker's gonna go for a pinch, but Maori's on very low health and has to decide between going for it and going for mid. Lina is gonna do so much damage on the safe. Joker is gonna go down. Maori is cross-eyed because he can't decide where to go, and now Tribe Gaming EU get to wail on this safe.
What a mistake there, and Tribe capitalized. They doubled down so well. It was a few mistakes, just tiny details at the beginning, but look at this, 25%, we've barely even started. Reply to him, we've got to go the aggressive. Lina knows it, going on the aggressive himself, getting continuous damage. This is looking like it's all over already.
There's not enough health for Maori to really make this happen. Lina is going to get the kill. That last bit of damage is trickling in. Drage is going to help out too. And what a dominating game from Tribe Gaming. Unbelievable. And it just looks like Totem kind of got out-drafted this time. They got backed into a wall, and Buzz just wasn't cutting it.
I am speechless. I'm so glad that going in, I didn't say what I was going to say, which was I think Buzz is going to work out fantastically well here, because there is no wall break there. You know, Reply Totem have got the perfect comp, in my opinion, based on that fact. They got the Gale, they got the Buzz, great, you know, utility off the back of those, great stun as well, doubling down on that stun, and now things are looking a little bit different, and this is kind of what I expected more so from the first game, actually. I think Reply Totem, comp-wise, have got a comp that can absolutely win this set, but in the last game, they just didn't play it as well as they should have done.
And in a lot of ways, it can come down to that lane diff too. Joker is going to connect that gadget on the right lane. Drage is going to finish him off, but it does allow a little bit of time and a little bit of space for Maori to push up on the right. Maori also trying to lock things down on the left. Really the struggle of Reply Totem right now is they don't have brawlers that are very good at wall peeking. Lina is going to take advantage of this too, blocking some damage with the obstacle, now jumping right in. Maori will get the pushback on him, but Yoshi gets to get a few taps in on that safe. Meanwhile, though, Maori has been dealing a significant amount of damage on that safe. 67 to 77. We've been looking at Reply Totem safe, but Tribe Gaming EU safe is 10% behind.
Joker's lurking, and he's got the stun available. Linan is the target, and he goes in and gets the hit. Linan goes down. That's going to help clear up a lot of pressure. Maori in the middle, focusing on Drage along with Joker. Joker has gone from the bottom of the map all the way to the top, and at the moment, this is good damage, solid damage, and control from Reply Totem.
As far as the base race, it's hard to decide who really wins this one either. It's just a matter of, does a brawler get on that safe solo? Tribe Gaming EU so far are still behind, just a little more so than they were before. Maori also going to turn right back around, get a good combo with Maori. This could be a double kill for Lina, though. He's going to avoid giving Maori any sort of damage for that super. Very well played, because that was a free kill for him. But you got to make sure you feed your enemy their super as little as possible. Drage now committing to this push fully. Yoshi also trying to play control, trying to get a lot of damage at the same time, and Tribe Gaming EU fends off that push on their safe, but they are still behind.
Tribe have got to stay in position. There's nothing more to say about it, and Joker is continuing his assault in the meantime, though, as well. Linan doing a fantastic job, and he is shut down. That was a very important moment on the defense for Reply Totem, and they have got the lead, but only just. They've got to hold firm here, because Tribe have got time for one more push.
And in that interaction, Maori was actually very hesitant to use his super, because he wasn't able to farm it right back up. Usually you get a stun and you fire off 3 shots in a row. The Drage is going to push on the right side. Maori might go down. Here's the defense from Maori. Is he going to be able to get to Drage in time and defend it? It's so close. And it looks like with the timer running out, it is an advantage in percentage for Totem.
Oh my word. My heart was in my mouth. It could have gone either way, but it was calculated. It absolutely was. And Reply Totem can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, but this set is far from over. Both sides showing that they've got a brutal comp, a comp able to do the job, but who's going to get the job done in this third and final game of this set?
Well, we saw what Mary was capable of last time, and it looks like Tribe Gaming EU are clued in too, but Yoshi isn't going to be enough to cut it on that right lane. Mary gets to get some pot shots too. Mary has to pop a gadget as well. Drage also countering. He's going to get a double stun. There's Joker with 1-2 kills and gets a go to town on the safe. Much the same for Lenad though, as he tries to lock down mid and rotate back to let his teammates push it back up. Joker is going to win this matchup, and a double stun for Maurer as well, farming those supers back to back, and more damage on the safe for Reply Totem.
They're just doubling down quite literally. I mean, there's double kill after double kill on the side of Reply Totem, and Joker almost winning for another. Beautiful awareness there from Drage to get that friend zone gadget in play, to get the knockback and help get the takedown. But on the right-hand side, getting some work done there. Damage gear in play, and yeah, that's beautifully done. Joker couldn't quite get the connection. And again, another gadget from Drage. Such great timing on the side of the Tribe.
You have to get absolutely frame-perfect timing to make that happen, too. Well done to Drage as he locks down the control at mid. Mary is still trying to make this assault up mid. They're not ahead by that much, and there's a whole lot of Brawl Stars left to be played. A minute 10 on the clock. Good stun, too. Drage is going to get pinched from two sides, but with good assistance, he will be able to stay alive, though. Joker's on the safe, going to town. He's closing in versus Drage, gets the kill as well, and more damage rains in on Reply Totem safe, too. Tribe Gaming EU, though, need to get a defense here. Maru's steamrolling. Joker's finding a position, a super for him as well with Eyes Sharp. There's the stun, there's the kill, and more comes in, but Lenaz here to the rescue.
Everyone's down! Everyone just got eradicated! Lenan, the last one surviving, getting some damage needed, much needed by Tribe. They are behind here. There's not more than just a singular push needed for Reply Totem, and Joker is lurking. Drage has seen it, gets the takedown. All the Tribe are in position, and they can't end this here. But no! Maru comes in with a stun. He gets taken down. Tribe, come back strong!
Crazy, crazy, crazy from Tribe Gaming EU, bringing it back in the last few seconds for a second set for them. We're 3 sets in. We're going to set number 4, and Tribe Gaming EU is in the lead. This is ridiculous, Teddy. Totem has only lost 1 set throughout this entire competition so far.
Very few teams are capable of beating that buzz on Joker. On the casting desk, we were all smiling when we saw that buzz pick. We thought, it's over. I mean, Joker on the buzz is just something that he's the only one that really does it like that, getting double kills and just kill after kill. But yet Tribe, they stayed composed, and I think that's the way to approach the situation as well. You want to make sure that you don't panic, and they were able to just really turn things around like that. That final push, I mean, it was all in. If they didn't manage to get that damage at that moment, Totem would get a push of their own, and it would have been a different story. Right now, Tribe, they are on the verge of taking down the Titans.
Yeah, the verge of greatness. I mean, I'm still reeling off the back of that game. I mean, it's so poetic when you look at how things started. Very one-sided in the first set, one-sided in the second set. That was a battle. I mean, there was just so little in that, realistically, there. And you had to see those details where Lenan would, just get one hit, but not actually secure the kill. Go back down to the safe and leave someone else to get those scraps. And that could have gone either way, though, honestly. And this next one could well do as well.
I think so too. I mean, just how calculated things were played as well. I think Lena is a great example where he could have gone in and he could have fully committed, but denying the enemy that one bit of supercharge on Gale, knowing that that's his supreme counter, is just a game sense times 1,000. It's well done, it's well played, it's very well thought through, and for such a fast-paced game, to be able to make calculated decisions like that on the fly is just remarkable.
I mean, for those that were in the arena or watching on the stream yesterday, it was a 3-0 yesterday in favor of Reply Totem. Now it is 2-1 for Tribe. This is their chance at taking them down, securing that spot in the grand finals. I mean, no one saw that coming. We knew that Tribe are capable of it. Now it's about actually, capitalizing and making it happen, finding that closure.
Yeah, and this is going to put Reply Totem to the test, and I love that because it's so rare to see them drop a set, let alone be behind during a series. So now they're going to have to make sure that they go back to how they came in, making sure that their drafts is really calculated, which has been on point all day long. I mean, that was just simply a case of Tribe being able to time their utility perfectly. You saw the knockback potential of that Ems coming into play, and every time it was just knocking back Joker and just keeping him aside from being able to do what he wanted. And despite all the double kills that Reply Totem were landing, there was just that perseverance. But now we need to see that same perseverance that Tribe had in that third set, in the full set with Reply Totem.
Yeah, finishing the job here is gonna be the goal for Tribe. No one has been this close to taking them down so far in the last couple of days. 10-win win streak again. I've said it like 5 times already just for this match, but no one has had such achievements in the region. So it's incredibly impressive to see that Tribe this time around, they have the advantage. They got to finish the job because, I mean, Totem, they're not going to give them 10 chances to do so. If it's not in this set, I mean, it's already going to a 5th and final set, and I don't know if Tribe can afford to get into such a situation.
And giving teams chances, I think, is really the name of the game here, because this has been like picture-perfect gameplay so far. We've seen simply how close it can be. We've seen the timing on the gadgets as the mechanics diff sometimes too. It's insane because this is a huge development for Tribe. No stumbles along the way. It is just set 3 that we've gotten through so far, set 4 incoming, and there's lots more Brawl Stars to be played, but the precedent has been set. Things are looking very, very solid from their side. Where could the mistakes begin to arise? Looks like they're cool. Ice in the veins, they're ready.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, you know, there's this quote that so many players in Brawl Stars scene always use, is, you know, every team can beat every team. It's really about the performance in the day, and it can change from one day to the other, and that's exactly what we're seeing today as well, because it's not just, you know, a similar result to yesterday. It's complete opposite here, with Tribe looking like the better team.
Yeah, so far so good, but you know, Reply Totem, they are dangerous. They really are. I mean, again, that could well have been a 2-1 scoreline now in favor of them. If it just been a few percent on that save here or there, I mean, it was just so close. And the question for me realistically here is, like, you know, Reply Totem are now in a place where they don't tend to normally find themselves. So it's about, you know, a lot of teams that have those times where they maybe have more losses know what that feels like and know how hard it is to come back from those things. And, you know, for a team that are so successful, that have had no losses, you know, going in behind, they've got to retain that. And that comes with pressure, and pressure can create blunders along the way. So they're going to have to really, like, just focus on the job at hand, and you know, Inso obviously, of course, going to be a key role in doing that. But, you know, Tribe as well are a team that just they just love that momentum. I mean, give them an inch and they will take a mile. And, you know, and again, on a day like today, it couldn't be more important.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, with the nerves and everything in line as well, there is a chance here that Totem they're not used to losing. They're not used to being behind. Usually, even when it's somewhat of a closer match, they are the ones that, you know, initiate that lead. Maybe they'll be behind for the first set most, but usually, you know, it's going to end up being a 3-0 or a 3-1, maybe a 3-2, but very, very rarely. This time around, I mean, no matter what, it's going to be a challenging way up here to make it, first of all, push things to that 5th and final set, which we're all hoping to get to, but then even if they manage to secure that, they still need to win it too.
Well, I wonder if they drill like losing situations, because judging by their track record, that wouldn't be so useful. But today, it would probably come in handy, as they are behind. A single game could send them to a match point, which has got to be super, super stressful. This Reply Totem we talk about after they picked up Joker has been on a hot streak. They seem to be basically invulnerable, and they haven't gotten any like on-the-job experience with being behind typically. We've seen them go to double match points, but we know the results. They win. Today, so far, they got to be able to bring it back.
And to put it into perspective as well, you know, coming into yesterday, they only dropped 5 sets. They dropped 1 yesterday, making a total of 6 sets dropped. Well, they dropped 2. That's 33% of their entire performance of the entire series, you know, happening just today.
It's incredible how strong they have been so far this year. I mean, ever since Joker joined in, not just his own mechanical addition, we talk sometimes about the brawler pool options. I mean, Buzz is a prime example of that, but this time, Tribe, they managed to shut those ideas down that pretty much no team has been able to. It's been 2 monthly final wins in a row as well for Reply Totem. They've had a flawless last 3 months, but now they are being challenged like they have never been before. Tribe is trying to steal away their ticket to the grand finals.
And I think also the playing field has been leveled here. The mechanics are on point for both teams, so that's the control. And the draft can be absolutely everything else, and so far it looks like Tribe Gaming EU, not only have they been resistant to the drafting tactics of Reply Totem, but they have been playing counter to some of the brawlers that they like a lot. And Buzz, typically we see, okay, Joker on the Buzz, we all expected to see a pop-off, and we did, but it wasn't enough to get the victory in the end. Instead, we saw pop-off from like Lena getting on that safe and also just playing it so mechanically amazing.
Yeah, it's been a very, very interesting match already. We do have some technical issues right now. The players are trying to, get back into the match here for set number 4. So don't go anywhere. It could start at any minute at this point. But, I mean, the tension is high, and this is going to give a second as well for Totem to slow things down. Maybe chat a little bit, try to focus on what went wrong and what of that they can fix now. Because you don't want to focus on the negatives and the problems that you can't fix right now. You got to pinpoint some stuff that can work out for this next set. Do you have any ideas of what's been going wrong so far for Totem today?
I think it's just a position where there's just so much at stake. There's so much on the line, and their entire progress to this point in time, it comes down to this. I think that, with, like you rightly say, a bit of downtime, I think that is absolutely going to help them, actually. It's going to be able to help them reset and to just take away the momentum of Tribe that they were building. I think if they'd gone straight in, then they would have not had time to just let that adrenaline out, and this could well be something which will help in that respect. But of course, with technical issues, they happen. We want to make sure that the teams are all competing under the same circumstances and everyone has got that open playing field to be able to do so.
Oh, absolutely so. I mean, they're some of the best players in the world, and they need the right conditions to play as well. So if there's any sort of issue, it needs to be ironed out. But what I think was very interesting as well is that Tribe, we already addressed it a little bit. They've been, switching around players. Usually, I feel like Drage and Tom have been somewhat anchors of the roster. It would be Yashi and Lana switching around. Now Tom is on the bench for this one, and somehow it feels like it's working out quite well, despite it being, a roster that we haven't seen really play together that often.
And this is directly converse to what we see usually work as well. We can look at any region and we see the two players that play with each other very, very well. They just have that unspoken synergy. They don't even really need to have comms. They just know what to do with each other. And then there's the X Factor. There's the third player. And this formula works well. And once again, it's worked amazingly for Totem. Problem is that Tribe is now rising to the challenge for that. And so far, it's working.
Yeah, I mean, what I like about that, though, is that Tribe are not afraid to do so. I mean, everyone knows that they've got to have their moment in the spotlight and also allow others to shine as well. And not every team's like that. I mean, let's be honest, there's ego in esports, shock horror. I mean, it just is a thing. And, it's a very hard, difficult decision when, you're faced with that idea of not being able to play, because who doesn't want to play? Who doesn't want to shine on the stage?
Yeah, I think that they actually started with this set, but that the first game was won by Reply Totem. We couldn't quite watch it, unfortunately, but our admins got an eye on it, observers as well. So it seems like right now it's still 2-1 in sets in favor of Tribe, but the first game of this 4th set already went the way of Reply Totem. I'm sure we'll get in game and all the details soon enough, but I assume that's the technical issue as well. It's that we can't quite watch it, unfortunately. Just for a minute. Hopefully we get back in there really soon. But I do really like, actually, that Tribe were willing to take the risk to try out that new roster in such a setting with so much at stake, because I think that shows how much respect they have for their opposition as well, because they know that with their regular rosters it wasn't exactly working out. They needed some change, and the confidence to make that change now, I mean, it's paying off so far. We'll have to see if it carries them out of the semi-final and sends them straight to the grand finals.
Yeah, it's do or die. It's everything on the line, and taking risks is what it's all about. And he dares wins ultimately in that same respect. And I know Drage has been playing a lot with Joker as well, so I mean that also helps. These guys are close. Everyone in this community is very close. Everyone's friendly towards each other, and when you have that kind of environment, you actually learn how your opposition tend to play as well. And when you're playing together, you can kind of feel that same chemistry. It helps you to be able to predict a little bit ahead as to what they may or may not do.
Oh, definitely. So, I mean, the community is very tight, especially amongst the pro scene, and we have to keep into account as well. They scrim all the time. Each of those pro players is scrimming multiple times per day, every single day of the week. There's hours of practice that get into this, and so far today, it's paying off big time for Tribe. Again, we need that closure, see if they can actually take it home. It would be, I wouldn't quite say a miracle, but after a 10-win streak, on the side of Reply Totem, it would be quite close to it anyways.
And you got to take the risk of having some of these players switch out too and trying out some new rosters too. And most often when we see these risks in play, it just doesn't work out. 99% of the time, it simply doesn't work. And seeing this for the first time in such a large setting, as y'all mentioned, is just such a sign of respect too. It is remarkable as well how well they are performing. Just typically when you see the underdogs try something like this, it's out of desperation. I think this is out of just knowing their enemy.
Yeah, absolutely that. You know, the better you know your enemy, the better you know how to face them. We're not able to show the draft again, just still sorting out some technical issues on that side, but we are in. And the draft is there with Joker going in with the Gale pick, Maori going in with Bonnie, Maru on that Janet still. Tribe don't seem to be bothered that much by it today. They've left it open time and time again. Part of their strategy, I guess, is a nice takedown from Lenun on that left. Yoshi couldn't quite seal the deal on Maru, but he will seal the deal on Yoshi. Lenun surviving on, but the ball still remains and no goal scored so far.
I love the way we've seen Maru play this brawler so far. Janet, when she uses her super, she drops some bombs pretty quickly, but they're very, very hard to contact with an enemy. A good kill by Joker at mid as well. Lenat also trying to defend. He has his super, but Maru is backed pretty far away. He might be able to catch Joker here. Never mind, he was lured in. That was a pinch right there. Yoshi has to lock it down mid and right lane all by himself, and it looks like so far he's going to be doing it. There's the super coming down. Maru's going to go down a solo double lane diff, and Yoshi's going to push this up to mid, opting to play mid, try and maybe pinch Maori from the bottom, and also hold back Joker and Maru as he can with the stick around coming down on the right side of the goal. Enemies are pinched, and this is a good opportunity for Tribe Gaming EU if they push up control.
Yoshi's playing amazing. I'm just going to go out there and say it as straight as that. Absolutely amazing there. He had to get that slow really on point to allow the defense to take hold, because there was a potential there for Reply Totem to get the pass off. Now Reply Totem approaching the goal, but as the respawn is there from Tribe, they will contest it. Joker, though, has got that stun to hand. He does connect with Lenun. The support from Maru is there, and Drage, the last man standing, he cannot stand up to that kind of heat. 49 seconds on the clock, and Reply Totem are in a position to take back a set.
Tribe Gaming EU, they were so eager to get that goal, and what ended up happening was the ball found its way behind them, and they just had no way to back it up. Here comes a quick kill on the left side onto Yoshi. Drage left high and dry up at the top, but he's not going to get pinched, not just yet. Lenna still has to be dealt with on the right side. Also, Maori pushes this ball into the back left corner, put it as far away as possible from their goal. They got a lot of room to flex, and it's going to take a super pass to make this one head to the enemy side. Yoshi needs to find an angle. Maori's trying to get the damage into. Lenna's at full health. Here comes the super down. 15-second countdown is active, and Joker has a stun. Here comes the preliminary one as well in form of the Twister, a super from Yoshi too to get some control. Drage has to be able to pick up this ball. Looks like he will be able to, but there's not enough health there, and it is going to be a game victory for Reply Totem.
Bringing it back strong. You got to admire that. They were under pressure, but they stayed calm and collected, and we are going in the first game of today to the 5th and final set, and I am all for it.
Oh, definitely so as well. I mean, we asked for it, Ark. At the beginning of the match, we asked for that 5th set. It seems like we got it as well. It's going to be some gem grab action as well. One of my favorite modes, and you know, those intense situations, because interrupting those countdowns and all that good stuff, always so fun to watch. But yeah, I mean, Tribe, we talked about the closure, not just yet. Now we are at an even playing field again. We talked predictions at the beginning of the match. Reddy, has your prediction shifted after what we've seen so far?
So far, I'm not really sure. I think that Totem can be the comeback kings here, because it looks like they have kind of come to figure out their enemy along the way too. Tribe, they did a lot of preparation. It's very, very evident. But so far, with that little bit of momentum coming back for Totem, it looks like it's simply not going to slow down. Though with Brawl Ball behind us, that fast-paced sort of gameplay that the mode can offer, that's not necessarily going to be continued when we head into Gem Grab on Minecart Madness, because, well, you have to back up and push offensively time and time again.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, Ark, I'll ask you the same question for this one as well, because you had a very close goal, and to be fair, you were completely right, because it's very, very close. You were in favor of Totem by like 10, 20%. Is that still the case for now, or do you think that Tribe are taking this one?
I kind of feel like I might want to just take it back a little bit. I mean, just based upon the fact that this is as close as it is. I mean, I kind of felt in those early stages that we were going to kind of know where this might lead. If Totem were 2-0 up, then I think my answer would have remained the same, but I think that, you know, we saw yesterday how well Tribe approached that 5th and final set. And I think there's something to take away from that, especially when they know that if they can just get through these next 2 games on top, then they are going to have to do less work today. Now, going down to the lower bracket is going to mean an additional game to be able to get back towards it for the grand finals. So I think there's moments like that that can really stay within a team to boost their morale, to make them all come together when it matters. And, you know, again, Reply Totem are not used to be in this situation. Having said that, we said that going into the full set, and Reply Totem came out on top. I would love nothing more than a match point.
I mean, it's absolutely possible at this point. I mean, they've shown that they are this closely matched today. It's a night and day difference with yesterday, where Totem just looked much better, not just in Tribe, but then everyone else really that was playing. So it would be a big upset here if Totem end up dropping down to the lower bracket after just this first match of the day. But Tribe, it's in their hands now to try to make that story happen. It's a 5th set, which means that there's no room for mistakes here on either side. If you mess up the draft, you are done. What will your approach be ready?
As far as the draft, you got to go for some brawlers that are good at control, that can back up very quickly when needed. You also got to make sure that you don't get tripped up by that minecart, because we can see some pretty tragic moments have resulted from that in the past. You got to make sure that you can also get a fast rollout to mid and have some kind of escape mechanism, because very quickly that very open retreat for you, it turns into a closed off path. You get pinched between the enemy and the minecart, and it's over. They're running away with the gems.
I really would love to see nothing more than the minecart come in at a time. Like yesterday, we saw that very thing happen, you know, and it just turns the game on its head. But ultimately, gem grab is about control. You know, you've got to be able to, you know, have those aggressive moments, but also know when you're out of your depth, where you need to come back and just reserve the gems that you've got. And it's a painful thing to do, because you're watching your opposition taking gem after gem, and that time starts to trickle down, which then increases the pressure, and you kind of have to call it at some point to go on those aggressive moments. So I think that, you know, for a 5th and final set, this game mode is actually going to be one that is a very, very tough one to call when you're under this much pressure.
Oh, definitely. So, I mean, Minecart Madness is one of the few maps with an external factor, you know, than just the players, the minecart. And that goes a long way in defining the pace of the game. You have to play around that minecart, try to use it to your advantage, push with it, use it as defense when you need to as well. And that's really one of the defining points as well for some of those pro teams, that they are able to utilize it better than others. And that is going to be part of the challenge here as well. It's a very tough map to play, one of the most complicated maps to approach, whether it's for the draft or the strategies that go around it. So this is going to be intense, and the pressure has to be very, very high for both teams.
No doubt, and I wonder how that's encouraging the draft too, because there are a lot of ways that you can go about this map as well. One way that we've seen Tribe trip up Reply Totem just a little bit so far, it started on Hot Zone, on Open Zone. We saw the max pick actually, and I would not be shocked to see that brawler banned, in fact, because it can allow you to push up to mid very, very quickly. It can allow you to escape with all the gems really, really quickly if you want as well. More than anything, we got to see brawlers that have escape mechanisms. Piper kind of out there. I don't really think we'll see a Piper or something like that maybe as a last pick. Who knows? But the deal is, you got to have an escape mechanism, get over the minecart, or at least destroy some walls to make your sharpshooters that much more viable.
And I think for me here, Tribe need to ban out Janet. This is a brawler that we've seen time and time again from Reply Totem today, and one that Tribe have been, you know, quite happy just to let happen. Well, in this map, you know, this is a key brawler that can make a snatch of gems and come out so clean on the other side. I mean, you know, how many times have we seen an instance where a team cannot escape because the minecart is just happening to go by at that time? Of course, the teams are drafting at this moment in time, having a few technical issues on the draft side, so we can't actually show it today, but we're going to be going into the game now to find out what they went and picked.
This is interesting. Drage usually likes to go for the Jhin here, but this time it's going to be Maori, and here's the max combo too. So far looking like a very solid draft for Reply Totem. They even have the Carl to cap it all off. This is a strong combo in the form of Jhin and Max at mid and the right lane, and Maori to cap it all off just because, well, these brawlers kind of counter him out. He's going to be able to flex onto the right lane, will get tripped up by the minecart just a little bit, and does get double teamed along the way as well. Though Joker now needs to go for something on the backlines to disrupt. He will be able to to get the takedown onto Drake, but it's still a 1v2 at mid. One thing hasn't changed though, and that's that Reply Totem is in the lead. Max range pull too. Lana is going to go down. Here comes the speed. Maori is going to decide not to push in, and it's a good call too. He's on 56 health, and he's all marked up by Bell, which means he needs to be that much more careful with taking damage.
Maru is just being a pain in that back spawn area, and Maru, though, taking taps, big taps from Lana. He's at 56 HP, and this is the prime opportunity for Tribe to start to take back control. Great connection on the left-hand side from Yoshi. Maru somehow survived a lot longer than I thought he would. Down goes the rescue, but I'm not a massive fan, to be honest, of that placement. We'll see whether it caused the problem. Oh, Maori missing that pull at a crucial time is a disaster here for Reply Totem because they need to get on counter. They need 2 more gems, and that just might be enough to slow it down.
Not the end of the world just yet, though. Joker has the speed. It is going to expire, but it has allowed him to pick up a single gem. Yoshi also playing control here, just trying to lock down those lanes. There are only 3 methods of entry. Oh no, and the minecart claims a victim too. Yoshi's going to go down as well. The speed is going to allow Reply Totem to run away with this one, but the minecart actually is going to be blocking their path for just a bit of time, which is going to allow some time for Yoshi to push up. Drake does the same, a big pull too. Maori almost falls. That was almost a big mistake there. Oh, and Joker runs in the opposite direction, and no kill with the squeak shot either, and Reply Totem will be taking this one.
I thought Tribe had the reset. I thought they had the reset. And even in that split second towards the end, Reply Totem almost came together at a crucial moment. If they had, that squeak would have got the takedown. Reply Totem now on match point. So much depends on this next game. Will Reply Totem continue forwards and remain in the upper brackets, or will Tribe start to make a comeback?
We talk about pressure, and it just looks like Reply Totem are unresponsive to that fact. Maru is going to be going right to the back lines. He will get taken down by Yoshi, but here's a big pinch between Maori and Joker. We see Drage on the right side also trying to force these guys in. So far, it's going to work pretty well for lining up shots for Lana. A missed bell tag there too, but there should be more on the way as well. Maru is going to have his escape blocked too. Joker gets pinched really, really hard, and now all of these gems belong to Tribe Gaming EU unless Maru upsets him on the back line. A great shot by Yoshi, a missed pull too. Reply Totem seems to be crumbling at the moment.
They do indeed. 6 gems in the pocket of Tribe, and Reply Totem haven't had much of a look in. 1 gem in the pocket of Joker as Maru goes in, gets the takedown on Lanan. The minecart though will separate them. The gems go down. Maru will take 7 now. 8 Joker with the 1. 1 spawning in now. Tribe have got to make this comeback, or they are going to go down to that lower bracket.
Last chance for Tribe Gaming EU to make something happen. They will get the takedown onto Joker. There will be 8 gems on the side of Reply Totem, just 2 more to go. But if Tribe Gaming EU can get to 8 gems themselves, we could see some countdowns being traded out. Now they have the minecart at their backs, though they cannot afford to retreat here. They have to maintain control of mid, cannot allow gems to go over to the other side. Lana is going to hide in this bush, and Drage is cornered, but it doesn't even matter. Here comes the freeze frame, and a kill on the back lines by Maori onto Yoshi. Another one onto Drage, and there's going to be the nest egg tripping up Maori for just a little, but the speed from Joker is going to allow them to retreat. A few more gems for him too, just for safe measure, and we got to see an interruption by Tribe.
The minecart is going to be in the way for a couple of seconds, and that could be enough. The miss pull is there, but I think the gem should be safe. There's just not enough bodies to get the job done, and Reply Totem remain in the upper brackets and force Tribe down to face SK Gaming.
The streak continues for Reply Totem, undefeated, but Tribe Gaming, no doubt, brought them to their breaking point. Huge, huge plays for Tribe, and surely that is not going to end anytime soon.
Yeah, what an incredible performance again from Reply Totem. Tribe, they got that close, man, but there's 2 numbers I just want to talk about. There's 56 and 30, because that is exactly the amount of health that Maori survived on with the gems. Twice on 56 HP, once on 30 HP. Ah, man, that is heartbreaking for Tribe and Tribe fans. But, I mean, they showed that they can make this happen. Couldn't quite go all the way, but Totem, this is, I don't want to say a sign of weakness because they won the match. They're going to the grand finals, let's be honest here. An 11-win streak again, but you know, it shows that they can bleed, and if they can bleed, you can take them down.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think this is a key moment in the competition to see that Reply Totem have weaknesses. We saw a lot of missed gene pulls in that last game, but we also saw a lot of missed marks as well from the Bell on the side of Tribe. Sort of nerves on both sides, but again, that just goes to show how much it means to these teams and what's on the line.
Yeah, definitely. So, especially, you know, considering that some of those sets that Tribe managed to take away from Reply Totem were sets that where Reply Totem were playing their own game. They had the buzz and hot potato, you know, the sort of stuff that they always tend to win. And yet Tribe, they were, you know, willing to face them head on and take them down. Unfortunately, that fifth set couldn't quite go their way. No upset just yet. The saving grace for them is that they do have that lower bracket, SK Gaming, waiting them there for our next match and a second chance to, you know, maybe still go to the grand finals.
Not only that, but a rematch between these two, right? That match yesterday between Tribe Gaming and SK was what determined that that Tribe was going to face Reply Totem in the very first round. The difference is, though, that SK, if they lose their match, they are right out. There is nothing waiting for them in the next round. And if Tribe wins, we'll see a rematch for them too. Lots of Totem action, I guess.
I mean, with 4 teams, it's been a lot of rematches. Results have been varying, though. It's not quite a different win. It's still, you know, going to be Reply Totem taking the win twice now in this weekend over Tribe Gaming, but it did go from a 3-0 to a 3-2, and it's much, much closer. It goes from a very safe, almost easy win to the danger zone for Reply Totem, because a mistake in that draft, something that goes wrong, and I think that call was somewhat risky as well, because even though Carl is just ridiculously good and ended up kind of saving the day in the end, on that left lane, it can be a little bit fragile as well, lacks a little bit of range. Our bracket guys for the remainder of the day is going to be, well, the match we just watched. Obviously, Reply Totem 3-2 victory over Tribe Gaming EU, but Tribe Gaming EU, their last and final chance here against SK in the lower bracket. The winner of that match will be joining our grand finalists of Reply Totem. Reply Totem, just to, you know, remind you guys, that ended up first in the group stage of the challenge season, first, you know, yesterday as well in the round robin, and they're the first one in the grand finals. I mean, they're just that good.
Yeah, they really are just that good, and you know they are the first team through, and I think that has massive kudos. And Tribe now as well, you know, have they exacerbated their thumbs too soon? Are SK going to be cold to the iPads? You know, what is going to happen in those circumstances in this next game? Because anything can happen.
Definitely so. That was an incredible match, but it was only possible thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming bringing us all together for some awesome Brawl esports content. The best players in the region, the best casters was me here as well, I would say. Pretty confidently so as well, to be honest, and everything that goes with it. Tons of resources are necessary to make those even happen. We have a rapper that has a rap song for every single team. I mean, that's only possible thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, so a very special mention for them.
Absolutely so, and again, you know, the support that they bring to the table allows us to do what we do best and what the players do best, and hopefully the viewers at home as well having a fantastic time. I mean, you know, we've got the stage set for such an event, and it's a privilege to be able to do so.
Absolutely. I mean, such a huge stage, such a huge audience as well. One that's making history for Brawl Stars esports. So you're here, you're watching, you're making Brawl Stars history. So, you know, give yourself a pat on the back, because without the audience, without the fans, we'd just be us. We'd just be talking heads, and the players would not be pro players. It's an amazing thing that we can have this happen with Brawl esports.
Absolutely so, and with, you know, over 2,000 seats in the arena as well, it's just a joy to see so many people show up, come, you know, talk and meet the rest of the community. But guys, we have some thoughts here, because I think Avdot has an interview lined up for you.
You're absolutely right. Thank you so much, guys. And, well, I'm here with Inso one more time. We've been doing this a lot, but yesterday we were doing this a lot after sweeps. This time, you guys got challenged by Tribe Gaming. What happened differently today?
I don't know, like today the matches are more important because there's mine on the line, and I don't know, it was really hard. They're a strong team to face, and they have good drafts, and we had to suffer to get the win.
So now you're guaranteed into the grand finals. You're one step closer to that first place. After a situation, after a set like this where you go up against Tribe and it's pretty tough, do you change anything in the back, or do you just stick to the game plan?
I mean, I think we try to stick to the game plan because it's like our strategy. We like to play what we're comfortable with and what we like, so we'll try and do that and have good drafts and have fun.
Well, I asked you this yesterday on Saturday as well, but now it's a whole different world on Sunday. SK Gaming versus Tribe. Who's going to win, and who do you want to win?
Maybe I want like Tribe to win, so we can play again and we can adapt to like what they did. But I think SK is going to win. I saw them looking good today.
All right, we love to hear it. SK Gaming, the prediction from Inso. My prediction, it's going to be a great time. Thanks a lot, man. Congratulations. We will see you in a minute.
Yeah, I'm definitely satisfied. We played well and hopefully we can continue doing good tomorrow. It's a bit hard because one of my players is sick, but we're playing good, so we're all happy. I'm happy with my team performance because even if one of my players is sick, we're playing good and we're winning, so let's go. Maybe the drafts sometimes are a bit hard to play, but I don't know. I think the players are comfortable on stage and I don't know. If we win, maybe everything is going well. Not really. Like, our tactics are just playing what we like, what we have fun with, and usually it works. But I don't know. There's not a lot of time to prepare for tomorrow. I don't know. Good luck. May the best team win, and hopefully it's gonna be us. Go Totem.
I can't imagine playing Brawl Stars with you because you never lose lane.
If you don't have a good environment to work with that,
No.
it's a bit tilting and you are not going to have a good mod to
Yeah,
work.
super important.
I was going to say because it makes it a lot of fun.
No, I can't play alone.
That's true.
3, 2, 1, hit it up.
Cite Tampo.
I think that the best player in the world is Cite Tampo.
He do insane last year.
Yeah.
They was the world champions, and this year is like close to the same. They won the MSI, one most important tournament right now, and he's playing a good level. He's still playing in the high level.
Cyclone.
Yeah, I think
I would say Cyclone.
Cyclone's a very good player.
Yeah.
He's not here, but he's very good.
He has such good mechanics, and for me, he's just the best player.
This season, Moyagoku is better mechanically and he has more game sense. What do you think?
I don't know, I still think Cite Tampo is better.
Okay.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, one in the books. We have one finalist, and that's Reply Totem. We've got to find out who they're playing up against next, and we've got two teams to do so. First up, they just played. Now they've got to do it again. Tribe Gaming. All right, Lanai, hello to the hometown heroes. Will they make it to the finals? That's what we find out now. Put your hands together. It's SK Gaming.
Got ourselves a crunch match. We saw these two teams yesterday face off as the last game of the day, and it was the closest game of the day, ending in that 3-2 scoreline. I, of course, Mark, joined again by Teddy, by Reddy, and this one is going to be yet another banger. Teddy, you know, for anyone that doesn't necessarily know these two teams, which surely they must by now, just tell us what makes them so great.
I mean, they're teams that have historically just been amongst the best in the region. Those players, even when they weren't playing for those teams, they were amongst the best of the region. So much history here. It's always so fun to watch an SK versus Tribe, one of those emblematic matches. And have it here, you know, in the lower bracket is both amazing and somewhat heartbreaking, because one of them, that's going to be their final match of this challenge season. And I'm so scared to find out which one it's going to be.
Yeah, this is going to be one of these two teams going home, Ready, Set. And, you know, we never like to wave goodbye, but we do need to find ourselves a winner here today. You know, coming into this one, we've seen back and forths all season long between these two teams in particular. It's always a joy to watch. Who do you think has got that edge to take it on the day?
This time I'm going to go with SK. Still a very, very small margin, but I do believe in SK to take this one back. Yesterday it got so close, and that energy has to have channeled overnight, and the amount of preparation that they have to have dumped into this match will, I think, be unparalleled.
Well, I want to hear what the players have to say about things. Let's head over to the main stage where FDOT is going to find out with an interview.
Thanks as always, boys. FDOT flanked here by Drage and Semantic, and we'll go right here to Semantic first and foremost. Much love to the crowd. You guys haven't played today. Coming off of a nice rest, relaxed. How are you feeling going into today's game?
Good, as you just said. They're probably tired from the last game, hopefully at least. We had a warm-up scrim ourselves, but there was some hours ago. And yeah, yesterday was warm-up. Today begins the real match.
Drage on the other side. As you heard Semantic say, you guys just came off of a loss. So y'all just played. How are you going to readjust to get this win and find yourself at the finals?
We had a 5-minute break. We just tried to reset our heads and we just think about the next match.
All right. Real quick question before you go. What's the secret to victory today?
Even more team communication.
And you?
Nail the draft, nail the team play, and just stay calm.
All right. I saw you get excited earlier, and I saw you get excited all the time. So I want to keep that excitement rolling, boys. Shake hands. Let's get ready to brawl, folks. Let's find a finalist.
Now the draft, get the job done, and more communication on the side of SK. I mean, that's just going to mean one thing, that Semantic is going to be louder than the crowd.
He loves to communicate.
Yeah.
That's for sure. We can all hear, you know, the strats, everything. Mostly just the hype, really, and the intimidation factor for the enemy team. But it's gone a long way. I've heard players sometimes after match be there like, I was scared. I was scared because he's just that loud.
Yeah, he's got an awful lot of energy, you could say. And speaking of which, got to give a huge thank you as well to Monster Energy for being one of our proud partners for the show. And it's great to be able to also just be able to drink it on the job, which you can't necessarily say for many other things. Yeah, get those green lights up on the stage. You love to see it.
And it's no secret, right? I pound a Monster before every single show just because, like, we got to have that hype. We got to have that kind of energy to bring it to the show because this is a fast-paced game, and you got to be able to jump from one thing to the next. And I'm sure the players are just about the same. Maybe, more emphasis on the focus and the mental and staying calm and making sure that they get a reset between every single game. And surely that is going to be paramount in this matchup because the nerves have got to be off the charts.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking to see those little tiny details that we all look for on the casting desk to see whether everyone is on point for sure. And let us know as well over on the Twitch chat, who is it that you are cheering for? Is it going to be Tribe Gaming EU or is it going to be SK Gaming? Let us know in that poll. I'm going to place the same question to you guys here as well. You know how it goes, Teddy.
I mean, yesterday I said it was closer than a 50-50.
True.
It almost turned up to be, really. It went to the final set. It was incredibly tight. I'm going to go SK this time around. I feel like, having a little bit more time to rest, reflect, and SK is also a team that after loss is able to really dissect what the problem is, analyze everything, and get back stronger the next day. So I'm going to go SK Gaming, but again, it's going to be like maybe a 55-45 at most. So still incredibly close matched teams.
I fully agree in the respect that, SK are a team that do like to go back to the drawing board. Again, you got like Coach Pedro in the background, got his always spreadsheets, got always data, ready, set, on the side of Tribe, they've also got great support. Who do you think is going to shine through on the day?
I think both teams will absolutely shine. That is without a doubt. We'll get to see the best out of both of these teams. The thing is that I still believe that SK can have this by a slight margin. You don't just go home from a very close loss versus Tribe yesterday and come back today with the same attitude that you entered the previous day with. The revenge is probably having their blood boiling. They got to get it right here and right now. It is a grudge match through and through.
Yeah, and a grudge match that goes back, to the dawn of time. This is always an enjoyable one. And like Dre says, the drafts have got to be on point. This is their do or die moment. So, there's no time for finger slip-ups, no time for a miscalculation, and you've got to preempt and predict your opposition and know them intimately as well, Teddy, in that same respect. Because, as we saw in some of the previous games with Reply Totem, you want to be able to get an early lock-in for a brawler, which is fantastic in the meta, but, you do by doing so, leave yourself wide open to a lot of counters if you're not strategic about how you go about that process.
Well, talking about the draft, I think it's just kicked in. Max first pick on the side of SK Gaming. Nothing completely unheard of, but it's an idea that I like quite a bit because, obviously Max disrupts the pace of the game quite drastically with that Max super speed. But, something like a Gene is always welcome to pair with it. Instead, it's going to be Tribe to go for that. The Lola as well in the mix. Always a good pair that we see very often at the moment. Bam on backward brawl is something we don't see quite as often at the moment. It has been very meta in the past, but I'm always happy to see some more from it. And with the longest range brawl map in the game, I mean, Bell is something that is very common to see.
And I'm also kind of looking at the Max here because that's going to provide a lot of mobility, which is just paramount on a map like this where mobility can be extremely restricted. You find yourself in these long-range scenarios where you're kept back pretty much the entire game. Here's the B as well, which can slow things down versus Mag. You can take note of the bans from SK as well. We've seen some of the same bans from them in the past too, but the Crow is probably just to enable the Max gameplay so they don't get slowed on a big push. And also we know that SK love to play Pam just period, and not getting anti-healed when you're playing a healing brother, yeah, that's pretty valuable.
Yeah, definitely so. It can help out quite a lot. I do like that Gene pick. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like it's been one of the most important brawlers across the weekend. One of those win factors as well at times if you can get it in your draft, because those pools are so important, especially when there's no wall breaks available. Getting a pool and opening up that wall in front of the goal can be what you need to find an opening. Right now, Semantic already very low HP. Yashi gets the follow-up and takes him down. 3 versus 2, but so far, They're not overcommitting just yet. A gene pool is available as well. Might want to use that to break open some walls and have an easier access to the goal. So far, Drage keeping it up. Not going to go for it just yet. And yeah, there's the walls taken out. But it should be a 1-for-1 trade. Semantic will stay alive with 1600 HP. No opportunity to score just yet, but a little bit of control gained from that encounter in favor of SK.
It's not often that you see such a heated 1v1 as that one between Semantic and Drage, but that's what it's all about. You got to be able to win those matchups, and with greater speed, it just seemed to be chalked for a Semantic, and some good dodges from the side of Drage too, simply weren't able to keep up with the pace. EAVGX also being sped up around the left side. He has that squeeze turret active as well. If anyone wants to get through that area, they're going to have to take some damage, not just from the turret, but from Guille and Semantic trying to lock these things down as well. Though, if Drage can get a pull, that would be immensely valuable. His teammates can also afford to take just a little bit of damage as he heals them up with magic puffs. Though Drage does get marked up with iChaos's mark. They try to make a push around the right side. Here's the slow and a kill on iChaos too. Drage will stay alive, but he's got to be careful about when and where he decides to use this pull.
Yeah, that healing station is also gonna block some of those rotations, at least make it a little bit more uneasy on the side of Tribe to navigate around. Eventually it is taken care of, and a Honey Molasses placed down instead by Yashi, making sure that everyone that gets close to that area of the map is gonna get slowed down, and there's no way to take it out of the equation just yet. Lenar is gonna stumble onto a nest egg, not ideal for him, very low HP. He's gonna super the ball away just for safe measure, buy some time. He knows as well that overtime is just on the horizon. 20 seconds left until all the walls and bushes are taken out of the equation.
And it's almost a difficult call to say who wins this in OT. Drage is going to lose a lot of the clout that he typically has with that pull, being able to break down walls. Same goes for Max, because she's going to have to work even harder for those supers and probably feed some damage to the enemy. But Yoshi can go on a rampage as well. So much room for his super to be used, but he might not even get it in time. Semantic is going to pop the super. Here's a big pull onto iChaos, and things can start moving over to the side of SK Gaming and a Tribe offense.
That's a big opening, but they're not quite able to follow up. They don't have a Max on their side, so they can't quite speed up the pace and get close to the goal. Drage is going to go for the shot, gets the follow-up pull as well, and the ball just goes straight through and deep into the net. That is going to be Tribe taking that first game. A very solid start on their end. And again, you know, we talked about the gene and how much of a win factor it can be in those sort of situations. It's so hard to defend, and SK were just not able to figure something out.
And I would go on to say Drage on the gene too, because he is so conservative about when he uses those pulls. Sometimes you see games where he just doesn't use a pull at all because he never really has an opening. And the pressure that you can establish simply by having that dash line circling your character is so much. You approach an enemy, they have to back right up if they're going to get diffed by the gene pull. This time, though, it is a much different approach from Tribe Gaming EU. They are going to be going extremely aggressive right off the bat, but this is SK Gaming's comfort zone. They love to play defensive, but they are on quite low health. Already, though, a kill by Semantic is going to open things on the left side. We might see iChaos protected. Yoshi is going to try and get some damage onto him, but he is going to be forced out from the pinch from Semantic as he flanks and tries to establish some room and some speed, too, with a super. Drage is going to get a pull and a kill, though. He stays alive, but not to those last few shots from Semantic. It is a 2v2.
Yashi has a charge shot, and that slow onto Semantic is going to be his demise. Semantic falls. Nice opening here for Tribe. And it's a very different dynamic to the previous game. We went from, you know, very much a stalemate around the mid and some mild aggression from SK to Tribe now really aggressing that top side of the map, getting closer and closer to that goal. A big pick up there from Yashi onto iChaos. Giga goes down as well. Semantic doesn't have the damage to close out that kill onto Yashi, and Tribe score. A minute left on the clock here for SK to turn things around.
Plenty of time for SK to turn around too, especially when they have Max on their side and they can push that back line forward very quickly. Problem is they could get pulled by Drage, they could get slowed by Yoshi, but they will win the lane versus Lena on the left side. Drage still has his super, but he won't win a matchup unless Yoshi has the charge speed. There it is, and the kill combo is there. Drage is going to get hit by the reflected shot from Bell off of Yoshi, and Yoshi is now going to try and win this long-range 1v1 versus iChaos. Lena also takes down the turret on the right side, and they're going to corner this ball, and that is such a strong defensive position that Tribe Gaming can operate from now, and SK Gaming need to get some value off of this last max super, because it's the last one they're going to have if they don't score now.
Yeah, 15 seconds left. Drage has a pull as well. Yashi can slow down the pace with a super of his own, and now as the ego plays down as well, this is a solid wall of defense here from Tribe Gaming. SK, they need a miracle, but it's not meant to be. They get taken down, taken out as Tribe Gaming secures the first set quite firmly so as well, honestly. I mean, you know, it did come down to overtime in the first game. Second game, almost so as well, or the timer rather securing that victory for Tribe with that earlier goal. But they look quite better here than SK Gaming, and they need to catch up early on. You don't want to give too much of a lead to your opposition.
A bit of a surprise for me, to be honest, because Brawl Ball is a fantastic game mode for SK because they're able to, more often than not, you know, get that lead, keep that ball in the corner, and just buy their time. We've seen this from Tribe a little bit over the course of the past few weeks and months. They've started to really learn a little bit more, actually, from playing SK so frequently as to how to play themselves against them. We saw it in Day 7, despite Tribe taking the loss. They started to really, you know, coming out on top on game modes where SK was strongest. We saw them win in Heist and now in Brawl Ball again. And, you know, after yesterday's performance for SK, again, not the results that they wanted. They've had that time to reset overnight, and this is the worst start for them possible. But now is the important time ready, because they have got to come back from this and just kind of remember that this is far from over. We've just started.
And I think we also saw SK playing outside of their comfort zone too. With the Max, this is not how they usually play. They love to play defensively, and we saw Tribe kind of beating them at their own game. When it came to defense, they had the B and they had the Gene active. Getting those pulls and having that sort of pressure that you can have from having a Gene pull at the ready is immense. And it just didn't seem like SK was comfortable with what they were playing. We can at least give them kudos for staying outside of their comfort zone as well, because that's what we saw from Tribe Gaming earlier, and it brought them to great success versus Totem, even though it wasn't a match victory overall. Problem is, though, that it didn't lead SK to victory this time. Will they return to their old strategy in the next sets, or will they continue to play outside of their comfort zone in an effort to surprise Tribe?
I mean, you gotta catch your opponents off guard. It's part of the game, and it's per level. You know, teams have coaches, but also analysts that are gonna, you know, analyze all the data that is available from scrims, tournaments. They have all those numbers of what is being played, where what works better, but you also gotta figure out how to apply it. So catching your opponents off guard can go a very, very long way in just disrupting some of those plans that they've planned out for months in those scrims.
And we just can't forget the fact that SK, you know, are the winners of last year, like in both the spring and the autumn seasons. So that additional pressure is definitely upon them at the moment. But the draft is flying in thick and fast for Safe Zone and Heist. It is Tribe going to be banning out to Colette, banning out the Brock and the Piper. On the side of SK, banning out the Colette, which I think as well a worthy idea and similar on both sides, Max and Carl. And it's a very open space map, so that's taken into consideration. Early draft in for Lola and Bell on the side of Tribe, and Bonnie for SK.
Yeah, that Colette, it's such a threat. I mean, initially, you know, it was mostly being paired with a Byron, and that was kind of the only way to bring it into the mix. Nowadays, it's just so good on its own. The Gotcha Gadget just keeps her up and going. Such an incredible duelist. I like what I'm seeing so far. I mean, you know, first of all, Bonnie is Bonnie. It's really, really strong, especially if you have some grass as well, where you can mitigate that slow movement speed with the speed gear. But also, the Lola and Bell is a combination we see so often, because they counter each other, so it's really nice to have it on your side, so you don't have, you know, that problem that you can run into.
Not only that, but we see the B pick coming in too, which is SK trying once again to play defensively and make sure that they don't run into any irritating tank action that can spice things up. Question is, will that even be a consideration? B also doesn't get spectacular damage when it comes to the safe, because she doesn't get that shot charged up simply from hitting the safe, but Penny will get good value, and there are plenty of places for her to put that turret down to get good control at mid, and that could be fantastic for also allowing B to line up her shots. You got to run away from where that mortar is going to rain down fire next to you, which means that really there's only one way that you can run to get away from it, which means it's so much easier to track your shots with B. But what could be the final pick from Tribe Gaming EU? It could be a tank, but it might be a little counterintuitive. Problem is that Daryl period would be a good pick on this map, but we are going to see something a little safer. It's going to be Colonel Ruffs, and he's going to be fantastic for breaking open some of the walls on Safe Zone to make this a more open map.
Yeah, the Ruffs into the Penny is a little bit scary. It does have a very good matchup against both Bonnie and the B. But yeah, that Penny is a brawler he's going to try to avoid at all costs, unless obviously he ends up not running the sandbags, which is an option as well. The small supply drops is something we see quite often picked up as well when you have something that just too drastically counters the supply drop. So yeah, it's something to keep into account as well. Let's see though, as we head on to this game. So far, it's going to be a bit of a 2v1 in the mid as Yoshi is trying to fight off that left side. Lena playing very defensively behind the water, making sure that Ikeos doesn't get in an aggressive position. And every time, if you're playing against a Penny, one of your main objectives is going to be not feeding that turret, because it's so strong, adding so much DPS to either the save or anyone else, and just mess with their movement pattern as well, because it's hard to dodge both a mortar and a player at the same time.
And it's almost impossible to, and it doesn't even look like Tribe Gaming EU are necessarily prepared to deal with that unless they get some wall break, and that could be exactly what the Colonel Ruffs is here for. Problem is that so far he hasn't really been able to hit any significant shots, but Lena might try a different angle to try and trip up iChaos. So far though, not too much damage being traded. Drake is going to push up pretty aggressively at mid, trying to get some shots onto Gia. He will get one or two here and there. On the left side though, Yoshi and Semantic actually share the exact same range on these two brawlers, so if anyone is winning this matchup, it could come down to speed gear, but we don't see Yoshi running that either. He's going to have to trade in and out of this position, of this range where he can hit Semantic, because his shot is faster and his movement speed is faster too. So far, not a whole lot of action on either safe, but with a minute left on the clock, someone's going to have to make a move, and for the time being with the lane switch, it's going to be Semantic.
Yeah, I think so far Safe Zone has been disguising, or rather Backyard Bowl has been disguising as Safe Zone, because very similar vibes. Semantic popping a gadget, trying to maybe get a little bit more speed and reload speed as well. 50 seconds left, and really not much has happened so far. Not really any kills or positioning gained by either side. Eventually, if the timer gets very close to zero, surely one team is going to try to make something happen and get at least 1%, because at this point that could be enough to grant the win.
Well, the question of the day is who is going to get the first push in, because the first push in is going to be the last push in. There's simply not enough time for retaliation or defense. iChaos is going to try and make something happen. Here comes the first super from Semantic, a takedown onto Yoshi, but he has to play quite defensively because he is on low health and does not have that much range. We could see that first bit of damage trickle in. There's going to be the shot onto Drage, and there might not be enough time for Colonel Ruffs to make it to the enemy side. Here comes the damage, though. Supply drop might come down, and some shots make their way onto the safe. 90%. It's a tie and heist.
No way! I mean, for a second I thought we might just tie at 100%. Both teams just not willing to really commit to any fights. But Lena coming in with that supply drop and an extra shot or two is able to tie things up with one of the few draws that we've had. I think we had one yesterday. A draw in heist is going to be much rarer though than a draw in Brawl Ball. But back to the stalemate, perhaps a bit more energy this time around, as Semantic is going to be shifting over to the right-hand side. Good gadget from the Nun to force that relocation, but again, no big openings just yet, and that's going to be happening if you don't really have a brawler that can really, you know, make something happen. Bonnie could be the initiator, but you need your super to do so, and so far, Semantic hasn't had the chance to hit too many shots just yet.
Not only that, but it just seems here that impatience is going to be the enemy of success, because for both teams playing the way they did, well, it didn't result in a loss. It was a very, very close game, in fact, resulting in a tie. But we might see SK Gaming play a little more aggressively this time, as we saw them play in Brawl Ball. It didn't bring them to success at that time, and Tribe Gaming EU do have some serious defensive capabilities. SK Gaming, though, if they do get that first super with Bonnie, they can get practically some free kills on the enemy. Yoshi might be the one that they end up going for too, but Drage can also get diffed on this matchup if possible. Yoshi is going to get pinched a little around the left side too. Semantic is all marked up, and that is terrible because Bonnie relies so much on the fact that she has a lot of health, considering that she's slow and she doesn't have that much range, especially compared to Drage. iChaos on the right side, though, still trying to get some damage versus Lena and not finding much success either. Lena will get one tap here or there, but we're below the 1 minute mark, and still neither safe has been touched.
Yeah, very similar story to game one in Heist. You have a super on gear to try to dissuade even more anyone from pushing, really. That mark I doubt Range is gonna use that super. I think he really just wants to keep it on the Bonnie. It has so much HP, and you know, adding extra 30% you know, damage is always gonna be very valuable on the high HP target. 25 seconds left in this one. That's around the time where things started to move forwards in the previous game, but it's still not quite activated just yet. Semantic does have a super that could go a long way. Final supply drops coming through from Luna has yet to get a super as well to open up the map, and they showed any buffs to jump in from Semantic. That could just be what they need to take this one. Chaos is not going down. Luna again trying to clutch things up. Only 3% in it, but ready. I've never seen such a passive set of Safe Zone before.
Safe Zone, I like to describe as a bounty, but there's also a safe, right? You get a kill, and then you can start to work on the safe from there and actually play the objective. But this time, it was bounty with only one brawler getting killed the entire time. A big difference between this last game and the first game that resulted in a draw is that Lana didn't get that power up on the right side to start breaking things open, and he got a follow-up super in that first game too. And I think iChaos is doing a really great job of also blocking off this right side. Question of the day is, will Semantic get that super as fast as he did before? If he can get outranged and diffed on this lane, that will provide a venue for Tribe Gaming EU to push in, but I love the way that SK has rotated too. They're putting B on the left side to outrange Yoshi. They're looking for winnable matchups, and Lana's doing a great job on the right side too. He's got to be close to that first super.
Yeah, better start from him. Semantic goes down. That's the fastest we've had a kill so far in this set, but still not exactly fast just yet. Barrel plays down for safe measure, but it's just going to enable Range to get a nice cheeky little bell shot bounce onto iChaos. Semantic has super. Could try to open things up, but probably wants to be full HP to do so. I think this is the problem as well, right? And why this has been so still so far. There's no real initiators on either side. Nothing that can really open things up. Sure, you'd think a Bonnie jumping in can really open up the situation, but if you jump in as a Bonnie on Safe Zone, it's either on the safe or on the player. You can't really do both because you don't have the range or the ammo to do so. So it's a bit of a risk, and Semantic is getting in a position where he's somewhat close to it, but with still 0 damage on safe. I mean, we're heading in the final minute here of this game, and potentially this set. If SK are able to take it, Tribe will try their best to contest it.
Well, only as a result of the range that Tribe Gaming EU is operating at have we not seen really the mortar make anything happen here. Semantic is going to get some decent damage onto Drage, but not a takedown, and he gets taken down himself. Is this going to be a vector for Tribe Gaming EU to push in? We also see the supply drop breaking open the box on the right side, which means that iChaos is going to be that much more vulnerable. He could get pinched simply at long range by being outranged, and Semantic also is going to keep on trying to control at mid, but they have to push in. Only 20 seconds remain, and this has worked for them before, but you can't win by 3% now just by bringing the enemy safe to 97. You still have 8% on your own safe, and Semantic won't be finding any value so far. No super for him, and there's the final bit of damage too. The defense is there, and there are a couple kills in a row. Tribe Gaming EU just had to hold the back line, and it looks like this one is going to be a win for Tribe, bringing us to a tie.
Wow. Ever so barely. They'll take this one and even things out. It's been very slow-paced, but I mean, with so much on the line, and you know, those matchups as well with a lot of range, you can't fully commit. You're out in the open if you take some risks, and you can't afford to do it at this level of play. You will get punished for it, and with no initiators, it is really hard to find those openings. Every single play just going for so much, and neither team is willing to give anything away.
And another thing to observe is that SK Gaming is playing very, very defensively. The only brawler that they're playing relatively offensively with is Penny on the right lane, and that's simply how iChaos likes to pop off, but so far it's not really doing too much for them as Lina is staying very, very carefully out of range. With this nest egg down too, it's going to prevent pushing in too far, but I don't think that's the intention of SK Gaming. They're trying to hold mid, and they've already got some decent damage on the safe too, 8%. It's like we're watching a totally different game now. Also, Guille diffing the left lane and being able to push up. The back line has been pushed back to the safe, and SK can start to work on this safe if they so wish, but it looks like it's going to be more important to get takedowns here. Semantic with a jump in and some good damage. Only 74% remaining on Tribe safe, now dropping to 72, but with some brawlers being taken down on offense, SK Gaming is going to have to flex it backwards in a significant way, and Tribe Gaming EU can begin to accumulate some territory at mid.
I love this change of pace from SK Gaming. I mean, so far, 28% lead, it's definitely been paying off. But, you know, after 3 games that were very, very slow paced, they decided to just, you know, turn up the pace a little bit, make sure that they catch their opponents off guard by doing so, changing the rhythm, and that can go such a long way. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead and retake that mid. As so far, Tribe Gaming, they're trying to take back the position, but not so successful just yet. Rage is very low HP, and Mortar is placed down as well, and no one can really take care of it just yet, so it's really going to be harassing Tribe Gaming for now. Connection onto the safe as well, extending that lead furthermore. Tribe able to get a couple tags from Yashi onto the safe, but it's only 7% really. They're still quite a bit behind.
But relative to those previous games, there's a ton of time on the clock for Tribe to make something happen, especially with things broken open. Now that these obstacles are broken open at mid too, Drage can get a power-up and he can help pinch Penny on the right lane. And IKS is already feeling the heat, but Drage is on super low health and he can't play too risky, especially when Semantic has a super. And there's not necessarily adequate firepower to defend him if he so decides to jump in. Here it comes, but he is going to be focused down immediately. Len9 needs to focus some damage on the safe. It's not too much more that they need. Here comes the fire, just a bit of percentage left, but the defense is there, a 5% differential, and it is going to be SK taking this one.
Wow, that was so close, but SK take the set in the end, and they tie things up 1-1. And so far, I mean, it's a similar story to yesterday, where we went to double match point, the final game of the final set. Right now, we're all even once again, 1-1 here in this match. And yeah, that was quite an interesting set. What were your thoughts on this one?
Dude, when I'm watching games like that, I get so nervous. Like, I mean, so I can't imagine what it is like for the players to have to hold their own, because the comps were designed that way. You have to be passive. You can't not. The second that you give an inch, your opposition is going to take a mile. And, you know, SK are a team that, above all in this region, like to play the slow game. And Tribe realize that. They've been sort of adapting towards that. And I think that's the right way to go about it. Because sometimes, you know, if you're making those sort of mistakes, SK are a team that absolutely will capitalize on it. So, you know, do you see how close it was to, like, you know, IKS getting a turret at any moment in time? Because Tribe knew that if they did that, then it was just going to come down and cause them a world of hurt. And there was so little in it. I thought it was so ironic as well, Teddy, that you were saying it could be a draw, and we were expecting a 100% draw, and it ended up being a 90% draw. I mean, that is really quite unheard of. But, I mean, you know, looking at how the teams are faring so far, Reddy, I mean, Tribe are obviously adapting well to SK. I think that was a very important set for SK to be able to bring back. But now that we've gone through this back and forth motion, who do you think is taking the next one?
I think that this probably will be Tribe to take the next one, and that's still, everything is going to be by a slim margin, but we saw SK kind of return to their usual ways, their comfort zone. They play defensively, and they do it very, very well. You heard Semantic on stage yesterday. What is your strategy? We play defensively, like we always do, and they played offensively like they never do in set number 1, and that didn't work out so well, but they played it in safe zone, and it worked super, super well. Yes, we did go to the very end, but it worked out in the end. The question is, though, will it be able to happen on Deep Diner? Yes, still a much more control-based mode of gem grab, but the range isn't there to slow things down.
Yeah, it's a very different perspective on Deep Diner, right? Because you have a lot more walls, which means a lot more cover to work around with and close the gap. Whereas in Safe Zone, you play from very much afar. You can't really give too much away. Here you can afford to take more risks. However, you always have to be very careful with your gem carry and gem grab.
The draft coming in. Janet early lock-in from Tribe with the bans there being Gales, Sprout, and Barley. Wanting to get the throwers eradicated here. The Gale bans a bit suspicious for me. Kind of think I have a few ideas as to what might lead on from their remaining 2 selections. Stu banned, Carl banned, and Penny banned by SK, and locking in Gene and Ruffs, which I think is wise because obviously they are, you know, counters to each other.
This is a fantastic duo. I mean, Gene is going to do work at mid because there's not really that much area that your enemy can venture around inside of those bushes, and Gene can go for a blind pull and hit it not super reliably, but way more reliably than a blind pull on any other map. Also, Colonel Refs is great for getting ricochets and playing around the right side of this map, and he can also get some wall breaks too, which can make it that much more valuable and kind of reduce the lanes on this map from 4. Consider you only have 3 brawlers to play 4 lanes, and reduce that down to 3 lanes total. But we will see a different approach from Tribe Gaming still. Here comes the Max, and Max could be a great asset for the opponent of SK Gaming to add to their roster. We'll also see some wall break of their own. They got to make sure that they don't hand the enemy any opportunity to play throws here, because if you execute on it properly, it can be an extremely powerful counter pick.
I love how much Griff we've been seeing over the weekend as well. It's a brawler that, you know, it's definitely not a meta brawler because it's really not up there, but in the right circumstances, it offers you free wall breaks with the piggy bank gadget, as well as quite a lot of damage, and AoE damage with that super as well, covers a lot of ground, and that can definitely go a long way. Bonnie is an interesting one to go. Usually play more as a mid when it comes to gem grab. This time around, surely it will be played out on lane, as Jean is going to be the main priority to play in that mid area. So I'm curious to see how that works out. I'm always scared in gem grab when I see Jean, because I feel like it's a brawler that can absolutely turn things around. But there is that mobility factor on the side of Tribe as well that can try to work around that, escape those pulls, and even bait them out at times.
Exactly, escape the pulls, and I think Janet is going to be a decent asset for that too, because she can throw down a totem that can block things out. She has a super that she can use as well, but you don't have to have that on lock at all times thanks to the gadget, which you simply get for free. The only one without any escape mechanism is going to be Lena, so he's going to have to get some good value with his super to block out the mid area. Otherwise, he can still get jumped on by GAVGX, which would not be a good situation, and he's already going to get taken down by iChaos on the left side. Here's the first power-up coming down too, and eliminating a wall that would be problematic for Semantic too. And Semantic doesn't even have a pull yet, and still he is exercising so much pressure on the enemy. But once that pull comes through, once it's charged up, Tribe Gaming EU are going to have to be extremely cautious about where they step.
All right, a couple gems on each side. SK was a small lead. Rage takes a risk, and that is going to be a phase shifter gadget gone. They managed to deal with Yashi that creeped up in the back line, using that super to fly around them. Now that kill gives them enough of an advantage to build up a little bit more control. A very narrow gem lead as well, but enough that Tribe needs to be a little careful, because a couple more gems and SK, they will be at that countdown.
And Lena has to be careful on the right side too versus GAVGX, because he does have that jump in, and Lena will be healing up to full health, and he also has to turn his attention to the left side too. Yoshi gonna go fully behind, try and get some damage. There's one kill and a lot of pressure exercised onto Semantic as well. GAVGX deeply in the back line. Some damage versus Lena is possible. Great super there too. There's a kill, and Semantic will be picking up all the gems dropped by Drage as well. And SK Gaming will run it back to the back lines, but it's not over just yet. If Yoshi can get the right position, he could fly away with all these gems, but he's going to use it offensively. We got to see a super from Lena to get any kind of kills. Will there be enough damage? There's the takedown, but a preemptive super from Yoshi. He did pick up the gems in time, but he had to. He would have gone down. 48 health is just not enough to survive with, and SK Gaming have 10 seconds left to hang on to these gems.
I don't know how he got that kill, how he interrupted that countdown, but they do have to do it all over again, and the HP pool on that Bonnie is just way too high. That's going to be a game here for SK Gaming. Tribe need to be careful here. SK taking back the advantage.
A very clutch kill there on the back lines too by Janet. There simply was not enough health pool to pick up some gems and escape with them too. You saw she was flying up in the sky with 0 gems, but also 48 health to her name, which is just not enough to make it work, but it came so close. And SK Gaming better keep their guard up lest they want to let that happen again. And the same goes for Tribe Gaming EU. It doesn't even matter if they pick up all 8 of the first few gems, because if they get inside of Semantic's range, then they will get pulled, and all those gems topple to the ground like we saw just before. Though this time, iChaos is going to be pushing up very aggressively on the left side with those asteroids coming down. Oh no! Drage walks right into the bull. He will be able to dash out. There's the speed, and he and Lena escape.
Wow! How is that even possible? Drage somehow is able to survive that gene pull, and he didn't phase shift out of it either. He just managed to run away, phase shift very late, and with very little HP in it, able to bring back those gems to his side of the map safely. That is so important here for Tribe. They need this as well. A big pickup there from Yashi, but traded out by Lena. Yashi with a follow-up again, and the countdown starts now with 10 gem. Spawns onto Drage as well, so Yoshi can be sacrificed to jump in from Gear. VGX is not quite able to commit to get that kill. Drage should have more than about enough space here to get out of that situation. That is going to be Tribe evening things out once again. And now that next game is going to decide who takes over the lead in sets.
Beautifully played here by Tribe, too. We saw how they rotated and how they body blocked from Bonnie, which is usually not very reliable and sometimes just an impossibility. That jump in can be a win condition. And as much as GA VGX waits for the perfect opportunity, Tribe Gaming EU are somehow able to reel it back and pump out the defense. This time, though, a bit of a lane switch up, too. Yoshi's going to be playing the left side. Early takedown onto Drage at mid. GA gets to pick up these gems, which could be a risk, actually, because it will mean that he has to play a little more defensively and can't use that super to its full potential, though it still does have a good escape mechanism in it as well. And Drage also going to be pushing up to mid, trying to get some speed, trying to push everyone back. Big value for Lina, but Ikeos is able to flex back. Quick kill from Yoshi, but not enough time to pick up those gems. He's going to have to retreat, but they do have control of mid.
Yeah, it's still going to be a bit of a distraction. At least this time around, Gear can play it a bit more aggressive. Tribe with a single gem advantage for the time being. A couple more spawning down in the mid, and they'll be doubling down on that lead. 3 gems now over SK. So jump in from Gear. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Things slow down for a second after that, as Yoshi does have his super, a low HP Gene, and he's gonna go down. Drage pops max speed, 2 gems on the ground. That's 1 away now from a countdown. Gear jumps in again, but a little too far away from his target, and that is a lot of utility gone now. And Drage and Lina, they both need to stay up, as Drage only has 9 gems to his name. Can they find a kill?
And they will have to. There's no other option. With the speed active, it's going to be hard to hit them, and with not much health pool on the side of SK Gaming, it's looking like an impossibility. We talked about it. When is the pressure going to ramp up? When are the mistakes going to begin to emerge? We saw a pretty desperate jump in there from Guille, and it simply didn't pay off. You can see in the gameplay just how much pressure there is.
Communication is what Semantic said was key here for their success, and it seems like there may have been some miscommunication in this one. Yeah, players maybe going a little bit too much on their own, taking some risks instead of playing together as a team. I feel like, you know, with a Bonnie super, you have a lot of utility to try to interrupt that countdown. It was used by Guy on his own, and that may have been why they ended up dropping this set.
And I also feel like the awareness of Tribe to the fact that Guille was trying to do it. You saw that moment in that final countdown when, you know, Drage was low, but he knew that he had to go far right. You know, Lina was with him and they could get that takedown together, but just it seemed like, you know, everything that SK had in their arsenal to throw at them and everything that was in their minds to be able to, you know, get those resets in play, Tribe just kind of fended off and saw coming. And I think that going into our next sets is something that SK have got to consider, especially now that they are behind. Yes, and again, I'll say it because I always do, they are a team that perform arguably better when they are behind. But nonetheless, these are things that I think sometimes could be a slight sign already of underestimating your position.
Not only that, but I think also a consistent theme that we've seen throughout this match has been one of the best ways not to lose is simply not to play the game. Stay out of range. Don't let them ever get any value on some of these brawlers. And SK are going to have to think on the fly about some of the brawlers that they've been hardwalled on. Bonnie did get some value at points, but this time it just didn't pull through. I don't think they're ready to retire it, but still, banning it out might be quite valuable in the coming sets.
Definitely. So it's a brawler that has always been a threat. And man, that Gene, it is banned out this time around, so I'm very happy to see it out of the equation, because it's been problematic for everyone, honestly. Every time I see a Gene, I feel like it's just winning. The win rate must have increased drastically for him over the weekend. A first pick Lola, which I do quite like. The Bell ban is going to enable that. Does leave things open for maybe a Penny to try to counter it, but the range is not quite adequate out in the open, as you guys might guess is out in the open. So it's quite an open map.
Yeah, I feel here like SK don't want to lock in Penny. I'm actually surprised that Penny isn't banned in this situation, to be honest, because it is one that they like to pick in many of the maps, and out in the open absolutely is one that really caters towards that kind of brawler. I mean, this is one of those maps that I feel does have a possibility of an Eve. I just don't see any of these two teams playing it. She's dropped off hugely, but this is one of 2 maps where I think she is potentially viable. Squeak coming in for SK. I've got to feel like the next one is going to be a Penny, but Bo here, we haven't seen much of Bo today, which I think could also be a fantastic choice, but also, you know, I think the bans are smart from SK, banning out Gene, banning out Max, all brawlers that have got so much push potential.
Bo is such a good brawler, and I think also this is a big consideration when you consider what is the Carl meta, because a lot of times we see him banned because players don't want to play the Carl meta, but since he's unbanned, he's absolutely a consideration. When we talk about Bo, he just doesn't have anything to offer in close range, but who knows, maybe a risk will be taken, and some other kind of counter will be played. There's always the possibility of the final pick from SK Gaming, but also what will Tribe have to offer with their next couple of picks. It's entirely counterable, whatever they might play, but that can just be a risk that they are willing to take and decide, yeah, we're willing to play into the soft counter. It's not that much of a big deal. Here's the Carl, and I think that maybe Bo could be a good accessory to this too, because Bo gets countered, but there is going to be the Brock, in fact, which provides some good wall break on your side and on the enemy side, but historically, we have not seen it work too well.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that wall break is something that's very intuitive in a map like Out in the Open, because having access to that mid can be very, very valuable, getting some better, earlier positions than your opponents. But yeah, Brock is not exactly in the greatest place. It's definitely not bad, but at a pro level, it can be a bit easier to dodge those shots, especially if you manage to creep up and get closer to your opposition. Colette as a final pick is an interesting approach here from SK Gaming, and nothing bad about the brawler on its own. I just feel like, yeah, maybe something that could open things up a little bit more could have been welcomed as well. But I have to say, the bans cover a lot of the brawl pool, especially some of those brawlers that can really disrupt the pace of the game. The Max, obviously, the Jean, the Bonnie, those brawlers that can jump in and really open things up. They took them out, and I mean, we know they like to play the slow game, and it seems like this draft is somewhat leaning into that direction as well. But let's see how it works out. Drake opens up the left-hand side, and that's just a lane that can't be accessed as easily by SK Gaming, as Lena then has an aggressive position on the right-hand side against Semantic, but is going to respect the range of the Colette and play it safe for now.
And look how Guille just pushes in, dodging out every single shot from Drake, and that's just how Brock is. His shots are kind of slow now, but he will still get that wall break. It was not probably optimal for him to break open the middle wall, but he had no choice. Once Guille was set up inside of the bush along with IKaos, they have so much speed, and the unknown is terrifying. If you don't know your enemy's position, it can be very, very challenging to play against. But IKaos gets caught on the aggressive. That freeze frame with Yoshi had some of the most value that we have seen thus far, and Drage on the left side now gets the push forward. Semantic could get pinched if he's not careful. Actually gets upset mid-dash too. You don't usually see Colette playing this well into a Carl, but leave it to Tribe to make that happen. A great pinch for the final bit of this round, but SK can still bring it back. Challenge is that Tribe Gaming EU are firmly set up. They do have the flying hook in on Lena, and he has his super active. Yoshi also can throw down that ego whenever he so pleases. Drage still not finding amazing value on the left side, but will be keeping Guille at bay. Guille is not going to be playing as aggressive as he did in that first round.
All right, that ego is gonna go down here on the side of Yoshi. Tribe Gaming a round away from a match point. Now Lena low HP, trying to get out of that sticky situation. Yoshi actually gets in a sticky situation. He ends up going down a 2 versus 3 now. And this is gonna be challenging for Tribe. They do have Carl Super to work with. It's gonna be put to use as well, but not very effectively so as well. Shut down. That's some utility that would have been very much welcome coming into that third and final round. Fortunately for him, he won't have that opportunity here as Drake runs into the gas, doesn't want to give any more supercharge to his opponents.
Almost lucky that the gas appeared exactly when it did, because he denied a whole lot of supercharge to the enemy as well. It looks like Lena is also going to try and take the lane versus Colette, which is very, very challenging when you're playing as a brawler like Carl, who gets countered so hard. Wow, great kill on the right side by Drage too. 3 versus 2 now, and while there are counters on the side of SK Gaming, they're simply outnumbered, and they're getting pushed back very, very effectively. If Lena gets a super, IKaos is done, and Tribe Gaming EU just need to focus down Semantic to enable it.
They don't want to give away that match point. Semantic, that's a huge opening there onto Lena. SK now, they turned that 3 versus 2 into a 2-on-2, and that really opened things up for a clutch. They still got to close this one out, as Yoshi does have a super of his own that can be a big problem to deal with. IKaos is low HP, but Semantic again strikes and takes down Yoshi. Now it's a 2-on-1 in favor of SK.
Drage might not have the DPS to make this happen either. He's going to be hiding in the corner, trying to make something happen, trying to avoid out the damage, but there's going to be the pushing super as well. And this is going to be a game for SK Gaming. They prevent themselves from going to the match point so soon. They're going the distance, and they're doing such a great job. You saw Semantic just locking it down with Colette. Didn't matter who he was laned against. The man was just a menace, and he's planning to do it again.
Some overconfidence on the side of Tribe. They could feel that that match point was just right on the horizon, took some risks, and got punished for it. Semantic making sure that, yeah, respect my name. Let's see if they can keep it up like that, and if SK can push things all the way to a 5th set again. They did so yesterday as well. It was Tribe to run away with the win, but it did take 5 sets. Yashi tagged up a little bit. Similar situation for Drage on the left-hand side, and it seems like so far, SK, they have all the control in the world.
It looks like so, especially with this bush at their disposal. They can hide behind the obstacles, they get speed gear, and they can get good dodges as a result. Here comes the super, but it's not going to get any value for iChaos. We see the push in by Lana as well, and the assistance from Semantic is going to be enough to take it down. Yoshi's on very, very low health. He is going to get tagged up too. There's the kill. Drage once again runs into the gas. Cannot allow the enemy to get any supercharge, but no matter. Still 2 supers on the enemy side, and this is looking dominating for SK so far. If Drage can get some value off of this super, maybe he'll be able to make a difference as well. He has to make sure that he stays at long range. And as a whole, Tribe Gaming EU cannot let SK push in as close as they did previously.
Nice shot there from Drage, an important one as well. They don't want to see that 5th set. They want to make sure things are closed out right here, right now, and they definitely have the opportunity to do so. Nearly took that previous game, but overconfidence that was punished. That is going to be hard to recover from. Let's see if they can take this right here. Nice shot again from Drake. Struggled so far in this set on the Brock, but he's really shining now after that double kill.
And Yoshi just has to make sure that things are pushed into Drake so that he can get that super, so they get the trifecta. 3 supers on the side of Tribe Gaming EU would be the ideal setup, but not even necessarily required, as Brock still will be able to lock things down at long range, unless Guille has some crazy dodges to offer like he did in the first round of the first game of this set. So far, though, Yoshi will deploy that ego, and there's a freeze frame too, and it's just known you don't really shoot at that thing. It is just a fruitless effort, but Semantic can take it down quite effectively if he decides to push in, but Lana, he is magnetized to this high health brawler. He knows that he has the stun to get Lana out of his super, and Lana's just trying to play this at long range, but it might not even get there. 574 health left after a great gadget, or after a great super there from iChaos, and Drage might get pinched on the right side unless someone comes to the rescue.
Yeah, no one is there to help him out. He goes down, Lana with a super, finds one, gets traded out of 1 versus 2. Yashi really wants this one. A 5th set on the line here for SK Gaming. If they can make it work, he is very low HP, does have a super, and he is gonna land the shot as well. SK Gaming take it all the way to the 5th set once more.
Did we expect anything less between these 2 teams? Set number 5 was guaranteed from the moment these guys found each other in the same match. They're simply so well matched. The metal is there, the competitive spirit is there, and they are popping off. But it seems to be alternating too, as we are in a set number 5, and it's gonna be hot zone as well.
I mean, we ended yesterday in the 5th and final set. We started today in the 5th and final set. Now, we're going there again. I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. And I think these are 2 teams deserving of that platform to be in this position, because it comes down to 1 game mode, 1 set, and all the way forwards, back and forth, back and forth. I mean, the start of Knockout, there was some beautiful plays from Tribe. I did feel like it was looking quite convincing, but that's the resourcefulness, the relentlessness of SK Gaming. I mean, they just tend to be able to stay so calm and collected, and I don't know how they do it, to be completely honest. It's really something to marvel at. Teams like Tribe have been learning, I think, a lot from them, and it has been helping them along the way. But I mean, it's not an easy thing to do. It really isn't. I mean, these are the best teams in this region, Teddy.
But this is exactly what we know SK for, right? You saw Tribe getting a little bit overconfident. It's a 2 versus 3 situation that most of the time you should be able to clear out quite nicely, especially if you have some supers and a lot of utility to work with, but they got a bit overconfident, overpeaked, and then Semantic, I mean, he didn't have any of that. He wanted to take all of them out, managed to get a triple kill, very, very important one. And just from there on, they started getting more and more confident on the side of SK, and Tribe were there like, yeah, we really should have had this one. And that's the kind of mental games that SK Gaming really, really excel at. And now we're going into the 5th set with a bit more momentum on the side of SK that kind of stole this set away, not completely either. They had some really convincing rounds as well, but that shift of momentum getting into the final set is something we've seen can devastate so many teams.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that specifically always tends to go to this stage, and sometimes it's SK, sometimes it's Tribe. I mean, I just bring back things before the draft to the last draft for a moment, because I was a little bit unsure of the Brock pick myself. I mean, I think it worked, to be honest, but we have this tendency to see Brock being played out in knockout, and like you said, going in, Reddy, it doesn't tend to always have the best results. I mean, why do you think that is, and did it work in that draft for you despite the loss on that side?
And I think it really did, actually, because we saw the taps at long range from Brock. With Brock, you have to be extremely careful to keep your enemy at an exact range, because that's where your shots can become basically unavoidable because of the AoE of the explosion at the end of your rocket. The only problem with Brock is that he's bad at literally every single other range. At short range, he's just going to go down so fast because he can't fire off those rockets fast enough. At mid-range, his shots are so slow that anyone can dodge them. You don't even have to have crazy jukes to make that happen. And I think that it was a risk that absolutely paid off in some certain scenarios, and just the rest of the way SK played was a bit contrary to how they usually would. They play aggressive at first, and then they play defense for the rest of the game. Play a little bit outside of their comfort zone for the beginning, and then go back to comfort and play out the rest of the game there. And so far, it's worked, but if Tribe have wisened up, things could change.
Draft coming in now, slowly picked by Tribe. Banned out is Crow, Penny, Lou. Interesting ban with that Lou pick, by the way. Ring of Fire, of course, Hot Zone is the final game and set of the day for this series. Bell, Bonnie, and Carl banned out by SK, and going with the Squeak yet again. It's a very early draft of Squeak, actually.
It really is, but to be honest, very often, especially in one-zone, hot zone maps, it is just banned. It's just straight out banned. Very rarely do we end up seeing that Squeak in play because it is so ridiculously good, because his shots are so large into that zone, covers so much ground, and it's so hard to just have any chance for your position to capture in the zone. But I agree, the Luban is an interesting one. What I think is very interesting about this one as well is that this is a map where Tribe had struggled so much in the past. Hot Zone also a mode, especially the one-zone maps, where they got absolutely destroyed time and time again. But recently, they've really turned things around, and they're starting to look really solid on it.
Well, they can't just play that single hot zone because they got to play the bushes around the zone as well, and that's where players can seriously get tripped up too. And we saw it happen with open zone as well. They were able to use the bushes to great success, sometimes actually just eliminating them outright. But this time you can't get rid of all of those bushes on Ring of Fire. And so far it looks like SK is cooking something up because they're playing mid brawlers, pure mid control brawlers, and they have that counter pick as well. So they can cause some disruption on the enemy side that can't possibly be responded to by Tribe. And already we see a sort of tank counter reaction from Tribe, and here's the Max as well. And well, you can't hit what you can't, or well, you can't damage what you can't hit, right? And that is the reality of Max. So that also does kind of eliminate any more control options for SK. Max can just dip in and out of that zone and avoid a lot of your shots. Problem is that she is facing versus some brawlers that have wide shots, so it's going to have to be pixel perfect.
Yeah, definitely. So I like that approach a lot. It's something we've been seeing more and more on those one-zone hot zone maps, where you see either Max or Stu being utilized to just play around the edge of the zone and really play that speed and make sure that, sure, you don't quite have the range to take down your opponents, but you can juke most of their shots and just get some free capture time. Janet as the final pick on the other side. It's a threatening brawler in any situation. Is very, very good. I think in hot zone you have to be quite careful about how you play around it, because since most of the fights are going to be regrouped around the mid, if you end up going for that super, it almost feels at times like there's just one less brawler on the enemy side because he's in the air. And sure, you can't hit him and take him down, but he doesn't deal the most damage in that situation either. And that's something that they need to be very careful about. The timing at which you use that Janet super is going to be key.
100% agree as well, but it's going to be great for dropping into the enemy backlines. Problem is that Yoshi, this duelist on the right side, can get the 1-2 combo with Colette. That's one shot, another shot, and then the super that kills any brawler in the game. And playing close range versus Colette can be a huge, huge risk. But Yoshi doesn't seem to be bothered at all. He's going to be pushing right in on the right side. Still, though, SK Gaming is leading in terms of the percentage. It just doesn't seem like Drage can effectively push in. He cannot heal if he's staying inside that damaging turret, but Yoshi's going to get so much value as well. Once upon a time, Colette was played as a turret to counter, and here she is going to do exactly that. SK Gaming, they got to be cautious about where they place those turrets down, because otherwise Yoshi can get that tremendous value once again.
Gia is going to land as well, gets a clean kill, but will be traded out. It does create a little bit of space for SK to keep roaming around that mid, doubling down on that lead, and no, as a matter of fact, have over double the amount of percentages that Tribe has managed to get for themselves. Drage back in the zone, trying to contest and make sure that Semantic has stayed away, and that's the difference as well in the matchup, is Drage is going to be focusing on that damage, Semantic on that survivability with that pan pick, and so far it's working wonders for SK Gaming. Tribe, they are showing that, you know, they can fight this one up, but they need to gain some more control, because right now SK is almost past the 70% threshold.
And Kie is going to win that left lane interaction too. Drage is trying to operate against him at range, but the piercing shots from Jana are still going to allow some damage to trickle onto Drage. Here comes the speed from Lena, though. It's do or die, and there goes down Semantic. But this is nearing the point of no return. 84% for SK so far, but it's not unheard of. It is going to be so difficult, especially as Lena, despite the space shifter, is going to get slowed down by the super from iKaos. Drage also trying to offer some damage here, but SK Gaming just has the health pool to make it happen. Yoshi not going to get any value off that super either, and this is going to be the game for SK Gaming, and a match point incoming.
Match point for SK means that Tribe, I mean, this match is their second chance, but this game coming up now is their last chance, because if they lose this one, they are out of the tournament, and that will be the end of their run in this challenge season. Let's see if they manage to strike back here as SK. They look strong, they look dominant in that previous one. Tribe were able to start coming back, but just a little bit too late to really be competitive.
Well, Lanai is going to get an early speed as well, which is going to enable him to push around the right side. Good victory by Yoshi on the left lane too. And this is a complete opposite of what we saw in the previous game. Though Semantic is going to begin pushing forward as well. He has that turret down to start healing up and get some pressure around the point. Lena once again steps up to the plate. A good lane victory for iKaos on the left too. And Lena and Drage have to make this happen solo. Another speed in from Lena, but that speed cannot replace health, and it cannot replace the damage that you are going to receive inevitably from these brawlers with such a large spread on their attacks. An offensive super from GAPGX as well to try and get back on the enemy lines to distract them so that the mid matchup can be won more effectively, but they're not going to be too disturbed. Drage and Lena laser focused on making this mid matchup happen. And in spite of all that, SK still are catching up and now are in the lead.
It went down to a double match point yesterday. Tribe know that they are capable of doing so again, and SK is starting to take a bit of a lead now as well. Semantic playing around the turret. The healing station is just something that is really hard to deal with. Healing station still up. Another one that Semantic could even place down. And with that team wipe, that's a lot of control for SK. Yashi able to get a nice snipe down in the mid and sneak in with a bit of an assassination. Still, Tribe, they need that center control, and iKaos, Semantic, they're rotating over in the mid, making sure they hold on to that lead.
SK are doing a great job also of denying the healing to Yoshi. As soon as he had that gotcha gadget active, they weren't even worried about percentage captured on the point, but maybe that wasn't what they need to worry about at all. He is not going to offer up too much damage with that super. Here comes a super in from iKaos too, but it's not going to slow anyone. Semantic is still playing around this damaging and healing turret. Good kill on the left side by Yoshi too. Everyone's on low health from the side of Tribe Gaming EU, and their lead is so narrow. It's going to be getting so close here as SK Gaming continues to capture on this point, but with Yoshi in the backlines, that could be a huge issue, especially if he gets a super.
Yeah, lead now for Tribe, and this close to the finish line, that might be what gets us once again to double match point. A big kill there as well from Drage onto Semantic Gear. Finds a trade on the left-hand side. A couple percentages in it, but some players are low here on the side of Tribe. They need to be careful. They don't want to give this one away. Yoshi, can he get to the finish line? Oh. Wow! Beautiful super to dodge that shot, get back in the zone, get that final percent. That is an incredible clutch here for Tribe Gaming, and they push things to the final game of the final set.
I wonder if that was comms right there. Like, yo, just use your super, try and stay alive and stay on that point for as long as you can. And really, that super made all the difference. It's all just speculation whether Tribe could have come back without that play right there. But does it even matter? It's a double match point incoming, and Lena is already going to try and work on this super to provide some value to Dre. HKVGX is going to spice things up on the left side. An early residue in as well from iChaos is going to kind of lock down mid too. It's a 3v2 now, but with the Ego up, it might as well be a 3v3 once more. Destruction onto the Ego, and Tribe Gaming EU are still trailing SK Gaming, accumulating so much percentage here as Semantic forces people off the point, picking up a kill and getting so much value with the Scrap Sucker.
Yeah, a nice super there from the Squeak onto Yashi, and SK Gaming, they have quite a significant lead right now. Tribe can't let them run away with this one, as we do have 2 supers available still for SK. That is gonna give them a lot of insurances. If that healing station goes down, there's another one ready, and actually Semantic gonna decide to relocate and help Key out win that left lane. And HP-wise, it makes the difference. Yashi back in the zone, a gotcha gadget that keeps him up for what seems to be forever, but eventually he does end up going down, and SK almost at 70% capture. This could be what gets them to the grand finals.
The comeback is possible for Tribe Gaming EU, though. SK Gaming is running dry on those gadgets. 2 brawlers with no gadgets remaining. They have only 21% left to capture, and Tribe Gaming EU is trailing by such a large margin. But the supers, the abilities that can recharge, are going to be providing a lot of value here. Yoshi also using another gotcha gadget to stay alive. Here comes the turret, but Yoshi won't be able to contact it or get the kill onto Semantic. Great controlled plays and positioning. A double kill as well, as iChaos and Semantic get to sit on this point. And the DPS from Lena simply isn't going to cut it. Here come a couple allies too, speeding in. This is do or die. Only 8% remaining for SK.
If SK step in that zone for just a couple of seconds, it's going to be over, and they get the team wipe anyways. That is going to be GG's. Well played, SK Gaming. They take their revenge yesterday. It was Tribe that took the victory, a double match point as well today. Double match point, but SK Gaming are your winners. They'll be joining Reply Totem in the grand finals, and they finally get their revenge.
Brilliantly played by SK, and at a lot of times simply playing their own game and knowing when exactly they can. And also, we saw some new stuff being offered as well, knowing when they can play offensive and knowing when they can play the defensive, which is their specialty, and just playing Brawl Stars the way that they do.
Honestly, I have never been in this position, and my palms are soaking. I had to wipe them on my trousers before going back onto the desk. My goodness me. I mean, that was like a workout. I was nervous for both sides because both sides deserved to win. It was just so intense. That final set of knockout, there was so little in it, honestly. Genuinely, every back and forth was just lovely to watch. Fantastic stuff, and what you expect for what are the best teams in this region.
Oh, absolutely. So this has been a thrilling series, really going all the way once again. I mean, when you think about it, it's 2 matches that they played across the weekend, 10 sets. We very rarely see that. Tribe, they're going to go home though. It's going to be a heartbreaking loss for them too, because they did go all the way to the final set against Totem in their previous match. Losing 2 matches in set 5 is very, very tough. But at that point, that would have been the outcome for either way, because yesterday, SK also lost in the set 5 against Tribe. So many things happening, crazy stories all around. But what we are sure of is that SK, they're going to the grand finals.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see that one. I mean, Reply Totem have been, chipped down today already by Tribe already, and they've had some time, to be fair, to try to, figure out where it went wrong and try to rethink the process. But SK are hyped right now. They are pumped and ready for this.
And momentum is such a huge thing, and if SK Gaming are also able to manage to bring down the pace to their usual pace, which is a little bit more slow, a little bit more methodical versus Totem, they can absolutely bring them outside of their comfort zone. There's so much room for an upset versus Totem today. Seeing what Tribe was capable of versus Totem really proves that these Titans, they can bleed. It is possible, but it is so difficult, and it is such an achievement.
There's no room for error. You know, that's the thing now. The grand final is soon coming up. And again, if you are just joining the stream, Tribe Gaming took the loss to SK Gaming in the lower brackets, bringing SK back into the mix. It was a 3-2 earlier today in our first matchup between Tribe Gaming and Reply Totem, and it was a 3-2 just now in our matchup against Tribe Gaming and SK Gaming. Grand finals to come. Reply Totem versus SK Gaming. Oh my goodness me. I cannot wait for that one, Teddy.
That was a crazy match yesterday already. And SK, they gave Reply Totem a run for their money. They were the only team yesterday that managed to take a set from SK, from Totem. So today, I mean, it's another chance for them to get that revenge story. They already got theirs against Tribe completed. But there is going to be something interesting coming up. I'm very curious about what's coming next, Ark.
Tea drinkers versus drinkers of tea drinkers, Rowdy. I mean, what side are you taking? Because I kind of want to get in on that action.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I mean, as an NA person, I kind of like coffee a little more. So I guess maybe I'm the drinkers of the tea drinkers myself.
Well, I mean, you know, the showcase match is coming up next, and I guess we kind of need to get to that and let you know what that's all about. Of course, though, prior to that, got to give another huge shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, because we would not be here having as much fun as we are without them. The players have put on the best show possible, and again, we would not be able to do so without their support, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, those events, they take a lot of work, people and resources to put together. And I mean, without amazing partners like Snapdragon Elite Gaming, this would just not be possible. So we are ever so grateful to have them with us.
Well, F-Dot, no doubt, lining up an interview, and you know, SK have always got a lot to say. Let's find out what they are going to say. Let's head over to the main stage.
You're certainly right about that, Ark. We heard you very loud and clear, Semantic. This win, you're always loud, but the excitement from you and the entire team was a different level this time around. What was going on in your guys' mind?
Well, obviously oh my god, my voice. Obviously such a close series against Tribe Gaming is intense, and it's even more intense at a LAN event. And just because it's a LAN event, we get all just way more hype. And especially because this is our hometown Cologne, where SK headquarters are, so we gave it all. We won. GG's Tribe.
That was exactly where I was going to go. Was you're playing here in Cologne? Your SK's office is around the corner, man. Is that a buff? Does that help the team?
Of course, it's a buff. What the hell?
I guess that one was pretty obvious, man. You're going into the grand finals now, playing against Reply Totem. They've looked incredible, but they did have to go 5 against Tribe. How are you feeling going up against the undefeated regular season team?
Definitely good, because now we have a perfect hero story. We lost day 1 against both teams. We beat Tribe. Next is Totem, I would say.
All right, we love to hear it. Listen, you know, you're here in the hometown. Is there anything you want to say to the fans at home, maybe even in German?
Einfach nur danke für euch alle, dass ihr dabei seid. Gamescom ist tatsächlich unfassbar. Das ist meine erste Gamescom hier und ich bin direkt live on stage. Ist einfach nur krass. Einfach vielen Dank, Leute.
We love the love. So much community here, so much fun. Thank you so much. Thank you, Samantha. Absolutely. Right now, we're going to take a brief break before the showcase match. Check out a little bit of Effie Dash. We'll see you in a bit.
I'm definitely not satisfied, but I think we did a good job. We qualified for day 2. We have back to a wall kinda for tomorrow, but this is what SK excels at, so I'm not too worried and I'm hyped. I did not expect this result. As you probably saw, we went 2-3 against Tribe Gaming. I kind of hoped to win that game. We choked 2 sets probably there and did not play perfectly on the last set as well.
I'm happy with my players. I'm happy with our performance. We have obviously still something to work on. We are not first place right now. We know that. We're gonna work on that. We're gonna train more, play better next time, and hopefully take a trophy home. We're definitely gonna talk about our draft for tomorrow completely today. We're gonna double check everything and make sure that we have some surprises for them. We faced you on day one already. You saw our performance. What you don't know is tomorrow we're gonna give double of that. Good luck.
Don't know.
I get very angry when we lose.
Alright, so definitely you then.
Yeah, so does Joker. Joker gets angry as well.
I think me.
Need to be close.
I think me because I'm so competitive. I mean, I was playing football during 10 years and I have that mentality to don't lose, always win, always win. So always that I lose, I feel like mad at the third hour when I lose.
It's
really competitive.
I also don't like to lose, but I mean, we're both.
I mean, we're competitive, so we like to win, I guess.
Yeah.
Stani says tilt, rage. Okay, yeah, it's...
That's me, bro.
I like to play against Joker because he's very, very smart and very, very good at the game.
So why do you want to play against him if he's good then?
Huh? Teach him a lesson, I don't know. Show him his boss.
I'm going to say if he's from Europe, I will say Totem because he's always close match and very enjoying games. And if he's global, I will say Zeta. It's always good to play against the best of the world of the last year. So.
I think I would like to play against Tribe because our games are always fun to play and competitive.
I mean, I don't play, so I like to, I don't know, Zeta, something like that.
Individual players, yeah, probably I would like to play against like City Tampo and see how we do against them.
Me personally, I would like to play against Lena a lot because he's so good and I want to like not learn from him, but learn from his game sense and the way his team plays because they're playing really good. And I would like also to play against Joker because he has a lot of game sense, he's intelligent drafting, and that's it. What do you think?
I feel like that every team that we are facing in this next day are all really skilled and have a lot of experience, so I feel like that every team is really good to face.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I'm not satisfied. Like, as I lost my 3 matches without winning a single set, I'm kind of sad. It's not the result we wanted for sure. As I said, we didn't win a single set, but I feel like all the matches were close, the round were close, and that means that we clearly have the level of these 3 strong teams. It's motivating for the future, and that's all I can say. We will keep working. I'm happy with the team, even though we didn't win a single match. I'm still happy with them. We will work and come back stronger. I mean, tomorrow, like as the competition is over for us, like we will take the show match for fun, trying to win still, but we will take this day off and the day of tomorrow chill, and that's it, trying to work harder. I would say good luck to them. I would also thank them for the amazing matches we had. I'm also thankful for them for this amazing experience, this amazing LAN, one of the best LANs ever, and good luck to them. We will more focus on the way we draft and the way we play.
I realized that I was kind of good at the game at the end of 2019 summer. I was playing just chilling with friends. I decided to give a lot of more energy and more time to do it.
We started playing the first beta on playing ladder, and we was always in the top of leaderboard. So we was playing, we are meeting each other.
Me personally, I realized that I was good last year with Mood Gaming. We were playing good, beating strong teams, almost qualifying to every monthly finals. Now this year we're trying to pop off, trying to qualify to World Cup still.
I think some brawlers are like too broken, like Carl, Bonnie and Jeanette are way too good.
And I think like some brawlers, they need a bit of love. Like some brawlers have not been in the meta for a long time.
Buzzing the meta.
There's a new brawler called Otis. He's not too good, so it hasn't changed the meta up too much.
Depends of the brawlers. Maybe someone are super broken, someone are super bad. Maybe only this, no?
Yeah, I'm going to go for the buff car. I don't like it.
Me, yes, me.
He likes so much car, but I don't
yeah, but
like.
it's. I mean, for play maybe it's good, but for play against him.
I'm very happy. We lost against Totem 3-0, but managed to get that win against SK, and that's very good momentum going into tomorrow. I kind of had an idea of how things were going to go today. I knew Humble was going to be pretty comfortable for us because we had a good record against them. SK, we were very, very close against them, and Totem, well, they're the best team in the region for a reason, so yeah. Yes, I'm very happy with my team performance. Elaine and Yoshi, they're just amazing as well. Tom played really, really well as well, and I just love my team. Obviously, things can be improved, like drafting and, you know, being under pressure. We're going to try and get ahead of the game this time, and hopefully it's going to work out tomorrow. We're just going to do what we keep doing every day, just play as perfect as we can, and hopefully we pick up the win. Good luck. We got a lot of momentum on our side, so you definitely don't want to be facing us.
And sometimes you don't have the free time that you want to, I don't know, go with your friends or to do something that is not Brawl Stars, you know. But you need to work with that, it's your job.
The qualifier comes up, you have to start training like 1 week ago, like 3 scrims a day to try to qualify. Like it takes a lot of time. Hopefully we're on vacation. You're on vacation, right?
Yeah.
But when school will start, it's gonna be harder with the fact that we have to study and we have to play Brawl at the same time. It's gonna be hard.
Probably Team Queso. Team Queso, they were really close this season.
I'd say SK and Totem definitely. Got a pretty good chance of being here. Yeah. And Humble as well.
Humble, yeah. Obviously they got their new roster.
I think Navi has clearly the potential to be here. Like they're screaming a lot.
I think that Team Queso is like the most favorite with Navi to be here. And I think they show up their levels.
Dogsol, obviously they're a good team. Team Queso, obviously another top contender region, so hopefully see them here in Season 2.
Yeah, I'm definitely satisfied. We played well and hopefully we can continue doing good tomorrow. It's a bit hard because one of my players is sick, but we're playing good, so we're all happy. I'm happy with my team performance because even if one of my players is sick, we're playing good and we're winning, so let's go. Maybe the drafts sometimes are a bit hard to play, but I don't know. I think the players are comfortable on stage and I don't know. If we win, maybe everything is going well. Not really. Like our tactics are just playing what we like, what we have fun with, and usually it works. But I don't know. There's not a lot of time to prepare for tomorrow. I don't know. Good luck. May the best team win, and hopefully it's gonna be us. Go Totem.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in coach. approach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear.
I am definitely not satisfied, but I think we did a good job. We qualified for day 2. We have back to a wall kinda for tomorrow, but this is what SK Excel said, so I'm not too worried and I'm hyped. I did not expect this result. As you probably saw, we went 2-3 against Stripe Gaming. I kind of hoped to win that game. We choked 2 sets probably there and did not play perfectly on the last set as well. I'm happy with my players, I'm happy with our performance. We have obviously still something to work on. We are not first place right now, we know that. We're gonna work on that, we're gonna train more, play better next time, and hopefully take the trophy home. We're definitely gonna talk about our draft for tomorrow completely today. We're gonna double check everything and make sure that we have some surprises for them. We faced you on day 1 already, you saw our performance. What you don't know is, tomorrow, we're gonna give double of that. Good luck.
I mean, obviously, I'm not satisfied. Like, as I lost my 3 matches without winning a single set, I'm kind of sad. It's not the result we wanted for sure. As I said, we didn't win a single set, but I feel like all the matches were close, the round were close, and that means that we clearly have the level of these 3 strong teams. It's motivating for the future, and that's all I can say. We will keep working. I'm happy with the team, even though we didn't win a single match. I'm still happy with them. We will work and come back stronger. I mean, tomorrow, like as the competition is over first, like we will take the show match for fun, trying to win still, but we will take this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, folks. Now it's time for a very serious matchup. We've got our showcase show match coming at you. Team number 1 is Ark, Gugu, and team captain Sven. Say hello to the Tea Drinkers. Smashing. And across the way, their opponents, represented by Ready Set, Soy DeBreza, and Captain Whitey. Is that right? Drinkers of Tea Drinkers. Say hello. Boys, there they are. This one is gonna be a little nuts. Let's have some fun. Drinkers versus Tea Drinkers. Let's do it.
All right, I think that a lot of people loved the Chaos Cup at the MSI. This time around, we have something quite similar. I also have some very, very special guests here with us. Some of the grassroots talents here, local casters for the German stream. Sunny and Og. Sunny, how are you doing? How are you feeling about being here?
I'm feeling really excited, honestly. I have hosted a LAN event before, but never in English. So people in the audience might know me. People at home might know me as well, I don't know. But I'm really excited to be here next to you, Teddy. I hosted with you before as well, and I'm so excited to be here next to you again.
I didn't know we would be sitting next to each other here for this broadcast. So excited to see such surprises come to the horizon. Og as well, I mean, you've done plenty, so just introduce yourself really quickly. Go.
Yeah, thank you, Teddy. I've been a coach for a long time now. Last year, I've been the Vice World Championship winner, I would say. I mean, it's a win for sure with Nasus Vincere. And I mean, it's a long history in also the ESL since we have been playing here for a long time, and I'm just looking forward to enjoy the show a little bit more from the caster desk right now.
Yeah, I mean, I have great company with me. Probably the best female player of all time in Brawl Stars. Second at the World Championship with Na'Vi. Amazing stuff across the board, but we have a very special cast here together because it's going to be very similar to the Chaos Cup. So we have a show match here with two teams made out of one influencer in each team, one caster, and one pro player from Team Humble, the team that, you know, didn't quite make it to day 2 today, unfortunately, but this is their chance to get back on that stage and maybe claim a victory there. And there's going to be special challenges for each and every single one of the sets. Those challenges, they're very important. And keep in mind, if a player doesn't respect the challenge, they're going to be punished. And the punishments, they might be worse than the challenges themselves. But to get started, it's going to be the free brawl shot. So basically, there should be some sort of hoop. I can see it on the stage. There's one for each team, and I'm not exactly sure if it's a ball or a plushie or what they'll have to throw in it, but every time a player, after the first player on the team is getting eliminated, they're gonna have to throw that item in the hoop, and if they mess it up, they're just gonna have to try again until they do, and that is gonna be the challenge, because if you can get it first try, I've heard backstage that Gugu played basketball, so that could be a bit of an asset there to, you know, make it work. But if you get it on first try, great. If you do not, it's gonna be very challenging. Do you guys think that this is something that the players are gonna be able to adjust to?
I think so, yeah, definitely. I also heard about Gugu playing basketball. I know he's a great Klay Thompson fan, so Gugu, make him proud. But yeah, I think they're gonna do great.
Okay, well, from a coaching perspective as well here, what would your tips be? Because sure, there's the challenges, but it's also two teams that have never played together. They don't have synergy, they didn't scrim, they weren't prepared. We made the teams like a couple hours ago, so they know each other as a person, but as a player, they're gonna have to figure out some way to take the victory. How do you think they can achieve that?
I mean, the free throw contest, let's call it like that, is probably a little bit similar to like high-level gaming, because you still have to concentrate a lot just to make the free throw. As a Brawl Stars or a basketball player has his own routines, they're gonna have to stick to them and then make it in the easiest way possible to score this one. But also, what I would like to add is that this challenge already introduces us that everything we have seen before is getting thrown over. Like, these teams are still fighting for something, and the honor, and I don't know, maybe they also have some bets between each other. But it's gonna be very interesting who's gonna take the first place and the first win here to get some momentum.
I could definitely tell that there's a little bit of beef between Reddy and Ark on those opposing teams. I mean, obviously, YD and Span also, you know, from the influencer side, they want to show which one is the best still at the game, but the pros as well. I mean, let's be honest, Humble, they've had a bit of a tough weekend overall, not really getting much results. 3 losses yesterday. This is their chance to get their first win.
I'd say so, yeah. I really hope one of the Humble players will win.
Well,
what is definitely going to happen.
Yeah.
So we have a win-win anyways, so that's great.
Yeah, that's for sure. And yeah, exactly. There is something they can do to work around it. I've heard Gugu tell his teammates earlier, let me die first, so I'm the one that does the challenge, and I can do it first try, easy peasy. Now, I feel like, you know, he's probably jinxed it now. I can see that strategy working out. It's a good plan because, you know, basketball roots is going to be very useful for this challenge. But still, you know, you can also try to not die. If you're able to make it work, that can also be an option. However, in hot zone, I feel like it's hard to really just stay up for very long amounts of times. Eventually, there's someone that goes down, right?
Yeah, I mean, with the history of the last game, my tip would be play like SK. Because honestly, they are never stepping over the line. They are always trying to stay alive. They are not taking high risk. So that would be my idea to go into this one, actually.
Yeah, I think one of the big challenges as well for this first challenge is that you don't want to have to go for that free brawl shot at the moment, you know, where it's very close, very intense, and you're about to lose or even about to win. So, Sunny, do you think maybe it could be an idea as well to try to get over it as soon as possible? You know, go very aggressive at the start when you still have time to turn things around, even if it gives you a bit of an early disadvantage?
In some comps it can work, definitely, but I don't know if that's the thing to do here, if you then get punished for it. Like, we have a special thing we are doing right now, and if you want to play passive one time, might as well be now. I also heard from the same team you were just talking about, Team Spen was really afraid that there's going to be a running challenge, so maybe we will have one of those later on. Teddy's looking at his...
Well, I don't want to spoil anything, but there is a challenge literally called I am running, running, running. So
good luck, guys.
I don't think Spen is going to be overly excited about that one. We'll get to the next challenges, you know, later on as we move onwards set after set. But yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun for sure because, you know, Chaos Cup was amazing across the board, just bringing in, you know, that extra fun factor for a bit more of a casual spin to competitive. Not anything on the line either, except for bragging rights. And knowing the ego of Ready, Set, and Arc, that is enough to have them motivate the rest of their roster to give it their all because they want to take that win. Og, what are your thoughts on those rosters? Do you feel like one has a clear advantage over the other? I feel like it's fairly even matched, but you might have a different analysis to it.
Actually, it's going to be very interesting how the cast is going to be involved into the draft, because this was a recent topic in the scene, I would say, especially on Twitter. There have been wild comments and kind of beefs. So I'm looking forward to see Arc and Reddy being involved in this one. But actually, I would say maybe it's YDE that's going to step over the line, being an exceptional player here. I would really bet some money on him if I would do it, but I'm actually not looking forward to it.
Yeah, I understand that for sure. It is a tough goal. I feel like both teams are pretty evenly matched. Even, you know, maybe if we can dissect the individuals a little bit more before we get into that first match. Already look at Arc on the screen, you know, he is absolutely like calling things out. Reddy seems a little bit more passive. You can see a bit more distance as well, which, you know, from a coaching perspective, I feel like you kind of want to be, you know, more in a circle, talking to each other and strategizing. And I feel like the vibe so far, I see a bit more of a bond on the side of Spen's team. But if we look at individuals, Spen and YDE, I mean, they've had amazing careers in Brawl Stars. It's really hard to pinpoint who is going to be better or worse right now because they haven't been in competitive for a little bit.
Yeah, both of them stepped back a little already last year. YDE stepped back very soon after World Finals, and then Spen left Tribe, which made him, yeah, both of them are just content creators at the moment. I say just. They are still playing the game every single day. And if you are a pro for such a long time, I really don't think that they're going to do, yeah, a bad job. I really think they're going to carry a bit. Sorry, Arc, sorry, Reddy.
I mean,
the Humble players, of course, will also do their thing. Like, Humble is at the moment on fire. They might not have the best results in this tournament, but other than that, they definitely performed this season.
Yeah, those pro players are going to be very, very important as well, because those casters out there, they didn't put me there because they didn't want too much of a disadvantage for the other team. So I had to agree with Ready, Set, and Arc going instead. I think we might have an interview coming up on the stage. As I see FDOT and Arc talking already a little bit. Let's see what they have to say.
I think calming him down.
I'm here with Arc, and he can't hear me at all. Arc. Yo. All right. How are you?
I'm doing good.
All right. We have a very serious competitor here, Arc. You're here on stage. I want to talk to you about your practice regimen. how do you practice in Brawl Stars?
We drink tea. We start by drinking tea, and then midway through our scrims, we'll have a bit of tea, and then to finalize the day, we'll drink some tea.
Well, sounds about right. Do you have faith in Gugu and your teammates, or do you think you're going to have to carry this one?
Well, I have said to Gugu that, if we lose this at the World Finals, I want to wax his hairy legs. So I've given my team some incentive to bring in the results today.
All right, Gugu, how do you feel about that?
I feel confident, at least on this one. I think we can win. Ark has to carry me, otherwise he's gonna wax my legs.
Now, how do you feel about basketball?
That's my domain.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, we'll see if that happens. And Spen, you're just a content creator. How does that make you feel?
I'm just a content creator.
Is that what it takes to win today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty washed, so.
Washed up pros. Are you going to do the carry, or are you going to let them carry you?
I mean, Ark's really trash, so I definitely have to carry him, but.
I'll have to agree with that, but don't tell him, okay? I think you're the best player on the team for sure. Gugu, good luck. Don't tell your teammates. I think you're the best player on the team for sure. Ark, you're terrible. So, friends, I've got a Bruce Bear. Anybody else want a Bruce Bear? That's how you make the crowd excited. Do me a favor. I'm feeling a little bit lonely up here. So I see a bunch of empty seats up front, and I've got a bunch of Bruce Bears, maybe some Spike stuff. If y'all fill up the stage, or fill up the seats, not the stage, please. But if y'all fill up the seats up front, I will throw some Bruce Bears to you. Trust. We've got rows and rows of people. Come on, folks. We got this one, and I just had boxes. Did somebody take all my boxes of stuff? I do not know just yet, but we will figure it out. Who wants this one the most? I had something in my ear. I'm sorry. Who wants this one the most? All right. I think I heard this side pretty loudly. Y'all promise to sit up here, right? No promise, huh? You're gonna sit up here front, right? All right, good enough. You were loud before, so we're going this way. I did have a whole bunch of stuff. I gotta go find it. We have more, trust. For now, I want to talk to my friends over here. But for real, where'd my stuff go? All right, we've got Whitey over here. I don't know if you heard what they said, but they said, you're ugly.
What? That's unbelievable. So toxic.
Do you think Ark is pretty?
Ark is very pretty.
He didn't hear you at all. But
he's gonna hear it in the stream.
There it is. So you've got a strong team here. You got Soy the brother and Ready Set down there. Who's going to be doing the hard carrying here?
Oh, I mean, Soy the Bresser. He's the pro here, so he's us.
Very nice, very nice, very nice, very nice. For sure, for sure. Are you guys going to play any weird stuff, or are you going to play the meta?
We are here as a serious team. We're gonna win. We're gonna win. We're here to win.
What's your team name again?
Well, we're gonna drink the tea drinkers. So, yeah, we're here to drink them up.
Very serious team here. Very, very serious team here. Soy, you you do get to play on Championship Sunday. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, it's cool. Another chance. Let's make a great show.
That's what we're looking for today. Are you going to play anything? Do you have any brawlers that you don't get to play in competitive that you're going to play today?
No, I think that with Reddy, the best player in NA, it will be free.
Okay. All right, free. And Ready, Set. Look at you. First time you're taller than me. You feeling like a big guy up here?
I'm feeling like a pretty big guy. I feel like a pro player.
Well, you feel like one. I don't know if you're going to play like one. How many trophies you got?
About like 6. I lost my first match when I queued in.
Oh, that's pretty tough, pretty tough. You're a Nita main, right?
Absolutely.
All right, well, like I said, I think I'm going to find some more Bruce Bears. If you guys sit up front, you will get a chance to have a Bruce Bear. For now, I'm going to toss it to the casters, but please Join us up front.
I just love how the drinkers of the tea drinkers, they're like, you know, trying to throw some shots at their opposition, just the name, but also like, seriously, some beef happening right there. But on the side of the tea drinkers, they're beefing amongst each others, where, you know, Ark and Span were just like, yeah, beefing each other, already seeing some problems in the synergy there maybe. Guys, let's talk predictions here. Usually, I mean, predictions are going to be for the more serious matches. Here still, I mean, there's a lot of information to take into consideration, how good those players are, how good they will fit together, but also how effective they are going to be at facing those challenges. Sunny, if you had to take a bet on either of those teams, which one would it be?
I think Gugu's gonna throw the fastest ball. At the same time, it was really spicy what they were just talking to each other right now, so I don't know. I feel like Team Whitey, Soy and Reddy are just team harmony. Maybe that's the key there.
I understand your point here, but at the same time, I think that Gugu really doesn't want to get his legs waxed. So I think that might be an extra little motivation that might, you know, just about make sure that things go well on their side. However, yeah, that team beef, they got to sort that out before we got in game. We'll see if they manage to make that happen. Og, your thoughts on this matchup? Which one do you think is going to win it?
I mean, NA has to fall, right? EU has to remain the winner in this one, and the team represented within Teddy, within Reddy, I mean, sorry, really has to lose this one.
Okay, I see. So you're saying that EU is better than NA, and therefore Reddy just doesn't stand a chance here.
Exactly.
I mean, it's home turf for the tea drinkers, so that could be an advantage there as well. It's all going to be about adaptation, right? Which is already a factor in competitive in general, having to adapt to a new meta, new maps, you know, other teams that will throw things at you that you didn't necessarily expect. But here, it's taking to an extra level, because not only do you have to adapt to what your opponents throw at you, you have to adapt to the challenges, of course, you even have to adapt to your teammates, because you don't really know how they play, what they like to do, maybe a little bit from watching, but nothing as close as actually playing with them. So Sunny, you've been coaching SK Alvarosa, the female team for SK Gaming. What are your thoughts here? Do you think there's something they can do to, like, you know, make sure that synergy works, or particular brawler that ask for a little bit less team synergy? Because realistically, there's not going to be any team synergy here, is there?
I mean, do you really think they didn't scrim this? But yeah, I think you just need to know when you should call something and when you should just take a step back and maybe not say anything, Ark. And yeah, I mean, maybe just let the pro player take the lead, you know?
Yeah, I heard a little Ark there.
No.
Oh, okay, there, never mind. Must just be the mic's, you know, interference or something.
They're not
Fair
used
enough.
to female voice.
Okay, yeah, maybe. Well, yeah, this is going to be a challenging map for sure. I think the draft actually is done. I was being distracted, but we're already quite deep in. It seems like it's going to be a Stu, a Lou, and a Colette on the blue side. Red side will be the Bow, and I didn't quite get to see the rest.
It was a call.
A call
and a spike.
And a spike. Oh, this is why we brought you guys to the stage for this one. Exactly. I mean, you know, I have nothing to say. Honestly, it's a draft. The coaches should talk about it. My apologies. I will rectify that for the upcoming sets. But I think we are ready to jump in game. Take it away.
I really like the Lou pick air in mid. As soon as Ben is able to just get his super over and over again, he's going to have a great time against Whitey. Reddy said, gets the kill. Humble. Gugu also really low now, so Edbreza doing an amazing job against his own teammate there on the lane, gets the kill onto Gugu. And so far it looks very good for drinkers of the tea drinkers.
Yeah, the control is taken back by the tea drinkers right here in the middle. Bo is doing a really solid job, but Gugu is looking forward to miss a super, unfortunately. Now also dying to the minds of Bo and Edbreza. They are really establishing a control right here, Reddy on the left side, also dropping a super, and this is not looking good for the drinkers of tea drinkers.
Yeah, definitely. I'm also really surprised to see Gugu's not rocking the push it star power of Colette, since he's on lane on a card. Why do you think is that, Albert?
Actually, I have to interrupt you because Reddy is already missing the first shot running after the ball, and meanwhile his team is playing only with 2 players on the field. YDE and Soydebreza are really trying their best, but the tea drinkers are looking to maintain a little bit control right now.
Arc trying to go up against Soy now, gets probably taken down there on the left-hand side. Soy with a bit of control now, pushing Spen out of the ring again, and drinkers of the tea drinkers will exceed their lead.
Reddy is still looking to hit this shot, but this one is finally not going in again, and it's such a difficult task for his team to play 2 versus 3 in this moment for such a long time. It's nearly looking like it's a minute so far, but Soy and YDE are now joined back by a bot on the spike here, who's going to fall very quickly because Gugu is hitting a super.
I'm really surprised you even realized Reddy said was a bot now. You just said that name.
Yeah, actually it's very difficult, but this camera angle is doing his job, and Reddy is finally hitting, but the game is looking to close already while the tea drinkers are maintaining control. Is Gugu going down? Soy on the left side is also going down. Reddy maybe can make his move right here, and it's so close.
The Reddy bot just took over. It's not enough time though. Tea drinkers are going to take this first set after a very strong start of drinkers of tea drinkers.
Yeah, and Ark is walking this really home, right? He just went into the zone to just capture the last 2 percentages, and it's a strong W for them. Actually, the question is if Reddy will hit a free throw right here and not has to run after the ball for miles.
Reddy standing still again. Something happened there. Ark going in now again against Reddy. Arc going down there. And we're going to see Spen alone in the mid for now. Pinched by YDE and Reddy doing a fantastic job of pushing it back. First loose super now. Gonna do a lot of work. YDE stunned. But Spen can't really capitalize on that for the moment. Getting the kill and Soydebreza on the other hand.
Yeah, a pretty equal game so far, even though the blue side has a lead of 20 percentages right now. Spen is hovering his super, and I think he's looking forward to cycle it in the middle, because this is a really strong tool to just keep the red team outside of the middle and also outside of capturing a few percentages from time to time. Right now it's also 50% so far, so this is looking like a comeback.
Soydebreza at the moment trying to hit his shots in basketball, not basketball, no, don't get confused. And it's looking very strong from tea drinkers now. 70% already collected in the zone. Gugu doing some work, Arc trying to do his best. So I don't know, Soy, hit your shots in the basketball.
Tea drinkers are really looking forward to close the last 10 percentages of this game. If not, a miracle happens here. Reddy trying his best in the middle, but also this super will not hit a single target. 3 percentages left, and Spen is... He was nearly dead, but he still got the W here for this team. So a strong first set so far.
All right. Well, I mean, a lot of interesting information already just off that first set. Second game, much more convincing than the first one as well. But I have to say, I'm a little bit disappointed in Reddy's set. You know, you'd say in the USA, the country of basketball. Not so much looking at Reddy's prestation. He spent the entire game pretty much trying to score. That must have been complicated for his teammates to win that one. But, I mean, you know, so far tea drinkers, despite beefing amongst themselves and apparently having some issues between the players and some tension, they still manage to make things work. And as I said, that second game was very, very convincing. This does mean that's our first challenge over. We got up to 4 more to go. It's a best of 5, best of 3 as usual, by the way. So it could be over in just 3 sets if tea drinkers keep on a roll like that. We have tea time coming up. Do you maybe remember what tea time was at the Chaos Cup?
I was flying when the Chaos Cup was happening.
It's the pinkies.
You have to stick the pinkies out. Oh my god. I mean,
no, you play with the pinkies.
Is there a better challenge for tea drinkers than tea time?
It's their home turf.
Exactly.
I feel like they should be more familiar with the concept here, just because you know, of all the tea they've been drinking. Although they are the tea drinkers, the other side, they're the drinkers of the tea drinkers. So far they haven't done much tea drinking, but yeah, maybe they can still make it work here. Do you feel like there's something to do? I mean, I think you've been somewhat, you're quite into sports as well, right?
Yeah.
So do you think maybe there's something they can do with their pinkies to make it work here? Because it's got to be challenging.
Actually, I have no idea how to approach this task. Like, honestly, I've never seen any sports game where you have to do something with this. I mean, I know some players are putting their tablet down on the table and then they play in a different position than we are usually used to do it. But, I mean, maybe we should jump into the draft so we get a clue maybe who has a small lack of advantages right here. Team Red is starting to pick a Carl after their buns of barley, Griffs and Stew. Deep Diner is, by the way, the map, so we are looking to jump into the mode of gem grab. Meanwhile, Team Blue is picking the second and third brawler right now. I think Reddy is maybe looking for an answer to maybe to counter the Carl so far. Jean is their first pick, and Penny is a really strong brawler right now in the meta, so an S-tier pick for Team Blue right here.
Not really an answer to Carl, but Penny itself, it's a very strong brawler in the meta at the moment, so definitely a good pick there. I would have gone with a Colette, maybe?
I mean, maybe if we combine like the draft and the task, right? The Penny can just place a turret somewhere, and you don't really have to do a lot for that, and it's gonna work for itself. So, I mean, maybe they just have to avoid like those skillful brawlers and have to get back to like auto-aim brawlers or tanks. That could be a really good win condition right here.
Good call. So you just want to go with auto-aim brawlers. Where is the Ember?
I think it's a very good call, actually. I hadn't barely thought of that, actually, because, yeah, auto-aim means you need to be a little bit more precise. Sure, the movement is still going to be hard, but you have half of the problem solved as long as, yeah, you have a brawler that can do that properly, and I think that brawlers like Jean as well can be a good option to do that, get that chip damage. The Bull, which usually is auto-aimed anyways, and the Buzz as a final pick, I mean, it's also a pretty good brawler to auto-aim as long as they keep in check the range of that auto-aim, because if it's too far away and they're running too fast, they're not going to be able to catch up.
But now we also have finally an answer to that, Carl. Carl still will be very strong in this matchup in any normal game. We're not talking normal here, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I really have a question mark on this search right here, right? Because you really have to master the super to jump onto somebody, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this is going to be done. Also, maybe to see if we can control this small finger montage right here on this brawler. YDE is doing his best right now, dropping a gadget early on just to get a small advantage versus Arcos. He's already low on 429 HP. It's a 1 versus 1 trade, but Spen is catching the first 2 gems.
Spen is on the Jean. You love to see it. We missed it, Spen. Glad to see you back in the game. Gugu on the buzz. We'll try to get his super off of Ready Set. Is Ready Set realizing he's feeding him super by just sending her? We don't know, but Gugu definitely will have his super any second now. There it is, and he's gonna use it on YD. That was probably an auto-aim.
Arc placed a really early turret here, right in the back. And I mean, the bow mines are placed down, but this is looking really good for his team because this turret is gonna do its work. Already on the right side, he's again, and I mean, he's controlling the game, so Reddy has to go and change his lane and match up. Maybe he can do something against Arc and also take this turret right here out.
Ready Set will take the turret down. That was so unfortunate for Gugu there. Getting stunned by the bow 9. Good action there by Ready Set, collecting 5 gems for his teams and equalizes the score for now.
Spen also right here with his second hook that is hitting its target, so that's a 100% quote, and we didn't expect anything else from the Jean main himself. YD on the left side with the super, he could jump forward, but it's also a 9 gem state for the drinkers of tea drinkers, so they only need 1 more, but Gugu is going in and he's catching Soy de Breza, so this is a small chance here for tea drinkers to come back and catch up some gems.
Tea drinkers also with the team pull though, it can always change the game. Turn things around. For now, they're collecting some very important gems. So the Breza with the 7th gem now up there. What is happening? Spen with an amazing pull, getting the gems there from Ready Set.
Oh, Spen playing with fire, but he finally made it to get the kill and also survive. Arc could catch up all gems. This is a perfect scenario for them, even though the drinkers of tea drinkers can still tie it, I believe. I'm not quite sure because the gem countdown is right now running and YD seriously has some issues with the movement because he can only use the small finger on his hand. And it's looking like the tea drinkers are winning the first game. Also a nice emote by Spen to the very end.
Very well played by the tea drinkers. The only question that it's in my head right now, are there finger sleeves for
I have really no clue. I mean, if they would put them over from the thumb to the small finger, I don't know if they would fit, right?
Maybe they try, maybe.
So yeah, we're jumping right back into the second game, and it's looking like a better early start here for the drinkers of tea drinkers, even though Gugu is hitting his gadget and also gained a super right here. So this next super is gonna have a stun behind it, and yeah, the drinkers of tea drinkers are already in the spawn back again, so the control is really changing from side to side and team to team.
Just when I was about to say the only person that can get into the mid again would be Ready Set. He uses his gadget, does an amazing job against the boss. Spen with 3 gems, nice. So the Razor just equalized, nice pull there. YD goes down, and we have another stun from Gugu onto Ready Set. Finally doing what the boss is supposed to do, taking out that very annoying Carl.
Yeah, Gugu is doing a really good job right here. Also in the first game, I really liked how he approached his stuns. And he gets to the kill, the gems are dropped down, but I believe that the Brawler, if he respawns, can take them all back. YDE trying to do his best on the left side, doesn't really get arc to the very end, so this turret will also do a little bit of work, even though it's only by 96 HP right there.
Very interesting tactics there. The players are also like leg walking. It might be the pinkies, I don't know, but it's good at dodging, definitely. Spen now with 6 gems. It's very equal at the moment. Both of the teams seem to be distributed well. ESL did a great job, I must say.
A really nice super there by Gugu, jumping right over the whole map, and it's a countdown again for the tea drinkers who are already running back into their spawn. YD trying to do his best to reset, but also they have to get closer and ready. He has a super, but he's going too early in, and then he also gets down. So 2 seconds again. YD gets also dropped out by Spen, and it's a very confident win here for the tea drinkers.
Wow, all right, that's going to be a second set already picked up by the tea drinkers. I have to say, I mean, I love the name of the drinkers of the tea drinkers, but so far, I think they got to be quite thirsty because they haven't been drinking much of the tea drinkers. They've been getting all the W's so far, 4 games in a row. Maybe our next challenge here is going to be where things can be turned around. The gameplay itself is going to be the same as usual, so nothing too crazy happening there. Where things get interesting is in the first part of a match, which is always going to be that draft process. This time around, the teams are going to have to pick in alphabetical order, which is definitely going to be interesting here. I have a list in front of me. I'm not going to spoil it just yet. If you guys at home maybe want to try to figure out the first 10 brawlers or so in the list, it's hard because I tried by myself before I was given a list, and I got like half of them wrong, just forgetting some of the newer brawlers that don't come to mind immediately. Would you be able to find the first 3 from the top of your head, Sunny?
One question. Do they need to pick in the order of the alphabet in their own team?
I think it's like from both sides, you know what I mean? So it's just each pick individually has to be... I don't know if the bans are included. Maybe, maybe not. We'll find out when the draft starts, I guess. But first 3 brawlers in the alphabet?
Is Auge a brawler? Otherwise, probably Bonnie? Carl?
There is one that throws fire, I believe.
Ember. My god. I said it's Auge.
Yeah, Ember. Oh, actually, there's a bit of a cheat trick here because technically numbers go in front of letters in most lists, right? And there's a brawler that has a letter in the beginning of its name. That's going to be 8 bits. Technically, he's the number 1. We'll see if the players get it right. So far, it seems like the bans are all B and C brawlers. We have the Bo, the B, the Bonnie again, Carl, and Byron. So that leaves us now with the Ashe. That's actually a really good one too. Ember is technically in front, so I guess that's a mistake. From my understanding, if there is a mistake, they will give a free pick to the next team that can pick whatever they want. So it's quite a big advantage, and they actually go Bell, so they may not even have noticed it.
Actually, I have really no clue how it's supposed to like work out right here. Yesterday I tried to make a list with all brawlers just in my head, and we had this, I don't know, like party game just to go through every brawler, and I mean, we missed out on 20 or so. So it's really an intense task for both teams right here, and the Ashe one, as you pointed out, is a really good brawler. We have already seen it played by Symantec previous to this game yesterday, I believe, and it's a really good brawler, especially for this map, because you can lock down your opponent if you gain the control over the middle. And I can't really even follow what's going on right now because so much is happening at the same time.
I think that possibly because the Ashe was a mistake, technically, they went for the Gene was actually that big. I mean, and then Bell is like, because it's after Ashe. I think so. It's a little hard to follow. I mean, there's a couple brawlers in between, but the bans also make it even more complicated because it's going to skip some of those brawlers. Seems like we have a full comp though. It's going to be Daryl, Eve, and Ashe on the blue side. One brawler left for the Team Red. Any guesses at which brawler that's going to be?
Where is the Edgar though? I think Team Red gets once again a free pick.
Well, Surge is definitely not next in line, so I think they did notice this one for sure. So it is going to be the Surge as a next pick. Good guess, though. Edgar was a good one. I forgot about it as well, to be completely honest. And I have the list, so I have no excuses. This draft is very different than usual, right? Augur, do you feel like one is going to be better than the other, at least on paper, for Canal Grande?
I mean, with the mixed teams that we have to take into the view right here, the Team Blue maybe has an easier draft because they only have to play tanks, right? So they can always run after the opponent team, and also they have the Eve. I didn't really even pay attention to this brawler, but it's also a very good one for this map because it can walk over the middle, where in a different graphic view of this map there would be water, so don't wonder about this. Spen LC already rolling in and gaining the first 3 stars.
T-Drinkers take the lead for now. Do you think maybe that the Eve wasn't a real mispick? They just saw Carl was banned, so we just go with Eve?
I mean, yeah, it's a counter matchup for the Eve, so Carl being out is really a good fact. Also, it's gonna avoid the gene pulls from time to time if you can jump away or if you have those small, I don't know how to call them, but like these small things that are running after your opponent. Also, it's very good against Surge, so this one is really a masterpiece.
Arc on the Ashe right now. The alphabet is in order there as well. Trying to go up against Soy the Brazer for and now Ready-Set will get a kill onto Arc, taking over the lead for now for maybe soon T of the T-Drinkers.
Yeah, Spen LC is just waiting to use his role and jump over the middle, going onto the right-hand side. I mean, the drinkers of T-Drinkers are just waiting for them potentially because they have the Surge to answer any aggression right here. Gugu trying his best to be an MVP for the T-Drinkers, and now here comes the attack.
YD with the pull now, he can definitely use it to get another kill, maybe if he gets a connection to Gugu. It's going to be really hard to take on those tanks. And once again, T-Drinkers already with 2 set 1. They could have a potential match point here after this round already and take over the lead with that kill of Gugu. Well played.
10 seconds left right here, and Soy the Brazer is looking to place his super. Right now he's also hitting 2 targets, he's jumping again. And I mean, you see the difference to the games before because he can use more than his small fingers, and this is the win for the drinkers of T-Drinkers.
With only the blue star, they made it. So yeah, that little joke I just did there, the T of the T-Drinkers instead of the drinkers of the T-Drinkers, maybe they will stay the drinkers after this round if they take this next set.
Yeah, we're jumping right into the next game, and we see again the same approach on the side of the T-Drinkers, or I should rather say maybe the blue team. Spen LC playing the devil, going to the right side, so they put 2 tanks on one side. Also, he places his roll again with a good one here, hitting Soy the Brazer. Also, YD is very low. Arc getting 2 kills right here. A good job by him, and an early lead. Also, they gain the mid control, right?
I just realized Spen doing the chicken emote every time Arc is getting a kill. Do you know the German saying, auch ein blindes Huhn findet mal ein Korn?
Ja, das trifft auf jeden Fall zu, würde ich sagen. Gugu auf der linken Seite tatsächlich auch wieder, und er landet hier ein paar schöne Schüsse. Wieder die Mid-Control für sein Team.
Gugu trying to get against Soy the Brazer. They're all on the left side now, trying to push up one lane. Gugu the only one holding it for now. Spen trying to help him a bit. But Gugu really know now, heading to jump out of that situation. Arc with the most stars alone on one side. Now will they get a kill onto Arc? And they will. Taking over the lead with 10 stars now, also kill onto Gugu.
Yeah, he was playing with fire right there. Also, I don't know why Spen LC is rolling in again. I mean, even before, he's maybe playing a little bit over-aggressive, like they have the lead, and you don't really have to do this at this point of the game then. Just maybe wait for them, let them come, and then you can demolish them with 2 tanks. Right now, the T-Drinkers find themselves back in a situation where they have to pressure their opponent, but they still have a gene pull.
They still have enough time. 20 seconds. T-Drinkers have the opponents in the spawn. If they can get a kill, it has to be now. Spen rolling in, getting pulled, gets taken down. What's happening? Drinkers of tea drinkers will take the set. It looks like.
Yeah, it's their first set, and I have to say, at least in the second game, it's a convincing one. They are slowly coming back into this tournament, and maybe they can also win the next one and get some momentum back with the next challenge.
Yeah, that is going to be a good opportunity for them. I mean, it's impressive to see, you know, how they managed to play out that draft, because it was a pretty wild one. But that surge pick, I think, you know, because there was a mistake on the side of the tea drinkers, that gave them a really good pick to deal with those tankier brawlers. And I feel like that made a world of difference, especially if you can give that pick to a player like Soda Breza, that, you know, is going to be miles ahead of some of the others on the other team. So really able to somewhat, like, you know, hyper carry in that situation. So that worked out really nicely for them. That leads us to set 4, and I think that now Spen might regret not getting that win, because he said earlier he didn't want to do any running on stage. This next challenge is called I am running, 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 and every single time a player gets eliminated, they have to run around, not the entire stage, just like, you know, the team. So it's not a very long run, but it gives enough time for your opponents to maybe, you know, gain a bit more control or take you down again. It is going to be for the game mode Brawl especially, which is a mode that does have a bit of a tendency to, you know, have a slow pace until you have those big impact kills. Now those kills are worth even more, because if they don't manage to run back, you know, by the time they respawn, well, that's some, you know, it's going to be hard to defend from that standpoint.
Definitely, and just to specify, it wasn't only Spen that didn't want to run, it was also Gugu. So I suppose Ark will have to do all the running on that team.
Actually, yeah, we're going to see how it goes in the end. I mean, it's probably the easiest task so far in the tournament, because if you are dead already, you have the death timer running down, and then you can just make a small round right here, coming back, then you play again. And I mean, you have even a positive aspect, because you get some blood flowing back into your legs while standing here. And yeah, I mean, we are already jumping right back into the end of the draft. Actually, I have to figure out each bun and the team comps. I mean, Team Red looking a little bit like a version of SK with Pam and Lola, right?
Yeah, definitely. It looks very, very strong. I like the Belle and Lola pick together, Belle countering Lola. So it definitely makes sense to pick them at the same time. Pam, I love on this map, and she's going to do a great work. Max, on the other hand, we already saw her today being really, really well, really good at the moment. Maybe a bit of an underrated pick. Jean Max is coming back.
Exactly, and it's going to be very interesting if we see the version of Backyard Bowl where no goal happens until overtime and then maybe even a rematch, or if we see by the caliber of those teams an earlier goal and maybe an earlier finish for one of both.
You know, in lower ELO games, it does happen sometimes that the goal is made before the 2 minutes, so 30 run out.
Yeah, I would totally agree on this, and Gugu is playing in the middle with Jean. He can heal his teammates. Penalty already spamming the chicken emote again. I mean, this is a good move by him. Reddy is catched off guard right here, and this is the first kill for the tea drinkers, who are looking to take the set win and also the win in this entire matchup.
Really strong now from the tea drinkers. Gugu also with the pull. That might result already in a very early goal.
Oh.
Does he get it? He gets it. Very well done by Gugu, that you get those Jean goals.
And this is what we expect from him, right? He's the MVP of the team, the only real player remaining, beside of Spen, who has retired already some time ago. So a great play by him, and also I'm looking forward to see him using his pull again. He's hitting again on Soy de Breza. Also, he's catching the player of the opponent team, an aspect we didn't go into so far, because you can also target somebody who is or who has the star player potential, right?
Definitely. And tea drinkers looking strong once again. Ready, set, being a bot, having to run around once again as well. And that results in a 2-0 already. First game going to the tea drinkers, where we all played. Maybe they just didn't want to run, so they don't die.
Actually, it's quite difficult to look at both perspectives here at the same time, but I had the feeling like Reddy was having problems to also put his headphones down, right, and then make the lap. So he was maybe not even a bot or disconnected. He was just having troubles to make a lap, and it's looking like a match ball set right here for the tea drinkers who want to win versus the NA region or the team with an NA caster. But right now they find themselves in their own half, and the drinkers of tea drinkers are looking very good so far.
Let's see what tea drinkers still can do. Nothing. It's going to be the one first goal for drinkers of tea drinkers. Also interesting to point out, this time it's not Spen on the Gene, but he lets Gugu have it.
Yeah, actually that's really interesting, but I believe he's taking the brawler with the highest skill cap here, right? He wants to grab his chance, playing the max, scoring some goals, running them in, and maybe Gugu has a little bit of a better timing for this brawler right here. They are looking really strong right now. They still have 1 minute and 30 seconds to score a goal. In Factor, you can't really miss out on this map, especially because you need to approach this game very slow, so sometimes not really a lot is going to happen at the same time. They get the ball back, and Soy de Breza is looking to put out some damage in the middle right here.
Arc doing great work on the right lane as well. That quite surprises me, not gonna lie. Yeah, but he got his right lane on the left side though. Drinkers of tea drinkers are just rushing through, scoring that goal. Arc just wasn't fast enough to run back to the goal, maybe preventing it. 1-1 in this set. Probable.
Actually, I think it's... I mean, I said it's an easy task, right? But I think I've been wrong. I need to make it clear, because every time somebody is dying and making a lap, he has to do a lot of stuff at the same time, like putting his headphones on and looking in the right direction, also running again. So he's missing out a lot of time. So I think the key to win a game right here is to not die. Actually,
I didn't know you have to be that good at multitasking to just go for a run.
I mean, it's harder than it looks like, really.
It does. Tea drinkers looking very strong once again, having the opponent in the spawn for now. Arc doing an amazing job on Penny once again. Second time he plays Penny already. Is he a Penny main?
Maybe, or he also just likes the turret because it's doing the job on its own. Yeah.
Looking really good now. Spen waiting to get his speed to maybe help his team score a goal. Waddy doing a lot of work with Pam as well. And there's the speed.
Yeah, Spen grabbing the ball, also speeding up Gugu, and they are looking forward to score a goal. And this should be an easy one. Gugu is just waiting to spend a little bit time right here and let the clock run down. Meanwhile, the drinkers of tea drinkers have some issues, I believe, because Reddy was just standing still, or I don't know if he's sad about this goal, but they have only one chance left right here, and this pull by Gugu is really hitting its target on the maximum range. A good play by him, and they still have the advantage right here, or they even excel the advantage. Spen on the left side, and I think they can just let some time pass by, right?
Waddy lost his turret just now. I don't know if they can come back from this. Spen rushing to the goal, not getting the ball in there. But Arc and Gugu got it. Tea drinkers taking this set.
Yeah.
Making it an amazing 3-1 set for us. We need to go again, Auge.
All right. Well, that was an interesting one. I always loved this one. A very similar challenge at the Chaos Cup as well was one of my favorites, because it's already hard for one player to be, running around his teammates, but once you have two players or three players that die at the same time, they were like running around into each other, and it gets more and more chaotic, and that's what we're all about here. It is technically already the match won by the tea drinkers, but for the honor, for the redemption, there is that fifth and final set that is going to be played out anyways, and that challenge is going to be an interesting one as well. It's going to be called, pardon my Latin, a pluribus unum, I believe. Maybe you guys are better at Latin than I am. I'm not so
in
sure.
Germany, everyone has Latin.
Yeah, you do. You can read it out for me.
A pluribus unum. You said it correct.
I think I was fairly accurate. I'm very happy with my pronunciation of that. All right. So how does it work? One of the players of each team is going to have to stop playing for 15 seconds. And that happens at a random moment, and it's a random player as well. The admins are picking that. So, that would be terrible in any mode. But when it's a knockout, where you have one life per round, like the admins can literally just grief a team. If they're like, we don't really like what's happening here, they just, okay, you have to stop playing. Maybe he's in a 1v1 and it's a free 1v1. So it's gonna be quite special to watch for sure. A lot of unpredictability. Do you guys feel, I'll start with you, Sunny, do you feel like there's some brawlers that maybe would shine better in such a weird environment, or what is your take on it?
I think the keyword here is just like HP. You want to have a lot of health to just not get taken down that fast when you're just standing still, right? We also find out if our admins are biased right now. That's quite interesting.
Yeah, actually I was also wondering if maybe Trev would go there and also just pick someone randomly out and look forward to create a win condition for the team he likes the most. So it's going to be very interesting, because in Knockout it's really important who's gonna have the first kill, because if you have, for example, a 3 versus 2 situation, you immediately gain a win condition for this one. It's gonna be also interesting if they pick tanks, because I don't know if it works out on this very wide open map. It's gonna be very interesting what choice they will make here.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple ways to go around. I feel like the two main strategies are going to be either to try to save your teammate that has to stop playing for 15 seconds and protect him. I don't know if you can like body block, or just try to have enough DPS to deter your opponents from actually committing for that fight. Or another way around it could be to just try to get the trade, because if a player is gonna disconnect, obviously the other team is gonna try to take him down, right? Like it's a moment where you have to push in, but then that means they have to push forwards. In general, in Brawl Stars, you have a bit more of an advantage being on the defensive side, and if they're able to get the trade, well, sure, that player disconnected, he went down, but you still managed to turn it into a 2-on-2, for example, which could go a long way. Draft is already almost done here. Sunny, what is your take on this one? Which one do you think has the most win conditions?
You just mentioned that body blocking might be a good strat here to protect your teammate. Tea Drinkers did a good thing there by banning Penny. That would be a problem, but Drinkers of the Tea Drinkers have Bell. You can't body block a Bell.
That is a very fair point. Well, this is the final challenge here for those just tuning in. 15 seconds. That's the amount of time that a player is going to have to spend disconnected. It seems like off the bat, I think Gugu is, it's fair to say, is the first one to be disconnected.
Yeah, and it's really funny because I don't know if he went into a bot, but I believe he's just back again. Arc just placed a totem, so their win condition or their idea was like, we pick bow, we pick a totem whenever somebody goes like into this default mode. I don't know if it really works out, but Gugu is hitting some nice shots, and it's the first situation where the Tea Drinkers are in Knockout 1 man ahead.
And Gugu already has his super thanks to that strategy. I would really like to hear from the players as well, if that really was the idea behind that comp. For now, it's gonna be Bell alone against Arc, Gugu and Spen. And of course, they get this very first round in Knockout.
Yeah, in a very dominant fashion, I would say. It's really interesting how they want to approach this game, because, I mean, if this should work with the totem, right, then they need to remain defensive and in their back. Like, if they are in the wide open area, just in the middle, they will always get catched. And the Gene is just waiting to hit a pull. But right now, Spen is trying to do his best to avoid this one, and Ark is slowly going forward.
And Dave is standing still, Spen as well. Arc and Gugu getting pushed back into their own spawn. This pull from Zodaberza finally gets Spen to be not in the game any longer. Gugu and Arc, do you think they can clutch that one?
I mean, they have the potential, but also they are also right in the back, and Gugu is looking forward to jump into the middle, something I would never recommend usually as a coach, because, I don't know, it has a little bit of randomness to do this. Arc right now, he could be a star player on this bow with his wide range.
Drinkers of the Tea Drinkers doing a really good job now. Arc the only one still standing. I think this round is going to go to Drinkers of Tea Drinkers, and we're going to head into the very last round in Knockout. Who's going to be the first one to stand still? We don't know yet.
Yeah, the timing is crucial right here. It looks like Gugu and Zodaberza are both standing still, but Gugu decided to stay a little bit further back, so he survived this one. He comes back, kills YDE, and also drops the super in the middle, and this one was very quick in the end.
Well played by the Tea Drinkers there. I feel like they had a lot more opportunities to kill the person that was standing still.
Yeah, exactly. I can only agree on this. And maybe even the Tea Drinkers have, I don't know, somewhat of an idea to stay in the back, wait for the admin. Maybe they also turn around and look if the admin is coming to clap them on the shoulder, or I don't know how they do it, because they have a good timing on this one.
Maybe we see in the camera down the route. Maybe they just hear it. I see Ark lifting his hands off the iPad. He's not allowed to do anything. But Soderbreza not really capitalizing on that for now, just getting his super ready set. Will be taken down there already. A 3v2 for T-Drinkers.
Yeah, Soderbreza also going down. YDE trying his best, but he can't escape. Also, he dropped the super, and this one is gonna hurt them. It could be that the T-Drinkers are also gaining the next win on this next 3v3 matchup and make it a 4 versus 1, and this would be very crucial. I mean, we played the last set, they already won, but it's gonna hurt a little bit more then.
Definitely. Spen standing still. He is behind the wall, so that's not really a problem for him. Soy having his gene pool might be able to do something later on, getting the very first kill in this round. No, it's gonna be ready set sniping Ark. That must have hurt.
Yeah, NA strikes back with Ready hitting his shots, and Spen is also very low, getting catched by Ready once again. Gugu dropping a super. I don't know if this was the best idea at this timing, because he could have saved it for the next round, which is gonna start, and it's a match ball round. I don't know how to call it exactly, because it's very difficult to catch up with the Roan system in knockout sometimes, but the T-Drinkers have a chance to close this one out.
But yeah, for the Drinkers of T-Drinkers, it was definitely be the last chance they have to still take a win in this. Is it going to be T-Drinkers doing a 4-1, or will Drinkers of T-Drinkers still manage to get another point? For now, it's looking good for them. They have the takedown on Gugu. Spen and Ark, the only one still standing. Ark, can he clutch this?
Actually, I don't think so, but maybe if they go into the trap wire right here, there could be a small chance for Ark, but Ready knows it. He has often seen this one, and he has often seen players going into those mines, so he's very careful with this one. They just need to pinch Ark to the very end, and even if Soderbreza was AFK right here, Drinkers of T-Drinkers gain a W, and we are going into the last match of the day, or of this game.
Unbelievable. In the last set, in the very last game, we play another one. That's very interesting. Let's see who will take down this win in the end. Of course, we're only playing the 5th round out of, I don't know, goodwill.
I wonder even who is counting down the seconds, because it never looked like there are 15 seconds running down if someone was hit on the shoulder, so he can't play anymore. But YDE finds a good timing right there, as well as Gugu. Both remain untouched, even though Gugu is dropping pretty low there. Ready Set playing very clean in this game so far.
Ready Set is an amazing bell, and just as I say this, he's going down. Like, okay, I'm not going to say anything anymore. I'm just caster cursing at this point.
Yeah, it's all jinxed, and this is a good win condition right here for the T-Drinkers. Gugu saves his super this time around. Spen also playing very aggressive. Soderbreza could jump out, but also the dust is coming in, and he is only 228 HP. YDE also very low. The Drinkers of T-Drinkers need to make it right now to get this set for themselves.
So he also just missed his pull right before they were taken out. Maybe he will, yeah, he will miss the super now in this round. We will see Gugu now with the Brock super getting Soderbreza so low that he will have to step back a little, heal up a little. Ready Set low again. Gugu doing an amazing job on that Brock. But Drinkers of T-Drinkers are not looking too well at the moment. All push back into their spawn.
Gugu remains on his super, just going into the back. Maybe he's also expecting to get tapped out. He keeps the super alive. Spen on the right side. It's looking like a very good position for the T-Drinkers to approach a control in the middle. Gugu just surviving this one. Ready was really looking forward to take him out of the game and maybe get the Drinkers of T-Drinkers back into this one.
Gugu trying to hit the shots, not working out so far. Nobody's standing still at the moment. So the Reza with another super that will come in clutch maybe now in overtime. In knockout, the smoke is coming in. The lives of T-Drinkers are on the line, but no, they actually get it. They get the 4-1. Congratulations to T-Drinkers.
Wow, that is a dominant victory from the T-Drinkers. At the start, we weren't too sure if they would be able to make this happen. Seemed like there was a little bit of tension between Arc and Spen, but in the end, I mean, it's all good. Not only between them, but also for Gugu's legs that will be escaping that waxing that was planned if they would lose. So I think all around they'll be very happy about this win. Again, not really anything to win, but for Gugu there was definitely something to lose. So they will be more than happy about this victory. On the side of the drinkers of Tea Drinkers, I feel like, yeah, there was a little bit of teasing with that name and, you know, trying to trash talk their opponents a little bit. When it comes to the gameplay and the challenges, not so much, you know, like the basketball, not exactly the best at it, let's be honest here. And yeah, the straight up gameplay, a little bit poor. Sunny, which of all those challenges was your favorite?
I think the running. I gotta be honest there. The only question in my head, Teddy, makes this Arc the better caster now?
Oh, that's a tough goal. That's a tough goal. I will remain unbiased, you know, as the honor between myself and my colleagues. It's just, you know, to a high standard of ethics. But I have one more question for you as well. I mean, I already asked Sunny which one of her favorite challenges was. Did you have one that you thought was, you know, a lot more fun? Oh, Arc is running around.
The one with the basketball, actually, because now I can also ask Trev to make a free throw contest in the back. I've seen the basketballs before, but I was wondering where this setup would be and what it's going to look like until I saw this task for the people. So this one was really my favorite.
I think it was my favorite too, honestly. Just watching Ready Set, like spend 2 minutes trying to get the ball in. It was very fun. It was very fun for sure. And I mean, that's what we're here for about as well. Lovely, I think, for first of all, for us to get to watch that match and those players compete. YD spend legendary players in the Brawl Stars scene. Always great to see them back in. I don't know if I quite want to use the word esports to describe what we just witnessed. I think that might be like a little bit of an overstatement, but whatever that was. So always good to see them competing. And obviously, I mean, yeah, it was a good question. Ready or Arc, who is the best player amongst the casters? It seems like it was Arc, although every time I watched in the feed, I did see Ready just, you know, completely beam down Arc. Maybe Arc got carried more. Who knows? Well, guys, first of all, thank you so much for joining me here. It was a pleasure to have you. I think that FDOT has an interview lined up with the winners of the show match.
Yes, I do, folks. And as usual, Arc messing about, barking at the others. But Gugu, congratulations.
Hey,
the only good player on the team. What's it feel like to win?
Like, it feels good carrying Arc. And yeah, that's it. And we won. It was way too easy for us.
There it is. Way too easy. I'm coming over here. And tell me the inspiration behind the team name as you guys took the win.
Well, it actually was a team name that I made a couple of years ago, but obviously with the pinkies, I thought it was very fitting. And of course, 2 British people. Got to be drinking those teas.
You love to hear it. And now we have Arc. You finally one-upped Ready Set. Look at that. How do you feel about that?
I mean, it's to be expected. I mean, you know, we are British, we are tea drinkers, but today it was the tea drinkers that drank the tea drinkers. I mean, but yeah, no, it was fantastic fun. Great sports over there as well, and great fun for putting it on. But Gugu got away with a very, very, you know, lucky eventuality. We need to get him somehow. Help me out.
Well, whether it's luck is the intersection of opportunity and preparation. I don't think you guys were prepared, and I don't think you have any opportunity in the future, but it's all good. A bad caster, a washed-up pro, and the guy that lost yesterday take home their backpacks. Congratulations, friends. You guys, I'm not even going to bother interviewing you. Just a reminder, folks, we have a lot of cool stuff going on. FE- great game, play from home, $5,000 on the line. And if you want to be a better brawler, stay tuned for the finals that are about to come up. But also, we've got some tips. Go to esl.gg/DHL quiz, and you can have a little bit of fun and become a better brawler. We've got the grand finals coming up in just a little bit. Stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
Welcome everybody to this special episode of DHL Pro Tips for Brawl Stars. Today, I'm joined by Guille of SK Gaming. Guille, great to have you here.
What's up? Good to be here with you, Ek.
Great to have your time, and let's get stuck in with the first question straight off the bat. What is the most common mistake that you see teams making in competitive? You've been around Brawl Esports for a very long time now, so you must have seen a fair amount along the way. And what advice would you give to others to be able to try and improve upon those things?
So I think the mistake that a lot of teams do is like the team in general. I think a lot of teams change the team super fast. I mean, maybe they play only together, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 months, maybe a little more or a little less. And I think this is a big mistake because you need to improve with the team, you need to get synergy, you need to get the team play. And yeah, this is the first mistake that I think that a lot of teams do.
Having watched SK Gaming for many years now, one thing you guys do better than anyone else is staying calm under pressure. So, reverse sweeps in that sense are your speciality. When it comes to stress, how do you manage that in Brawl Stars, and how do you keep on top when you are behind?
Yeah, I think it's the mentality. We know that the game don't finish until the last second. So yeah, sometimes it's true that it's impossible to do something until if you have maybe 10 or 50 seconds. You can do a lot of things in this time. So yeah, if you can do the comeback, it's only because of that mentality, and you need to try it. If not, you are not gonna get nothing.
Okay, you yourself, you like ranged brawlers, Bell, Bee, Bonnie, and Piper, various others of course as well, but what challenges are there when it comes to playing ranged brawlers, and why do you feel that playstyle is best suited for yourself?
Yeah, I think of team brawlers is not getting pushed, so for that you need to don't miss bullets. It's super difficult sometimes, but if you're starting to miss something, they're going to get pressure and your team is gonna get so bad in this position. So yeah, the thing is not gonna not miss bullets if you can, but obviously you are gonna miss someone. But if you're starting to hit more, for sure you're gonna get pressure, and if you don't miss no one, for sure you're gonna win the game, I think.
Well, if there's one thing that SK Gaming have mastered better than any other team, it's playing the slow game, keeping control. We see a lot of team stats that come through where they look great on paper, but they didn't play the objective. So talk us through what is going through your minds as a team when you have the lead. What's your approach? What's your strategy? And why is it so successful?
In this level, if you do a mistake, you're gonna get pressure, you're gonna lose, you're gonna die, and maybe do a lot of mistakes. We're going to try to get the pressure all the time without dying. Maybe in some games happen sometimes that we don't die, and if you don't die, it's super good because this means that you have the pressure all the time, and maybe you can do damage little by little, and at least they don't come to do damage to you, or they can't score. So yeah, if you play passive, if you play slow, these things can happen for sure.
Let's take a moment to talk about team morale, because how you feel in here and here directly impacts your thumbs. What happens outside of the game comes directly into the game in that respect. So what do you guys do as a team with the SK Gaming staff in the background to keep your mental in a great place?
Yeah, I think it's super important, the mentality and the relationship that you have with the team. If you're super good with them, for sure you're gonna have a lot of good things and good moments for the day, because you are all the time. Maybe some days you are a lot of hours training or doing matches, and if you are gonna have a lot of time with them, if you are good with them, for sure it's gonna be super better, and this is super important, I think.
Well, that just about wraps up our episode of DHL Pro Tips for Brawl Stars. Thank you, Guille, for your time and for your valuable insight, and we'll see you guys in the next one.
Thank you to you, Ek. See you.
My name is Spencer. I'm a content creator on YouTube now. I was a former pro player, quit early into this year. How I got into Brawl Stars, so I used to always play Supercell games, and then a bunch of big YouTubers played Brawl Stars. I thought, well, I wanted to get into competitive and Clash Royale, and I thought, you know what, Brawl Stars, new game, let's try it out. And I just fell in love with it straight away. And then, just like how it's ESL tournament now, just like YDE, I qualified for a Red Bull MEO tournament, which I did play with friends as well. I didn't even expect to qualify, but I made it through there. And then, again, just fell in love with competitive. As soon as I got on the stage, I knew I had to be a competitor. So I just followed that through, and then eventually winning the 2019 World Championship, first ever. But yeah, I just fell in love with it. Within the community, like, it was a small community, and like I beat a player that was known to be one of the best, and I was like really hyped. And obviously, as soon as I beat him, I thought, you know, I'm actually maybe better than this guy. You know, I can take him. As most people probably aware, are obviously no longer on Tribe. So then I kind of evaluated my options. I tried going on to a different team, and I just like kind of knew myself it was kind of time to probably step away, and I just enjoyed doing content more on YouTube and like streaming the game and just having a lot more free time. So it was kind of like a gradual process, but still I kind of consider myself as like one of the better players in the world still, even though I'm not a pro. So it's still kind of hard for me to not think about esports. I'm still watching like every single esports stream going. I'm still in connect with the community, but just more so on YouTube now. So more so myself, like I knew as soon as it was like game day, like everything just felt different. You knew like something big was coming up. And for me, I just always tried to get myself into a zone, whether I was just listening to music, just doing the basics, and then like as soon as you step up on stage, like, you know, like some people might be scared, but like me myself, it was more excitement. Like, you know, I want to win this thing and show people I'm the best, kind of thing. You got to hype yourself up, you and your team in real life. Well, my biggest one is, you know, treat your teammates like they're your family in a sense. Like the best teams win are the ones that are like closer. So I'd say like trust your teammates and give it your all.
My name is Whitey. I'm a content creator for Brawl Stars. I got into the game by playing with my friends at school, and it was really casual back then, just having fun with the game, enjoying it. And then from there I started meeting with competitive players online, and I started playing more together with them. And then after we qualified for the Red Bull MEO, and we actually got to meet up in person, meet at a LAN, get to know each other in a different way, more than just throughout the game. That's where I realized this is something that I want to pursue further. Initially, it was just for fun that we even signed up to play qualifiers for a tournament. A lot of these qualifiers are open for everyone, for like a lot of different tournaments, so we just signed up for fun. And then once we actually beat one of the better teams, that's when we realized, okay, we might be onto something, we might actually be able to make it all the way there. Being a top player in a game that requires a lot of time, and you need to constantly grind to be on top of your game and on top of the competition. So for me, creating content was a way that I could step back a bit and not spend as much time, but still stay involved with all of the friends that I made throughout the game and just have fun with the game still. For the pros that have already played before, it becomes routine, and playing on stage is what you are hungry for. That's what you are excited for. That's why you grind, so that you can really get on stage and shine. But if you are trying for the first time, you might not know what to expect from the whole thing, and you might end up playing worse. But for others, it's the opposite, and they just take it to the next level on stage. If you are on stage for the first time, you just want to keep focused on the game, and you want to think Brawl Stars, you wanna not lose focus because you're here to play Brawl Stars. That's what you're good at, and that's what you're gonna shine at. Good luck to all the teams. May the best team win.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello, Gamescom, one more time. We've spent all weekend here setting the stage, and before that, we spent all summer figuring out what was gonna go down. Now it's time. We have two teams to face off. So let's just get to it. Introducing, coming out of the top side of the bracket, dressed in green and black, it's Reply Totem!
Yeah, we in the finals. New game, new song.
Hit him!
Yeah, here they come, here they run. Here they giving you a good scare. You're looking like such a full crowd is untouchable. Now you will give a pass it. Got something to say, spill it. Remember the play in the illers. Watch Joker and spin it. Oh my God, try finish. Yeah, confident covered that. Yes, they almost smash it. Like a mind called madness. Giving you the bad shit. It's the Reply Totem. It's the Reply Totem. Ready for a time golden. Go for the show. No, you can't hold them.
You cannot hold him. Inso, Maro, Mari, and Joker. Reply Totem. All right. Reply Totem have been the top, but now they need to prove it. They were undefeated, but they struggled a little bit, and now they have an opponent. One team stands in their way, and it's the hometown heroes. Everybody, Cologne, Germany, put your hands together for SK Gaming!
"25 years on the job, still the greatest. Legends in the building, heroes on the stages. See the team on the spot, feel the speed and the rage here. SK, about to pin the page here. You gotta understand the semantics, screaming loud on stage, doing that bad shit. Chaos, voice of revenge. Tykes to the bench, say they voice how they spent. All they got on the game, be the next winner of the tournament. Check VJX, giving paybacks. And leave a minds broken to find glory and leave a mind open. It's S in the builder, Pedro Guajaro got the ball, y'all. They will stand the test of fame, cause it's a SK game.
All right, give it up for Heen and get ready. The grand finals of the SPS European Division. SK Gaming, Reply Totem.
It's all come down to this, SK versus Reply Totem. This entire series, the open qualifiers, the group stage, all of the points, all of the trials, all of the tribulations, and of course, all of the effort that has been going into this too. 3 twos left, right, and center today, and what less could we expect? These two teams are going to be bringing an epic showing today.
For me, I've never been more excited. I think the way that we got here was incredible. And if you look back at the bracket, that says so much about how close all three teams were today. But it was Reply Totem in the upper bracket able to remain within it. Tribe Gaming, of course, taking that loss to SK in what was an epic, epic battle of proportions. And now we are left with just two.
And the entire way as well. Some of these teams have been making adaptations, changing up their play style to avoid maybe getting predicted and also trying to get that competitive edge.
Definitely so. It's been a long journey for those teams. There's been, you know, the Open Cups, then the Split 1, Open Cups again, Split 2. There's just so much that went into getting to this point, the challenge season. Now day 1, day 2, this is where it goes. There's still Masters, all that good stuff next in line. But I mean, there's so much to be played for.
It's all been leading up to this, and it wouldn't even be possible without Snapdragon Elite Gaming, one of our most awesome sponsors that we have for this event. They put us here at the desk, they put the players up there at the podiums, and they put all the production to make this happen as well. So thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming for making initiatives like this possible and bringing Brawl esports to the big stage. With that said, though, these two teams have been preparing so much for this final matchup. Reply Totem had to be coming into this last one pretty confident, even versus teams such as Tribe Gaming and SK, taking some pretty confident wins versus them yesterday. But Tribe proved that we can see Totem bleed. The question is, will we see the same approach from SK?
This is exactly that. You know, we've seen Reply Totem look the shakiest that we've seen so far in this competition, but still remaining on top. We've seen SK come back from yesterday after what was a really bad defeat, come back fresh, able to wipe off the past and leave it in the past and come back in the present. So going into this one, I feel like SK, they've still got to be riding some of that momentum from that win. It was a big one for them, it meant a lot, and it got them to this stage.
Well, don't listen to us, listen to the players themselves. We got F. on the stage with an interview.
Welcome to the era of everyone, is what we have said all season. Now it's time to find someone. We have our finalists here, Inso representing his team of Reply Totem and Semantic on the SK side of things, and we've had a lot of fun. We did some show matches. Now it's business time. I'm not gonna bait, we're not gonna play any be funny stuff. This is the finals. If you win today, what does it mean to you?
I mean, we're gonna be super happy. Hopefully we can qualify for ESL Masters, and I don't know. It's always good to beat SK, you know?
It's always good to beat SK. You know, I said I wasn't going to go for it, but Inso put it out there. How do you feel about that statement?
I'm feeling good. I mean, this match is literally my defender title since I won the last 2 seasons, actually, of ESL. And it is our defender title of winning on Hotown, so yeah.
So is this going to be a 3-0 SK sweep, or?
Nah, I don't think that. It will be not good for you guys viewers to have such a boring match. We're definitely going to last set with you guys, and let's see who wins.
All right, last word here, Inso. What do you have to say for all the fans rooting for you at home?
Thanks for supporting us. As always, let's go Totem and go Italy.
All right, boys, one more time, shake hands. And one more time, it's time to brawl. Casters, do the thing.
By the sounds of things, Inso seems to think this one is chalked. It's always good to take down SK. And from the opposite side of the arena, we got history. SK, yeah, we won the last 2 seasons. That's all cool and all, but will they be able to continue the streak? We have a streak ongoing with Totem, but the question is, will it continue? As far as odds, Ark, what are you going to rate this one?
Oh my word, this is... the way that SK came out of the back of their last game, I've got to feel like this is now more of a 50-50 than anything else. I think that Reply Totem now are going to be put to the test, and what is the most crucial moment of the entire competition, and what's at stake for them is arguably bigger than SK. Of course, we know from Semantic the last 2 seasons are his, but in that same respect, Reply Totem have an opportunity to finish undefeated. That is the biggest statement that you can lay down to the EU and MENA region.
No doubt at all. Teddy, I'm going to pose you the same question. What would you put this one on predictions?
I mean, I like the arguments that Semantic brought to the table. It's the home crowd. They are the holding champions from the 2 previous seasons, actually. But then again, Totem, they've won 11 matches out of 11. You can't really do much better than that. Sure, they got close against Tribe just earlier today, but I'm going to side with the favorites, and the favorites, they're still Totem.
The favorites are Totem for some, right? And it seems by the looks of things, a lot of people start to agree, this is going to be a really close match. I'm going to put forth my own prediction. I say it's closer than 50-50. How does that sound? Still, though, this is going to be an absolutely awesome match, I gotta say. And guys, if you want to put through your own predictions as well, feel free to do so in Twitch chat. We want to hear from y'all, and that is just what it is all about. The maps and the modes might have some implications on how this one is going to turn out as well. In fact, we'll be getting into the very first set on Kaboom Canyon. Different sort of map than we have seen throughout the day as well. We've seen some safe zone, very, very slow pace, very cautious gameplay arc.
Yeah, and that is what SK love to do. Reply Totem are like very much the opposite. They love to go on the aggressive. So I like the bans though already that have come in. Reply Totem banning out Colette, banning out Crow and B, and Gale, Daryl, and Bell banned actually by SK. Kind of interesting to kind of ban both the Gale and the Daryl there, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, both have been problems recently, especially together, but it is Totem. They love the Gale, they love the Daryl. You just leave one open, they might still be willing to bring it out. It's happened in the past as well when Totem had that Gale ban. They still went Daryl without the Gale, so yeah, it's questionable, but honestly, I respect it from SK, not taking any chances here in the grand finals, and that means Bonnie first pick. It's a really, really strong brawler overall, especially when there's so much grass that speed gear is really, really put to work. So I like that first pick.
And I think we've seen a similar approach from SK in the past when they faced versus Totem, but last time it didn't necessarily work out so well. If you start playing Totem's game, you run the risk of falling into one of these traps, as we kind of saw yesterday. And we saw Tribe take a bit of a different approach. In fact, actually one a bit similar to what SK is doing. Just move those trap, like falling for the trap sort of segments earlier on into the match. Go ahead and ban things out and try and get the draft to be in your rhythm and in your favor.
Well, I like that Lola pick here from Reply Totem. It's going to enable the Ego to scout out the bushes, and there's definitely going to have to be some of that kind of idea in play for SK coming up soon. I mean, I feel like Bonnie is a brawler which they really like to have under their thumbs. Penny is pretty much a staple diet at the moment for SK, and just kind of allowing that pressure, you know, to take its toll. But as we saw earlier today, you know, Tribe didn't feed into that idea. I think Reply Totem going to have to consider the same prospect coming in here with a Griff. I like it a lot from SK. Now, Reply Totem for me have got to respond here. I kind of like a power mid here myself, but that is just me. Spike wouldn't be the worst of ideas, but at the same time, they're lacking a tiny bit of range and aggression. And Max there coming in is a nice way to round things off.
I like the Max, but I just want to point out that Griff pick might be partially as well to remove some of the most popular destruction factors that come in play on Kaboom Canyon, because with a Penny, that mortar is not going to be nearly as useful if the walls are blown out of the way. So now, first of all, they can decide which walls they remove, but also, I mean, they just make sure that there's no wall break available for their opponents, because they're not going to go Brock in such a situation. It's too risky, so I like the idea of it. We'll see if it actually works out in practice, but here we go. The grand finals have started, and already off the bat, Semantic opening up the map on the top side of the mid.
Okay, well, again, I said Reply Totem are not the sort of team to play it slow and steady, and already they have gone off on the aggressive. Taken down, however, good solid defense from SK, now getting their feet stuck firmly into the mid here and looking to break away, get their supers raring and charged up, and Totem, though, are resisting, starting to try to connect a couple of their own. Cannon form now back to Guille, and this is looking good for SK.
Maru has a super. Wouldn't be crazy for him to go for a dash in and follow up with a super, and he's doing exactly that. Jumps onto Guille, lots of damage, but not enough for Gil. Instead, he's gonna go for the save, which might be the better call. However, Guille does survive off the engagement, but Maori finds one. Can he find a second? He's trying his best to navigate around, and he does get the kill. Mortar will trade it out. That does mean that early on, Reply Totem have just a little bit of a lead.
Look how much damage Maru did there. Honestly, I love the play. How much value he was able to obtain along the way as well. Something to be marveled at. Semantic getting scrutinized here by Maru, who is picking up the scraps, but Guille takes the skies, not able to land with much more than that though. And Chaos trying to get that turret down, which he has hurt now, that top right-hand side. But Joker is in range, he can then start to chip away at it. Now SK starting to bring things back into the mid, and they've got a lot of work to do. They are behind by a considerable amount, 33% needed for them.
Yeah, but a nice double kill on the left-hand side. One of the two gets traded out. Mari solo HP does have the ego to try to at least reset the heals on the Bonnie, but he has so much HP, it takes forever to take him down. Eventually does fall, but Joker only survived with 300 HP. Nice kill from Mari on the right-hand side. Follow-up shots onto Semantic, but Semantic wins the fight in the end. Problem for SK is there's only 30 seconds left, and they're still behind in damage.
Joker with the speed does connect well with everyone. Now pushing forward to Semantic solo, but somehow comes out on top. Guille jumping onto Maori. Is he going to come out alive? No! Maori wins the lane, continue his way forwards, and that's going to bring back so much pressure. There may be enough time with that inability to push forwards, no speed. I don't know whether they've got Semantic and Guille in a position to get the damage.
There's only a couple seconds left in this one. A couple percentages too, but Reply Totem secure game number 1. And the early lead here in the first set.
The arena is electric. I don't know again whether you can hear at home, but the cheers behind that win, they were loud. Reply Totem starting things off so well, but this is a worthy comp here from SK, and it was very little in it last time against a 3-man push. Reply Totem were going in, all or nothing. One down, Maru goes down first. Maori staying alive, and Joker still hot in the mid.
Yeah, this is a really good start because sure, they did lose 2 players in the end instead of Reply Totem, but they lose them all the way on the top of the map, which means that SK, after those kills, they don't really gain any control. Center control still in favor of Reply Totem, and that is going to be such a massive advantage because SK, they are nowhere near taking over that lead as they are struggling to retake the mid area.
SK like to play it slow, steady, passive, but Reply Totem say no to that idea. It is all guns blazing, and the speed behind it as well just makes everything more frantic. Guille jumping in, Maori trying to connect, but misses the first. When he missed the second, it's very low, but the damage now starting to roll in for SK. Only 2% now in it.
Maori getting tagged up quite heavily. All tied up 80-80, but that penny shot is going to pierce through Joker and gives a 1% lead to SK Gaming. The ego shielded up. Maru goes for a dash in, follow up super, but gets taken out quite easily. That's a lot of utility use, a gadget and a super to find no damage and no kills. SK Gaming, they get some more damage down on that save, and this is looking much better than the previous game already.
Yeah, that penny turret is just locking on and causing so much of a problem, whether it's locking on to Reply Totem themselves or the save. Either way, it's all positive value for SK now. The damage trickling down to 51%. They've got to eradicate it, push forwards, start to return some pressure. 40% now, 4 seconds rather on the clock now, and Reply Totem are in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, that mortar found so much value on save. Full-on team wipe from SK, and another mortar placed in an even more annoying position to deal with. This might just be what they need to even things out. Joker falls to Semantic on the left-hand side. Maori not in the best HP situation, as an ego and a follow-up shield to try to open things up, but time is ticking, and at this point, surely SK Gaming are taking the game. No time left, no one to dish out nearly as much damage as they need. SK Gaming strike back, and strongly so as well. A 60% lead in this one. That is a convincing win that they much needed.
Coming into today, Semantic did say that communication was on their minds, firmly so, as a way to get their edge back, having lost it a little bit yesterday. And you saw him before the match, you saw him talking to his teammates, and those words went a long way quite clearly. Now, how is each side going to go into this one? It's great value off the bat from iChaos there. Maori's low, Joker goes down, SK are not done yet.
Wow, what a start of the game here for SK. Already a mortar, just a couple seconds in. Unbelievable stuff, and the value is already starting to pile up here as the mortar does get taken out, but it's a 10% damage lead. Semantic is free to get some shots on that save, helps out in defense as well. Joker goes down, no damage on that red save just yet, and SK have a 14% lead.
That ego eradicated so quickly. Joker couldn't quite close the gap there to allow Maori some additional speed, but it is much better control from SK. Semantic, though, goes down. That will open up things a little bit for Maori to come in, and Guille will go down himself. This is time now for a bit of damage. Or actually, Maori wants to go for Chaos to ease up things in the mid area. Salty Barrel goes down, but it is Semantic who's the last man standing.
All right, a bit of damage on that red save. gets it a bit closer for Reply Totem to try to turn things around. A dash in from Maru, tries a super to get into that corner, a very annoying corner to take someone out of, but he gets shut down. Again, that value that is taken away by using so much utility without getting any value out of it. That might bite them in the back later on. A nice pickup from Maru onto IKEA. Semantic able to find a trade. Semantic with a lot of damage across the board, but Maru does survive.
I kind of like that little piggyback gadget from Semantic. It kind of forced the ego to be knocked back away from the safe, and that could have been the 1% that they needed to maintain the lead, but Joker will go down, and that is important because it would have meant more time wasted, and there's not much of it left. 30 seconds now on the clock, only 5% in it. It is Reply Totem with the shallowest of leads, but SK now bringing things back into the mid. A break there from Semantic to have more visibility. But I like this position for SK, and I feel like it's in their advantage to stay here.
Yeah, I mean, the turret is there now as well. Eventually, if it targets the safe, yeah, it does now. That's 2% in it. One more turret shot would be enough. It's actually all tied up now. The Flames did their work. A jump in from Gia. He needs to hit that save because SK, they lost some damage, some HP on theirs, but it's not going to be enough here from SK. Reply Totem, they turn things around, and that is going to be set 1. Going their way.
Wow. Oh my word. I did not, if I'm honest, expect that comeback. I felt SK timed it well, but Reply Totem, it seems, just have seconds to spare that they can just do magical things.
I would say that it's a recurring theme as well for Totem. It seems like a win and then fate kicks in. That is how it repeatedly happens for Reply Totem. But it wasn't even just those last few seconds. There were lots of moments leading up to it as well. Variations in strategy as we saw develop over the course of the set, which is just so characteristic of Reply Totem as they're able to adapt over the course of the set, sort of acknowledge the way that their enemy plays as well. Whereas SK, as we have seen in the last few matches, kind of vary from one set to the next, and sometimes that leads to 2-0s, but really we're going to be seeing every single game of every single set play today.
Yeah, I mean, it really came down just to the final interaction there. The last 15 seconds or so, that was what determined the winner of that set. And that has been a tendency here for today's matches, whether it was the first semifinal, the second, or the grand finals. It's been so incredibly close with the little details just going such a long way, because right now, I mean, Totem, they're going to be so happy to start things up with a set lead.
And this is the kind of level as well where the micro plays are absolutely everything, because there are just no differentials between these teams except tiny mistakes in tiny micro plays and small interactions. A single lane win can win the entire game, as we've seen too. And also we saw some interesting use of the map knowledge too. A lot of use of the bushes at mid, much different from the other sort of heist gameplay that we saw today. And we're going into yet another bushy map. It's going to be double swoosh up next.
I love the way you mentioned about micro plays, because that's kind of why we saw Semantic looking that way after that game was over, because he's thinking, what do we have to do? You know, and it's not an easy thing to go straight to figure out. Okay, draft inbound, Reply Totem, bounding out Penny, Janet, and Crow. On the side of SK Gaming, bounding the Jean, the Bonnie, and the Colette. Early pick in of Carl, and it's kind of interesting because we haven't seen, honestly, too much of Carl all day. It's kind of dropped off a little bit here, but having watched Reply Totem utilizing it so well, SK bringing it in early on in double swoosh, I really like that.
I like it a lot too. I mean, we've seen what Carl can do, and I think also just taking it out of the hands of Reply Totem is a wise decision, because it's a brawler that they are happy to abuse when they can, and double swoosh is a map where it can be very dominant. You can easily get a kill, a takedown. If it's on the gem carrier, you can, you know, either gadget or super your way out of that position with many of those gems. So that's something that they want to avoid, and instead they pick it for their own side. Stu is a good response. I like it a lot, and it's personally my favorite mid on double swoosh when Jean is banned. Jean just being, for me, the best mid on this map.
Yeah, a lot of the counters have been eliminated as well. Bonnie, just in general, kind of an X factor, a little bit irritating, and definitely restricts and obfuscates what can you go for in the draft. And with Jean and Colette being banned out, that's two of Carl's best counters, and also some of his most versatile counters as well. And therefore, that is why they are so good in draft, because they can react to things that are drafted later on. Now, Gale is going to be very, very targeted. Also, Stu, general purpose, great on double swoosh, played as a mid, as we have seen develop recently. but with Pam coming up, that is going to be an interesting one for locking down a lane and getting some good healing for a mid-brawler, or perhaps actually playing aggressive as Max is now thrown into the mix.
The PAM has worked out really well for SK today. I mean, it's something which they're comfortable with, and you know it works time and time again. The Gale pick from Reply Totem to me is spelling a tank. I mean, Daryl, maybe even Asher, I think can work really well, or Surge. All of those really are in their utility to consider, but you know, it just seems interesting that they picked the Gale so early on, either because they were worried that SK might choose a tank, or because they wanted themselves. They're going with Ruffs, so they wanted to sort of have some insurance in that sense to make sure that they were all ready and prepared for SK in a position that they were in the draft.
I like the drafts on both sides. I do love that Pam and some double switch 2020 throwbacks there in the meta where it was all Pam to hold that side of bushes on the right-hand side. We'll see how this one plays out. SK, I mean, they didn't seem as comfortable as usual, right? Usually when they lose a set, it's like, we got the next one. A little bit more anger in their eyes because they knew it was that close, and that previous set, it's a frustrating one to lose because they had a good draft. They played well, and yet they lose. That's the problem when you face a team like Reply Totem, where we are jumping in, and a speed booster is already placed down by Joker on the bottom of the map.
I love to watch Joker play Stu, and already he's causing so much of a problem. Semantic will connect there with the Scrap Sucker, but not much more. And now Joker's all souped up, and that's even worse. The control so far all with Reply Totem, but a speed now coming in from SK, and Semantic going straight forward, charging in, placing down the healing station, but it will buy valuable time to allow Chaos to get stuck in that mid.
Yeah, a gadget from Semantic, but not quite going to be enough to hold on to that left lane. Gets taken out of the equation. Joker is buffed up as well. I mean, not many things are going to be as terrifying as Joker on a buffed up Stu. Like, that is a threat here for anyone on the side of SK Gaming. They need to tread very carefully for the remainder of this game, unless they manage to isolate him out and eliminate him. But so far, not quite had that opportunity. A good presence in the mid, the map getting opened up as well. It's not even something that they mind necessarily too much instead of SK. They have a decent bit of range, and Semantic is going to utilize that to take down Marrow.
Yeah, Reply Totem are behind. They've got to go on the aggressive, but be cautious. Joker, 1,000 HP. Does get tapped along the way by Chaos, so that will also delay time for him to heal back to full HP. He's going to choose to change targets, go for Guille. Just 2 gems now to spawn in, and SK will be on countdown. There's one there, and it goes into Joker's pocket. But I'm liking this aggressive nature of SK, this resilience, and they're just not taking this lying down. You've got to play against a team like Reply Totem that way.
I love what they're doing because, you know, Stu is an incredibly aggressive brawler. That's where he's going to shine. But if you aggress him, well, he's going to be forced to fall back and not be able to commit. But wow, what an elimination from Joker. He is low HP as well. He gets taken out. Semantic, though, hunting Joker down. But Joker is able to equalize the gem count. And actually now 11 secured. Do they have time for the reset arc?
It's going to be so close. I don't think they can take the risk. I think they've got to go in and try for the takedown. But that's not the way to do it. Chaos goes down. There's 19 gems. Reply Totem just don't leave SK with a single look in.
There is no way. They just turned this one around so close, but it goes the way of Reply Totem and SK. This is the moment where they need to focus up and reverse the trend, because if it keeps going like that, I mean, the grand finals are just gonna fly by before they realize what actually hit them. Joker, off the bat, very low HP. That's the start that SK are hoping for. Let's see if they can double down as Joker catches Guille off guard and is able to keep hitting harder on the mid area.
This really is the time. Like I say, Teddy, SK have got to slow down this pace, but speed up with that Max and bring Semantic into play. Left-hand side, Scrap Sucker there, does connect. Just a little tiny bit. And an aggressive supply drop there from Maru. The Joker not able to pick it up, and he's low, but somehow he stays alive. I don't get it. How did Reply Totem get so low in terms of HP and still come out on top?
Well, a bit of a gem lead at least for SK. Gives some room for mistake here, but not a whole lot either. SK, they desperately don't want to give another set away here to Reply Totem. There's no worse way than to start the grand finals with a 2-set deficit. So far, SK still with a 2-gem lead, but Totem with the better mid control, which means that they are catching up at a steady pace.
Well, Semantic now clearing that left-hand side lane. Joker knows that he's got to juggle his tasks between both IKEOS and Semantic, and Maori as well now. Getting scrutinized on the right-hand side. SK really need this win. Again, if they go 2 sets down, it could be too much to handle. Oh, look at the explosive nature of this push. Oh my goodness me! Reply Totem on absolute form. And SK have got to go chasing these gems.
That could not have been timed better by Reply Totem. 5 seconds left here for SK Gaming to get a kill. Either Joker or Maro needs to go down, but Semantic is left in a 1 versus 3, and he can't take any of them down. Reply Totem double down on that lead. It's 2-0 now in the grand finals, and SK Gaming, they need to wake up.
Yeah, they got to wake up. They got to smell the coffee. Reply Totem are looking phenomenal. We saw SK take a set back yesterday. Well, they've got to start to bring back sets in this next one, or this could be over incredibly quickly.
And we started to see this set go the way of SK actually, and Reply Totem just brought it back entirely. And even from the get-go though, we saw Joker just popping off on the stew, going hyper aggressive, throwing down the speed zone to help out his teammates as well. And in the end, just the clutch up was what made it happen. And then from there, I think we can attribute some momentum to the victory as well. It is seriously headed in the direction of Reply Totem right now. But the way that SK started also, I think gives them a very good chance of starting to bring it back in the next set.
It's crazy, you know, because Enzo used to hate me because I would always call his team so inconsistent throughout the entirety of last year. And now they're so consistent. They're the most consistent team I've seen this year. It's incredible what they've managed to achieve with this roster, because whether they start the games good or bad, they win them anyways. Like, they were at like 4 or 5 gem deficit. They don't care. They get those gems in the end. They get those wins that matter the most. And now they are a set away from being our champions.
But I love that about teams. And again, you know, when you hear those things and you go, well, you know what, we'll show you, and then you put your money where your mouth is. I mean, that leads you to places like today in the grand finals, undefeated, and potentially 1 set away. This could be the last set we see today. Center stage is the map Brawl, but of course the game mode in the draft shaping up to be bands of Squeak, of Penny, of Crow for Reply Totem, Gene, Max, and Carl for SK.
And SK is going to be eliminating a lot of these X-Factor brawlers too, ones that are great supports that can be a huge asset to your team. And in fact, Gene and Max, one of the best combos that you can go for on a mode such as Brawl Ball. Gene being such a great asset as well when you're trying to score a goal, and being a good sort of hub of health that you can return to if you want to heal up. Carl, a no-brainer. You got to ban out this brawler if you're not planning on playing him, or you have unless you have abundant counters for him as well. But the first pick from the enemy team, Reply Totem, is going to be Janet.
Yeah, I like that pick a lot, you know, because, I mean, first of all, it's Janet. It's just really meta at the moment. But this map works really well for it too, because her gadgets are just so easy to place down. There's a lot of walls that are just hard to kind of reach around, especially at the pro level, where they usually don't give you a lot of space to navigate around. You can get a lot of value. So I like it so far. We'll see the Bonnie and the Gil as a response here from SK Gaming. Not exactly sure if the Gil is the way here. I mean, it's definitely going to deter any tank ideas, which we know Totem are willing to bring in those sort of situations. But it's going to be very defensive, which we like for SK. But now they really need to win those games. I don't know if they should take a risk or play it incredibly safe. We'll see what they decide to follow up with later on.
I'm smelling Ash. I mean, this is a map that, you know, SK could definitely bring it in on, and by getting that Gale earlier on, they can just scare Reply Totem with that idea, and they got the 3rd and final pick. It might not be the case. We saw it earlier with Reply Totem having it as that insurance policy in Double Swoosh, and they didn't bring out the tank. It's not always the way to, you know, sort of smell it out, but I feel like it's a good map for it. Reply Totem have got to consider this 3rd and final pick so cautiously, because there's something brewing here.
Yeah, I think you may have just read it, because we see 2 tank counters now on the side of Reply Totem, because they know that an Ashe might just make his appearance for SK's comp. We'll see what they actually decide to go for, but it could be a bait too, you know, trying to get some of those tank counters. Griff, not ideal on this map, especially if you don't have any of those tanker brawlers that he is gonna just destroy very, very quickly. Colette, I would say, is more versatile. I think that's a very good idea from Reply Totem because, yeah, those two are enough to dissuade that Ashe pick from SK. They tried to take control over the draft. It didn't quite go as planned. I think they really wanted that Ashe to turn up the pace a little bit, and you know, if you can get a quick goal, that's a good way to stop that momentum. Not gonna be an option. Ruffs is gonna be their pick in the end. It has good matchups in this game, but I don't know. I feel like this could be a winning draft on the side of Reply Totem, so SK, they need to be so careful getting into this set.
I just wonder whether that was their plan, whether it was something which they got found out with, or whether it was something else. But already what I do know is the Reply Totem are scoring the first goal after 13 seconds.
15 seconds, that's all they need to already get that goal. That's exactly what SK were hoping for, to try to shift down that momentum, but they're just getting absolutely demolished so far in this match as Reply Totem just keeps hitting harder and harder. Low HP across the board on the side of Reply Totem. They need to be careful. Joker gets done again. Beautiful stuff from SK, a full-on Team Y, but can they find the time to score? Pass to IKEOS, back to Guillen. Yeah, there's more than enough time. A goal that SK desperately needed.
Yeah, but they need more. That's a great start, but they've got to keep this going. There is a lot of time to make up for, but they are steps in the right direction. Joker here might be able to find something of a pass here. He goes for a little cheeky trick shot there, and oh my word! If Maori had got that takedown, that could have been the most incredible goal of the day.
Wow, that was such a big opportunity, but a 3 versus 1, it is Semantic on the Gil. Gil, amazing at defense, a shot, another trick shot, okay. Reply Totem, they want to finish this one off with style.
I love it, and Joker is continuing to hit these shots. Everyone is doing their bit, and it's Maori to score the goal that brings Reply Totem onto match point.
Reply Totem, one game away from being the champions for this first challenge season here in Europe and MENA. Let's see if they can make it happen. SK, this is their final chance. No more room for mistakes. Joker on the left-hand side already was a bit of an opening, but does get shut down actually. Mid-Gotcha Gadget as well. Some destruction brought into the mix. Maru considering the trick shot again, but it's not quite gonna happen.
I mean, it falls back EA. It made him have to, exacerbate some utility, and that is all value. Joker again, Gotcha Gadget, great value for it. Semantic taking no chances, gets the knockback, not done yet, gets Maru as well, and Joker is the one to stop him in his tracks. He might even go all the way here. He's gonna try it, Gadget to the wall. Oh my goodness me, Joker! What are you made of? It's just pure gold!
That was a 1v3! A 1v3 just runs it in so casually. SK looking powerless, a pass to the left-hand side. Maru, though, is not quite going to be able to catch that one. He's still flying, and Chaos low HP. Semantic gets Maru landing straight on him. It is a 2-on-2, but HP-wise, it's not looking too good. The jump in from Guillen is going to pay off. The ball is going to be stuck in the twister. SK Gaming, they need a goal a minute. That's all that Reply Totem need to last for to be your champions. SK, they need a goal of their own.
SK are the team that like to play it slow and steady, but it's now Reply Totem that have got the upper hand. Maru is in a goal-scoring potential opportunity here. He can choose to pass it to Mario on the right if he's in position. Joker gonna pass it through, surely, left or right. He's got everyone to his advantage. Oh my word, the piggyback! It's Reply Totem that are your Snapdragon Pro Series Season 1 champions!
All right, hey, friends, let's stay off the stage right quick. But one more time, I know we're all excited. Give it up for your SPS European World Champions, Reply Totem! All right, we have this beautiful trophy in the middle of the stage, and we have a team that just won it. If you want photos, show up at the front, because these players have absolutely earned it. Inso, Joker, Maru, why don't you join me at the front of the stage? Inso, you know what? You're representing the squad here as the coach. You guys took this one, and you struggled in the earlier stages of the tournament, but this looked like you were just comfortable. Talk to me about the mental state of the team in this last finals.
I mean, we're so happy. Like, we proved that we're the best team in MEA. Like, for one more time. I don't know. Like, let's go Totem, guys.
Well, you had the fans here. You are in somebody else's house. SK Gaming is here from Germany, but this crowd was saying Totem all the way. What do you have to say to thank them?
I don't know. Like, thank you for supporting us. Like, my team is insane. Thanks to, like, everybody, the organization, like, the event. It's awesome.
Well, now you guys have to focus on the next stage. You have now earned the crown in Europe. But next week, we're going to crown a team from North America, and you're going to have to think about them and all of the other regions. What are you guys thinking? How are you going to think about playing against North American teams later on?
NA is superior.
Oh, yeah?
NA is better than EU.
Well, we'll see how it all handles down. Boys, hold on.
That's why I have Joker Love NA in my name.
Well, we'll see what happens when it all crumbles down. But right now, you guys are the Snapdragon Pro Series champions. Itso, lift the trophy. One last time, give it up for your European Snapdragon Pro Series champions, Reply Totem! It's been a fantastic weekend, friends. Thank you so much. My name's F-Dot. On behalf of all of the commentators, producers, people backstage, and of course, people front stage, we thank you. We love you. Keep on brawling.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jumped in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
But you cannot let them and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth. And that's why I gotta be first. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.